Chapter 482. Just as Ice Celestial Corey and his party no longer paid attention to Han Shua's existence and instead focused their attention on dealing with Water Elite Zombie, Han Shua, who had hidden himself within the stone wall with the help of Metal Elite Zombie's energy, suddenly shot out like a sharp sword. "Watch out!" This time, it was Ice Celestial Corey who shouted. The two magi who had been staying at the cliff at the top of the ice goddess statue suddenly sensed an intense bloody aura assaulting their nostrils. The nauseating bloody aura condensed into a bloody mist, enveloping Han Shua in an instant. Seeing that Ice Celestial Corey had finally recognized the situation after being warned, Han Shua knew that it was meaningless to continue dodging and playing guerrilla warfare. Even at the risk of getting injured, he had to obstruct them at this critical moment and buy enough time for Water Elite Zombie to absorb the energy. Among this party, the two magi who were frozen and motionless at the top were the weakest. However, they posed the greatest threat to Han Shua. Once Han Shua decided to face them head-on, only these two magi could succeed in a short time. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, Han Shua fiercely shot out from within the stone wall and deliberately released an enormous aura to let Ice Celestial Corey know of his plan and temporarily give up on attacking Water Elite Zombie. However, this time, Ice Celestial Corey paid no attention to Han Shua. After loudly reminding him, he once again charged at the ice goddess statue. It seemed that he had awakened from his previous madness and realized that a god-grade existence was much more important than two sacred magi. This was out of Han Shua's expectations. As the two magi hastily retreated in fear and trepidation, Han Shua decisively gave up on pursuing the two. His body suddenly changed direction in midair, and with a surging killing intent, he transformed into a bloody cloud and shrouded Ice Celestial Corey and his party below. As matters stood, Han Shua had no choice but to face them head-on. He could no longer dodge and take advantage of the terrain to launch sneak attacks. The moment Corey raised his head and saw the blood cloud descending upon him, he immediately understood that it contained an energy that could destroy everything. His expression changed, and he immediately understood the situation. He fiercely swung his sword at the blood cloud, and shouted, "Ice Blast!" As though it was premeditated, after Ice Celestial Corey uttered the word, "Blizzard," the eyes of the four sacred swordsmen beside Corey flourished with a cold glint. Together with Ice Celestial Corey, they brandished their swords to meet the blood cloud. Including Ice Celestial Corey, a total of 5 fighting auras mixed with the divine energy bestowed by the ice goddess suddenly converged at the blood cloud. The 5 powers collided with each other within the blood cloud, and a terrifying ice explosion suddenly occurred within the blood cloud. The ice explosion formed by the 5 powers was extremely ferocious, and it completely covered the blood cloud. Han Shua had no time to dodge, and he was immediately heavily injured by the ice explosion. Ha ha ha. Corey laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with pride. Ice Blast was a secret technique of the Shrine of Ice. It utilized the divine power bestowed by the goddess of ice and mixed it with fighting aura to create a large-scale explosion of solid ice. Once one was enveloped by the ice blast, the might of the frightening icicles would increase exponentially, possessing an unstoppable force of impact. After suffering repeated setbacks, Ice Celestial Corey finally used the secret technique of the shrine to recover from his disadvantageous position. One could well imagine how carefree he was. "Filthy necromancer, let's see how you escape this time." Ice Celestial Corey laughed heartily. Together with the 4 sacred swordsmen beside him, he stared fixedly at the gradually dissipating blood cloud. The power of the ice blast dissipated the murderous aura of the blood cloud. Han Shua's body slowly emerged from within the blood cloud. Han Shua's body was riddled with thousands of holes, as though his body had been pierced by thousands of invisible arrows of various sizes. Holes of various sizes were revealed one after another. There was a large hole in his chest, from which his internal organs could be clearly seen. At this moment, Han Shua's appearance was even more unsightly than that of a malicious spirit. Not a single piece of undamaged skin could be found on his body. Under the impact of the ice blast, his body was in a state of devastation. He was in an unprecedented sorry state. Without a doubt, Han Shuo had indeed been gravely injured by the ice blast. The ice blast, launched by a demigod expert and 4 sacred swordsmen, using the secret technique of the Shrine of Ice, had indeed gravely injured Han Shuo. However, when Han Shuo's body was completely revealed, the laughter of Ice Celestial Kori, who had been laughing wildly all along, came to a screeching halt. The complacent expression on his face turned into shock. He looked at Han Shuo, whose appearance was even more unsightly than that of a malicious spirit, with an incredulous expression. Han Shuo's body was riddled with thousands of holes. His internal organs could be seen from the gaping wounds, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out from the wounds. What was even more inconceivable to Kori was that the badly mangled flesh on Han Shuo's body was slowly squirming. The gaping wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bizarre. It was unimaginably strange. Anyone who witnessed such a bizarre scene would presumably be as shocked as Ice Celestial Kori and the other 4 swordsmen. They would be equally dumbfounded and at a loss as to what to do. This was an instinctive fear of the unknown. "You, what in the world are you?" Ice Celestial Kori, who had unwittingly developed an intense wariness towards Han Shuo, looked anxiously at Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in midair. His body was riddled with thousands of wounds, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. His fleshly body was rapidly healing like a monster. Unable to suppress the fear in his heart, Kori cried out in alarm with a somewhat trembling voice. Han Shuo had a bitter smile on his face. He had indeed been gravely injured by the ice blast. However, because the icicles had shot into his body, the extreme coldness temporarily froze his blood for a moment. This allowed Han Shuo, who had an abnormally tough body, to control his injuries in an extremely short period of time. Under the circulation of demonic yuan, the fibers of his skin completely absorbed the blood. Only then, after the icy aura dispersed, did not let a single drop of blood drip out. Utilizing the unimaginably tough and abnormal tenacity of his fleshly body, he rapidly healed his wounds. However, Han Shuo had indeed been injured. And his injuries were not light. The rapid healing process of his body was inconceivably bizarre in Ice Celestial Kori's eyes. The damage to his body was truly enormous. The healing process of his fleshly body required the consumption of an enormous amount of blood and demonic yuan. This would cause Han Shuo to lose a lot of strength in battle. However, because of the bloody holes on his face, Han Shuo, who was grinning bitterly, suddenly revealed a bitter smile on his sinister and frightening face. That was truly an evil smile that would cause one's scalp to go numb. In the eyes of Ice Celestial Kori and his party, it was absolutely terrifying. Kori and his party were frightened out of their wits by Han Shuo's bitter smile. Looking at the inconceivable Han Shuo, at this moment, Ice Celestial Kori and his party could not associate Han Shuo with a human being no matter how hard they tried. Han Shuo clearly sensed the trembling in Ice Celestial Kori's voice. With a thought, he immediately understood why Ice Celestial Kori's voice was trembling. This was all because Kori and his party had never seen any living creature with such frightening regenerative abilities. This was an instinctive fear of the unknown. Especially when Han Shuo's appearance, which was riddled with thousands of holes, was indeed malevolent and frightening, unlike a human being. Coming to his senses, Han Shuo seized the opportunity to rapidly heal the heavy injuries on his fleshly body while laughing wildly. His laughter was filled with ruthlessness and savagery. He even took the opportunity to add the soul-sucking evil power of the Omen Echo to his laughter, which had a wonderful misleading effect on one's mind. Sure enough, under the effect of Han Shuo's soul-sucking evil power of the Omen Echo, the already terrified Ice Celestial Kori became more and more fearful. Looking at Han Shuo's malevolent appearance again, it was as if Han Shuo had turned into a demon that had existed since ancient times. With a casual strike from him, the demon had torn apart its usual disguise, revealing its true evil form to him. "You, which material plane are you from?" "Our shrine of ice is the church of the ice goddess." What do you want?" On one hand, it was the effect of the omen echo, and on the other hand, it was because they were truly terrified of Han Shuo. One of the 4 sacred swordsmen suddenly cried out in alarm and took a step back. Who are you?" This person's loud cries seemed to have alerted the others. Another sacred swordsman also cried out in alarm. Ice Celestial Kori looked at the heavily injured Han Shuo in fear. He seemed to have suddenly come to a realization, and associated it with Han Shuo's never-before-seen miraculous skills. He was certain that Han Shuo was not an existence that belonged to profound continent. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. His eyes began to flicker as he rapidly thought of a way to escape. We are the emissaries of the ice goddess. Don't act recklessly." Finally, under the effects of the omen echo and the omen echo, in addition to Han Shuo's bizarre performance, Ice Celestial Kori actually started to tremble and babble nonsense. It was at this moment that Water Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted, "Father, I'm done." Han Shuo, who was laughing maniacally, lowered his head to take a look. He discovered that the naked young lady had shriveled into a corpse without any moisture. Her former beauty was nowhere to be seen. The enormous statue of the ice goddess also suddenly crumbled under Water Elite Zombie's voice. Like a collapsing mountain, it crashed to the ground from the top of Han Shuo's head. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Han Shuo laughed maniacally. He found it hard to restrain himself from the foolish looks of Ice Celestial Kori and the others. This time, he did not use the omen echo. Boom! Metal Elite Zombie popped out of nowhere above Han Shuo's head. The golden cudgel smashed down on the heads of 2 dumbstruck sacred magi. The 2 sacred magi, who were similarly petrified by Han Shuo, were turned into meat patties by the golden cudgel. "Who cares which material plane he is from, we will fight him to the death." As the ice goddess statue crumbled, Ice Celestial Kori once again went berserk. He recklessly charged at Han Shuo. At this moment, the heavily injured Han Shuo did not get entangled with the desperate Ice Celestial Kori. He was still laughing maniacally, entering the rock wall that suddenly split open with Water Elite Zombie, and calmly leaving the Shrine of Ice. Chapter 483. With Metal Elite Zombie leading the way, the tight security of the Shrine of Ice's main peak was practically non-existent. A long and narrow passageway was opened up in the solid rock walls. Han Shuo and Water Elite Zombie followed behind Metal Elite Zombie and rapidly retreated. The Ice Goddess statue was the crux of Project God making. The Ice Goddess statue, developed by numerous masters in alchemy, pharmaceutics, and smithing, was the foundation of all Ice Celestial Kori's hopes. Its collapse was like a sharp sword ruthlessly stabbing into Kori's heart, causing him unbearable pain. From the feedback Metal Elite Zombie gave to Han Shuo, he understood that all the masters who refined the Ice Goddess statue had been killed by him. Having lost these masters who had spent many years in this field, Ice Celestial Kori's Project God making could never be restored. Although Han Shuo, who had sustained serious injuries from the ice blast, had successfully intimidated Ice Celestial Kori and the others by using the demonic siren and the fear they had towards him, when Han Shuo saw that Ice Celestial Kori had once again sunk into madness because of the Ice Goddess statue, he knew that Kori would not be easy to deal with in his desperation. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave for the time being. When they were some distance away from the belly of the mountain, Han Shuo turned his head to look at Water Elite Zombie who had absorbed an enormous amount of energy. When he did so, Han Shuo was suddenly startled. He was delighted by the transformation of Water Elite Zombie. After absorbing the energy of ice and water from the Ice Goddess statue, Water Elite Zombie's originally ordinary appearance had undergone a complete transformation. His thick eyebrows became slender and curved, his nose high and straight. His dry and dull skin became as moist and smooth as water. Even his withered yellow hair shone with a bright luster. The most ordinary water elite zombie, after absorbing that energy, had actually transformed into an elegant and handsome youth. Due to the abundance and transformation of the energy in his body, this handsome youth had a kind of gentle and bewitching temperament, very attractive. Misty water vapor constantly swirled around the water elite zombie. As Han Shuo gazed at it, the water elite zombie gave him a kind of ethereal beauty that didn't seem real. Compared to before, water elite zombie had undergone a complete transformation, be it in appearance or temperament. What astonished Han Shuo the most was that the transformation was still ongoing. Han Shuo understood that the amount of energy absorbed by the water elite zombie was enormous. The digestion process was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. However, once the water elite zombie completely absorbed and digested the energy, Han Shuo believed that the water elite zombie would certainly bring him an even greater surprise. "I'll send you back first. You need to quietly absorb this energy." After sensing the condition of water elite zombie's body, Han Shuo softly chanted an incantation and sent water elite zombie back to the netherworld. Not long after the water elite zombie left, Han Shuo, with metal elite zombie leading the way, returned to the rock wall at the center of the mountain. Standing at the mouth of the cliff, Han Shuo raised his head and gazed at the vast expanse of white ice and snow. He sensed the experts moving at high speed within the belly of the mountain. Han Shuo muttered to himself, "Shrine of Ice, my revenge has only just begun." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo also sent Metal Elite Zombie back to the netherworld. His body's injuries did not allow Han Shuo to stay any longer. He found an opportune moment and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and rapidly departing from the snowy region of the Shrine of Ice. In Icicle City, Han Shuo settled down in an ordinary small hotel. For the past few days, Han Shuo had been staying in his room. The physical injuries he suffered at the Shrine of Ice had been stabilized by Han Shuo. The damage to Han Shuo's physical body required blood essence and demonic yuan to heal. This healing process was actually not very long and merely consumed Han Shuo's blood essence and demonic yuan. Blood essence and demonic yuan needed to be cultivated over a long period of time in order to be improved bit by bit. Once too much was consumed, it would truly affect Han Shuo's strength. After a few days of effort, Han Shuo's body that was riddled with holes had completely recovered. However, a significant amount of blood essence and demonic yuan had indeed been consumed. After meditating for a few days, Han Shuo's demonic yuan had somewhat recovered. However, he could not convert too much blood essence within a short period of time. Seeing that his injuries had stabilized, Han Shuo recalled that Gilbert's soul was inside the demon's lair edge. The inside of the demon's lair edge was not a good place. Any soul that entered the demon's lair edge would be corroded by it. Even though Han Shuo had specially opened up an area for Gilbert, he still could not allow him to stay inside for too long. Therefore, Han Shuo used some of the materials he had in his space ring and spent a few more days refining a thumb ring. A sparkling and translucent thumb ring was taken out by Han Shuo from his space ring. The name of this thumb ring was the Soul Depository Finger, and its main use was to store souls. After setting up a soundproof defensive formation in the room and summoning a few wraiths to stand guard outside the door, Han Shuo finally took out the demon's lair edge. Holding the Soul Depository Finger in his palm, Han Shuo's consciousness slowly entered the demon's lair edge. First, Han Shuo immediately sensed the main soul within the demon's lair edge that was currently fusing with the ball of destruction. Then, based on his understanding of the interior of the demon's lair edge, he roamed among the enormous souls within the demon's lair edge, searching for the soul that was familiar with Gilbert's aura. When absorbing Gilbert's soul into the demon's lair edge, Han Shuo had purposely opened up an area within the demon's lair edge specifically to store Gilbert's soul. After Han Shuo's consciousness entered the demon's lair edge, he quickly found that area based on his familiarity with Gilbert. Within the demon's lair edge, there were all kinds of souls, as well as many negative energies. Some were strong, some were weak, but all of them were very corrosive. Even Dark Dragon Gilbert's soul would be corroded by these energies if Han Shuo hadn't specially opened up an area for him. He might even fuse with those energies and transform into a powerful force for the Demon's Lair Edge's evolution. As soon as he found Gilbert's soul, Han Shuo's mood relaxed. He hastily used his consciousness to wrap Gilbert's soul, preventing him from being affected by the various corrosive energies within the Demon's Lair Edge. Little by little, he brought Gilbert away from the Demon's Lair Edge. Han Shuo's consciousness clearly sensed the joy of Gilbert's soul. It seemed that Gilbert had sensed his master's aura within Han Shuo's consciousness. That was why he was so obedient, following Han Shuo's consciousness and leaving the Demon's Lair Edge without the slightest resistance. A wisp of dim light suddenly drifted out from the hilt of the Demon's Lair Edge. When that wisp of dim light completely left the Demon's Lair Edge, Han Shuo made 2 hand seals, one on the soul depository finger, and the other on Gilbert's soul. Suddenly, that wisp of dim light turned into a fine line and fiercely sank into the soul depository finger. The sparkling and translucent ring suddenly flowed with a faint green light. That wisp of fine line constantly twisted and changed within the ring. In an extremely short period of time, a hazy shadow took shape. "Master, is that you, Master?" A voice as soft as a mosquito's came from the ring. Not only could the soul depository finger store souls, under Han Shuo's refinement, it could also transmit the consciousness of the soul. "Gilbert, you bastard! Who told you to be so disobedient?" When Gilbert's familiar voice sounded, Han Shuo's heart was filled with endless emotions. "Master, great master, I'm so happy to be able to see you. This is great, this is really great. Ha!" When he heard Han Shuo's words, Gilbert immediately shouted incoherently within the soul depository finger. However, because he only existed as a soul, even though his voice was amplified by the ring, it still sounded as soft as a mosquito's. Gilbert's familiar voice immediately made Han Shuo recall the time when he was together with him. Now, Han Shuo's soul was intact, but Gilbert could only possess a soul. If it wasn't for Han Shuo using a special method to store his soul would have slowly disappeared between heaven and earth with the passage of time. "Idiot! Alright, shut up." Han Shuo scolded smilingly, but his heart was filled with warmth. Then, seeing that Gilbert had stopped nagging inside the ring, Han Shuo sternly said, "Gilbert, theoretically, you're already dead. Now, I've used a special method to keep your soul." "Master, I understand," Gilbert said faintly after remaining silent for a while. Suddenly, Gilbert thought of something. He saw that the ring was glowing dimly, and the shadow inside was rapidly revolving. Gilbert anxiously asked again, "Oh right, Master, what happened to my grandfather and the Dark Dragons? Did they manage to escape from the Shrine of Ice's evil hands in the end?" "Don't worry, your grandfather and the Dark Dragons have escaped from the Jadefrost cage. They should be in the Black Dragon Gorge, Tunai. Besides..." Han Shuo knew what Gilbert was worried about. He slowly explained to him what happened after his soul entered the Demon's Lair Edge. "Waha, that's great. Master, kill all the people of the Shrine of Ice for me." "Humph, if I wasn't dead, I would definitely make them pay the price. I would kill every single one of them," Dark Dragon Gilbert shouted loudly. "Gilbert, the reason why I placed you inside the soul depository ring and communicated with you is to give you a choice. With your current soul, I have 2 ways to let you reappear in this world. One is to use necromancy magic to turn you into a bone dragon, and the other is to use demonic arts to refine you into a demon general. I'm going to let you choose for yourself." Han Shuo said. "What's the difference?" Gilbert asked. "If it's a bone dragon, you only have a skeleton, but you're still a dragon. But if it's a demon general, you're no longer a dragon," Han Shuo explained. Which one is a little stronger?" Gilbert asked again. "I think, a demon general might be a little stronger." Han Shuo replied. Then a demon general. I just want to be stronger. Gilbert said resolutely. Chapter 484. Kasi Empire, Siro City. Siro City was the capital of Kasi Empire, with a population of 1 million. It was a famous city on the profound continent. Siro City had beautiful sceneries and represented the unique culture of Kasi Empire. At the same time, it was also a city that revered martial arts. In the center of Siro City, there was a large-scale auction held once every 3 years. Truly rare treasures could be purchased at the auction. Every time it was held, it would attract all sorts of bigwigs. Even wealthy people from neighboring countries would travel thousands of miles to attend. In the past few auctions held in Siro City, not only did all sorts of treasures frequently appear, but divine weapons had even appeared twice. The divine weapon, Starry Sky, that Phoebe was currently using, obtained from Kelt, had once appeared at the auction. It had changed hands many times before finally falling into Kelt's hands. This was a truly grand event. Apart from the finale auction, there were also all sorts of peculiar items for sale. Those who knew their stuff would often be able to obtain what they needed there. Every large-scale auction was able to attract all sorts of people, and this time was naturally no exception. Even Han Shuo had spent 3,000 gold coins and used unscrupulous methods to travel to Siro City from the magical transportation matrix in Icicle City after hearing about the grand occasion of the auction in Icicle City. Han Shuo, who had yet to fully recover from his injuries, needed to purchase materials to refine a new body for Gilbert. On the other hand, he needed to take the opportunity to inquire about the current situation in Lancelot Empire. That was why he had come to Kasi Empire's capital, Siro City. Compared to Siro City, Icicle City was only a small city at the border of Kasi Empire. The Dark Mantle's stronghold had yet to reach this place. If he wanted to obtain accurate information about Lancelot Empire, Han Shuo could only come to an important imperial city like Siro City. When he had just arrived at Siro City yesterday, Han Shuo had contacted members of the Dark Mantle in Siro City and learned about the current situation in Lancelot Empire through their information. Just as little Fatty Jack had said, Brettel City was operating as usual without him. During this period of time, the Brettel City army led by Dorcas and the elite troops dispatched by King Lawrence of Lancelot Empire had officially launched a military campaign against the 7 Grand Duchies. With Dorcas' outstanding talent, once he received the full support of the Empire, he immediately unleashed a terrifying force. In just over a month, under the leadership of Dorcas, this incomparably valiant army had occupied the Bavenden Duchy without the knowledge of the 7 Grand Duchies. Furthermore, with the Bavenden Duchy as their stronghold, they had successfully defeated the hastily allied armies of the Bonton Duchy and the Etmond Duchy. Bavenden Duchy was extremely far from Brettel City. Dorcas's attack this time had come without any warning. Bavenden Duchy had never imagined that the Lancelot Empire would give up what was close at hand and attack them first. Caught off guard, they had no way to organize an effective resistance. Within a week, Bavenden Duchy's military forces had been swept away. Grand Duke Alec Ambridge had died in battle. The neighboring duchies, Bonton Duchy and Etmond Duchy, immediately joined forces to resist, but suffered a great loss in the first battle. Now, the 2 duchies were defending their city gates while recklessly contacting the other duchies, preparing to join forces to deal with Lancelot Empire's fierce invasion. Of the remaining 4 duchies, Helen's Helen Duchy and Bert Zeely's Boulette Duchy were of one mind with Han Shuo. After Han Shuo had killed Niam Beige, the Bisley Duchy had fallen into chaos. They had suffered disastrous losses under Bert Zeely's attack and were unable to play any role. Only Benedict Sackville's Narsen Duchy could be considered to have some military strength. However, with Helen and Bert Zeely playing tricks in the dark, Han Shuo was almost certain that Benedict Sackville would not be able to escape misfortune this time. With regards to the attack of the 7 Grand Duchies, Han Shuo was truly at ease after learning of the progress of the situation. With the full support of Lancelot Empire, without the shackles of old Monster Stadtholm, as well as the assistance of Helen Duchy and Bullet Duchy, the 7 Grand Duchies would truly be unable to escape this time. Nothing had changed in Brettel City. During Dorcas's war, Brettel City had acted as a supplier of weapons and rations. When Dorcas had won, Brettel City had seized the opportunity to seize the resources and political power of that duchy. While controlling the situation, Brettel City had also seized command of a region. The situation was excellent. This was the moment when Lancelot Empire had begun to soar. While Lancelot Empire was invading freely, the Brute Merchant Alliance was having a headache. As the protector of the Brute Merchant Alliance, the death of Lightning Sacred Magus Reynolds had brought immeasurable losses to the Brute Merchant Alliance. What gave the Brute Merchant Alliance even more of a headache were the magical beasts surging out of Tarrag Canyon. These magical beasts were wreaking havoc in the surroundings of several cities, destroying and attacking humans everywhere. The Brute Merchant Alliance was a united organization formed by various large merchant guilds. Doing business between various regions and even various countries was the true way for them to obtain huge profits. However, the magical beasts that roamed everywhere forced the various merchant alliances to station themselves in their cities. This brought immeasurable losses to the Brute Merchant Alliance, a nation that mainly relied on commerce. Therefore, even though the Brute Merchant Alliance knew that the Lancelot Empire was invading the 7 Grand Duchies like a raging fire, and was enjoying the fruits of the invasion to its heart's content, they had no time to spare because of the internal chaos. They could only watch helplessly as the Lancelot Empire continued to expand. Only Han Shua understood that the cruelty that the Brute Merchant Alliance was about to face was not limited to this. Although Tanai's soul race at Tarrag Canyon hadn't made any unusual movements during this period, it was very likely because their level 6 tribal king had been injured in the battle with the Saintess of the Church of Light. Once this 6-horned tribal king recovered, perhaps the Brute Merchant Alliance would want to cry but have no tears. Standing on the bustling street, Han Shua discarded the thoughts in his head and continued to search for items suitable for himself among the stalls that were everywhere. One had to admit that this so-called auction was indeed worthy of its reputation. Before the actual auction had even begun, Han Shua had already found 2 good items from among the various materials in the surroundings. The weeping wood. There were tear-stained patterns on the surface of this wood. By grinding the wood into powder and refining it with several medicinal herbs, it could be made into a medicinal pellet that could calm one's inner demons. The multicolor stone. In the refinement of some magical weapons that required flexibility, the multicolor stone could play a role in making the magical weapon extremely tough. It was also useful for Gilbert's new refinement. Gilbert's bones were mixed with the multicolor stone, which could make his bones even tougher. These 2 items were things that Han Shua had found this morning. The multicolor stone, in particular, was very useful for Gilbert. If Gilbert had chosen to be reborn as a bone dragon, Han Shua wouldn't have needed to waste too much energy. He could have directly placed his soul into the netherworld and helped him reconstruct his skeleton from his bones. However, since Gilbert had chosen to become a demon, Han Shua had spent a lot of energy to refine a new body for him, using his original skeleton as the foundation and mixing in various rare and precious materials. Han Shua felt guilty towards Gilbert. This time, he had made up his mind to refine a new body to compensate Gilbert. That was why he had come here to collect truly rare materials. He wanted to refine a demonic body for Gilbert that could not only give him strength, but also have unlimited possibilities for evolution. What is this? Can I have a look? Han Shua, who was walking on the bustling street, looked left and right, searching for materials suitable for Gilbert. At this moment, he suddenly saw a dull, palm-sized stone. Han Shua's consciousness sensed a few faint traces of strange energy from it. That was why he opened his mouth and asked. The owner of the stall was an old woman. She was lazily sizing up the stream of people that passed by. When she heard Han Shua's question, her attention suddenly fell on Han Shua. With an imposing figure and extraordinary clothing, Han Shuo could tell at a glance that he was extravagant. The space ring on his finger, in particular, was proof of his wealth. Of course. The old woman's face was plastered with a fawning smile as she took out the stone and respectfully handed it to Han Shuo. Grasping the palm-sized stone, Han Shuo's demonic yuan and consciousness entered the stone together. Squinting his eyes to feel it, Han Shuo's eyes brightened. He looked at the old woman with a smile and asked, "Old lady, how much is this stone?" "My grandfather obtained this item by accident. It has been around for many years. Since you want it, then 5 gold coins." The old woman thought for a moment before replying. "Pa!" A bag of gold coins was thrown out from Han Shuo's hand. He laughed heartily and said, "Here are 100 gold coins, I'm taking it." "Thank you, thank you." The old woman was pleasantly surprised. She suddenly grabbed the bag of gold coins tightly and looked left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she hurriedly put away the bag of gold coins and packed up the stall before leaving. She had no idea what the stone was used for. 5 gold coins was just a random price. 100 gold coins was definitely a huge sum of money for her. She was in such a hurry to leave because she was afraid that Han Shuo would go back on his word. With the yuan storage stone in his hand, Han Shuo was in a very good mood and continued to stroll around aimlessly. Suddenly, Han Shuo's expression froze as he looked in front of him with some astonishment. He saw a young and beautiful girl with a faint smile on her face, looking at a stall with great interest. It was the beautiful girl who had gone through thick and thin with him in the dark forest, Sophie. Chapter 485. A few years ago, in the dark forest, Han Shuo teamed up with Sophie Marceau, the fire grand magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance, to explore the place of extreme fire. Because of Marceau's disloyalty, Han Shuo and Sophie worked together and survived the trials and tribulations together. Sophie was originally a citizen of Kasi Empire. Her father, Sulo, was a renowned sacred knight in Kasi Empire. Han Shuo had long known this. He did not expect that after so many years, when Han Shuo came to Kasi Empire, he would so coincidentally run into Sophie. Back then, when Han Shuo and Sophie were separated in the dark forest, Sophie had repeatedly reminded Han Shuo that if he ever came to Kasi Empire, he must look for her. From a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Han Shuo looked at the beautiful Sophie, watching her excitedly picking out some exquisite trinkets. He could not help but laugh. On this long street, all kinds of items were sold, among which there was no lack of truly priceless goods. Unexpectedly, Sophie was not at all interested in those exquisite weapons that were useful for combat, but lingered on the trinket stalls instead. It seemed that it was indeed women's nature to love beauty. These fancy and exquisite trinkets without any practical value were instead a great temptation to Sophie. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. Sophie, who was already beautiful and moving, was like a blooming flower, looking even more beautiful. Looking at this beautiful girl from afar, although Han Shuo was happy, he did not go up to meet her. Han Shuo had a rather good impression of this beautiful girl. Back in the place of extreme fire, the fire grand magus had tried to frame Han Shuo, but was stopped by this kind-hearted girl. On this trip to Kasi Empire, what Han Shuo had done at the Shrine of Ice would make him the public enemy of the entire Kasi Empire. Once Han Shuo and Sophie crossed paths, it was very likely that it would bring trouble to Sophie. Although Sophie's father, Sulo, was a sacred knight and had great influence in Kasi Empire, he was far from being comparable to the Shrine of Ice. Therefore, Han Shuo only took a few glances at Sophie from afar before leaving quietly. He purposely took a detour, then wandered around the bustling streets in search of materials suitable for Dark Dragon Gilbert's body. The yuan storage stone that Han Shuo had obtained from the old woman's stall was very useful for cultivators and devil cultivators. As the name suggested, the yuan storage stone could store real essence and devil yuan. It was very useful when refining some special devil weapons. It could increase a magic weapon's tolerance to demonic yuan and increase the speed at which the demonic yuan flowed. When refining Gilbert's body, as long as this yuan storage stone was completely integrated into his bones, it would be greatly beneficial to Gilbert's rapid progress in the future. Exchanging it for a mere 100 gold coins was simply getting a rare treasure for free. It was precisely because Han Shuo had managed to find 3 extraordinary items in just one morning's time that Han Shuo was rather looking forward to this year's auction in Kasi Empire. Exuberant with energy, Han Shuo did not stop. After bypassing Sophie, he continued to search for items that suited him. With the marvelous sensitivity of his consciousness, in addition to Han Shuo's outstanding foresight, this time Han Shuo had truly reaped a bountiful harvest. In the afternoon, he successively obtained 7 or 8 exotic items that could be integrated into his bones and flesh. It was only when the sky had darkened and the stall owners had packed up and left one after another did Han Shuo reluctantly leave the area. Tomorrow was the day the auction would officially begin. Compared to the items on display at those stalls, the auction that would last for 3 consecutive days would be the real highlight. Every item on display at the auction was a certified treasure. Some priceless treasures would also frequently appear. After returning to the small inn he lived in, Han Shuo closed the door and laid down a soundproof warning matrix. He then took out the soul depository ring and communicated with Gilbert's soul. For the past few days, Han Shuo had been talking nonsense with Gilbert out of habit. Inside the soul depository ring, Gilbert was extremely bored. All day long, he worried whether his new physical body would cause him to lose some of his male functions and desires. Despite Han Shuo's persuasion, Gilbert's worries remained unabated. Gilbert's physical body had already been destroyed, leaving only his soul. However, the bad habits of the Dark Dragon race were deeply ingrained in him. It seemed that as long as his soul didn't perish, Dark Dragon Gilbert's temperament wouldn't change too much. Don't worry, I will search for the rarest and most precious materials. With your original bones as the foundation and the structure of the human body as the standard, I will rebuild a satisfactory body for you. This body will be even stronger than the body of the Dark Dragon race. Moreover, it will have unlimited possibilities of evolution. The desires and sexual ability that you are worried about will only become stronger. It will never make you a eunuch. Han Shuo, who had a headache because of Gilbert's chatter, had no choice but to promise again. Waha! That's great. Fortunately, I didn't choose a bone dragon. A dragon with only bones doesn't have that organ. Wouldn't I lose a lot of fun? Dark Dragon Gilbert tossed and turned in the soul depository ring, shouting excitedly. Alright, behave yourself. Properly comprehend those memories that I gave you. That is a martial technique that can make the soul stronger. You have to spend more energy on it. Gilbert's excitement gave Han Shuo a headache. Han Shuo exhorted helplessly. There were many secret techniques in demonic sections. There were even secret techniques that specifically strengthened and tempered the soul. As long as Dark Dragon Gilbert practiced according to that secret technique, his soul would become stronger and stronger. Once it reached a certain level of strength, he wouldn't need to use the soul depository ring to appear in front of Han Shuo. Moreover, his soul wouldn't dissipate with the passage of time. Some malicious spirits and evil spirits in this world also mastered a certain method under special circumstances. Only then could their soul not dissipate with the passage of time. Moreover, they could slowly strengthen their soul. They could even seize the time of rebirth in the human body and become stronger and stronger. The method that Han Shuo passed to Dark Dragon Gilbert was the method of refining evil spirits in demonic sections. As long as an ordinary soul was willing to painstakingly practice, it could also become a frightening evil spirit, unrestrained by the laws of heaven and earth. Dark Dragon Gilbert's soul was extremely strong. As long as he practiced according to Han Shuo's method, it wouldn't take too much time for him to completely break away from the soul depository ring. Even if his physical body was forged, his soul would still be very useful to him in the future. Master, how do you know so many messy things? I've never even heard of this kind of martial technique that cultivates the soul. How do you know it? After practicing for a few days, Gilbert had already realized the wonders of this method. His soul was becoming more and more tenacious. In the beginning, his soul would lose all strength after talking to Han Shuo for a few minutes. However, after practicing this martial technique for a few days, he could already persevere and talk to Han Shuo for more than an hour. Why do you care so much? Just practice properly for me. After a period of time, when you have a new body, you will know the benefits, scolded Han Shuo. Alright. You're so annoying. Gilbert mumbled. Only then did he reluctantly shut up. He quieted down in the soul depository ring and slowly forged his soul according to that method. When Gilbert finally quieted down, Han Shuo also slowly sank into contemplation. During this period of time, Han Shuo didn't continue to practice demonic magic. After reaching the carnal realm, Han Shuo just let nature take its course and didn't deliberately force himself on demonic magic. As for necromancy magic, Han Shuo spent quite a bit of effort. Out of the three boundaries of fear, weakness, and aging, Han Shuo had already grasped the two boundaries of fear and weakness. In some large-scale battles, these two boundaries could greatly weaken the enemy's battle strength and have the effect of reversing the situation. Only the most mysterious and miraculous boundary of aging, Han Shuo really didn't know where to start for the time being. Unable to grasp the knack of it, Han Shuo didn't continue to waste too much energy on this boundary for the time being. Instead, he took the opportunity to grasp the last magic of the necromancy Grand Magus realm, the Grand Disintegration Art. The Grand Disintegration Art was the signature magic of necromancy mages. It was also a magic with extremely high destructive power. As the name implied, the Grand Disintegration Art could disintegrate the enemy's body. In an instant, an expert would die in pieces. This was an extremely frightening magic, but it was precisely because this magic was so frightening that it couldn't be released every time. Even if the Grand Disintegration Art was released, a certain probability was needed to achieve that kind of power. Even necromancy mages who were extremely proficient in this magic only had a chance of success once after releasing 5 Grand Disintegration Arts in a row. For necromancy mages who didn't particularly understand the essence of necromancy magic, the probability was even lower. Some people could only succeed once out of 10 times. The power of the Grand Disintegration Art also varied. The more powerful ones could instantly kill someone, while the weaker ones could only leave behind scars on the enemy's body. Han Shuo had only truly grasped this magic 2 days ago when he was recuperating from his injuries. However, he wasn't particularly proficient at it yet. Now that Gilbert had stopped being long-winded, Han Shuo continued to focus on this signature magic of necromancy mages. He also thought about when to test the power of this magic on a living person. Unknowingly, a night had passed. As soon as the sun rose, loud chatter could be heard from the outside of the hotel. Today was the day the finale auction would begin. Han Shuo had already stopped his research and rushed to the location of the auction. He wanted to see if there would be a greater harvest today. Chapter 486. Today, Han Shuo first lingered around the dazzling array of stalls. Han Shuo's luck was indeed pretty good. After a short while, he managed to find 2 pieces of limestone. As the sun gradually rose into the sky, the number of nobles dressed in luxurious clothing, riding tall horses, or sitting in carriages gradually increased. They did not linger on the bustling streets, but headed straight for the auction venue. Due to the appearance of these people, the originally crowded streets were cleared by a brigade of knights dispatched by Kasi Empire's city defense army. On the profound continent, nobles had always enjoyed special privileges. Those who could attend the auction venue were either rich or respectable. Kasi Empire naturally gave special treatment to such people. Some commoners, down-and-out swordsmen, small wealthy merchants, and distressed mages who lingered around the stalls on both sides of the street enviously watched these people walk towards the auction venue with their heads held high and chest puffed out under the escort of knights. They discussed in low voices and took the initiative to make way for them, lest they were asking for trouble by blocking their way. One after another, luxurious carriages arrogantly passed by. The carriages were decorated with exquisite patterns and emblems that symbolized their status. There were too many people on the street. In order to make way for these nobles, everyone had no choice but to squeeze together. As a result, stumbling was unavoidable, and all kinds of noises became even more chaotic. Han Shuo was among these people. At this moment, he could not help but crease his brows. The crowded crowd blocked Han Shuo, making it impossible for him to move around unhurriedly. In a place like this, in order not to startle the world, Han Shuo could not fly around randomly, nor could he use brute force to push people to the side. Therefore, he could not stroll around unhurriedly. Fortunately, Han Shuo was tall and broad. Standing in such a crowd, he naturally stood out. When Han Shuo creased his brows and inadvertently revealed his imposing manner, unless the people around him were squeezed to the point where they had no place to stand, they would generally not approach Han Shuo. Miss Sophie, it's Miss Sophie. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. No way, I saw that beautiful young lady here the day before yesterday. She even bought a pendant from my stall and pestered me for half a day for 2 gold coins. How do you know it's Miss Sophie? Are you sure you're not mistaken? A stall owner exclaimed in disbelief. Idiot, riding a pure white Pegasus and such a beautiful young lady, who else could it be other than Miss Sophie? Ha, you must have been mistaken a few days ago. How could Miss Sophie waste half a day with you just for 2 gold coins? The first person said disdainfully. Discussions about Sophie rose and fell, and many of them inadvertently fell into Han Shuo's ears. From the discussions of those around him, Han Shuo discovered that Sophie actually possessed a great reputation in Kasi Empire, and this reputation was not entirely due to her father, a sacred knight, Sulo. The young Sophie was already a sky rider, only a step away from her paladin father, Sulo. On top of that, Sophie was also a summoner, and her own strength was unfathomable. In addition to her extraordinary talent, Sophie's most attractive qualities are her kindness and approachability. There are many legends about Sophie helping poor people and her approachability. In the hearts of the people of Kasi Empire, the kind and pure Sophie was simply a perfect young lady. Especially in the hearts of some youngsters, Sophie was fully deserving of being a goddess. Amidst the clamor, Han Shuo passively accepted many positive rumors about Sophie. Han Shuo, who already had a good impression of Sophie, felt rather moved as he watched Sophie slowly approach on her pure white Pegasus. Yesterday, on the crowded streets, Han Shuo had already seen Sophie. But compared to the way she was today, Han Shuo preferred her approachability from yesterday. Riding on a Pegasus, Sophie wore a faint smile on her face. But when she thought of the person in the carriage beside her, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, even complaining about her father's inexplicable behavior. In the carriage that came abreast of Sophie, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a handsome young face. This youth, who was infatuated with Sophie, did not conceal the scorching light in his eyes. Although he did not say a word, anyone could see the intense desire to possess her in his eyes. Feifei, the reason I came to the auction this time is to find a treasure worthy of you, the youth who was infatuated with Sophie said in a mushy tone as he leaned on the carriage and looked at Sophie with a smile. Sophie squeezed out a smile and said, No, no need. You know, I have no interest in those things. How can that be? My house of Pilon is the legitimate line of the royal family. Your father has already agreed to our marriage. As the wife of Brack, you will be the most beautiful, the most graceful and the most luxurious woman. You must have a treasure that can match you. Brack said decisively. Brack's words really gave Sophie a headache. Brack was the nephew of His Majesty the King, Brad Pilon, and the son of Prince Bradley Pilon. In Kasi Empire, the Pilon royal family was the true ruler. For such a family, her father, Sulo, to take the liberty of agreeing to this marriage without her consent, Sophie really didn't know what to do. As the son of Prince Bradley Pilon, Brack could be considered a clean and honest character among the nobles of Kasi Empire. For many years, there hadn't been too many negative rumors about him. The eloquent Brack was a rising star in the political circles of Kasi Empire. Riding on the coattails of the House of Pilon, he rose through the ranks and became a prominent figure in Kasi Empire. Sulo had agreed to this marriage. Whether Sophie was willing or not, in this patriarchal world, Sophie was already Brack's fiancée. Sophie's etiquette education from a young age prevented her from doing anything that would be beneath her status in a formal setting. This time, when she came together with Brack in public, it was only because she was unable to dissuade her father that she reluctantly agreed. As she listened to Brack's incessant ramblings about the future, Sophie's heart grew heavier and heavier. As a sky rider with extraordinary strength, Sophie really didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Brack, a nobleman who was neither good at magic nor martial arts, but was only infatuated with power. If it wasn't for the fact that Brack's family was too powerful, if it wasn't for her father's coercion, Sophie would have long continued to wander around the stalls on the bustling streets. Why would she become Brack's foil and accompany him to some auction house where celebrities gathered? Incomparably vexed, Sophie simply ignored Brack's incessant ramblings beside her. Sitting on her Pegasus, she wore a tranquil and faint smile as she aimlessly swept her eyes across the crowded crowd. She placed her attention on other things to lessen the detestable chatter in her ears. Suddenly, an imposing figure entered Sophie's eyes. Among the crowd that was only 1.7 meters tall, Han Shoa with a height of 1.9 meters and a majestic physique stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Moreover, amidst the unbearably crowded crowd, that crane in a flock of chickens appeared rather spacious. This attracted even more attention from others. In the beginning, Sophie only took a casual glance. From her angle, she could only see Han Shoa's side profile. However, half of Han Shoa's chiseled cheeks gave Sophie a sense of familiarity. When Sophie's curiosity was piqued and she carefully observed Han Shoa, this sense of familiarity grew stronger and stronger. As the Pegasus slowly advanced, Sophie's angle of view on Han Shoa gradually changed. By the time Sophie was able to take in half of Han Shoa's face, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim in surprise. Her bright eyes were filled with disbelief and pleasant surprise. It was at this moment that Han Shoa, who was looking around using his consciousness to search for suitable items, suddenly sensed a gaze that was fixed on him. Han Shoa creased his brows and unintentionally looked in the direction of the gaze. Immediately, he saw Sophie's pleasantly surprised eyes and pretty demeanor. With a sudden start, only then did Han Shoa react. He recalled how special his height would be among such a group of people. In order to not bring trouble to Sophie, Han Shoa gave up on searching for materials to refine Gilbert in this area. He hastily turned around and squeezed his way out of the crowd. Han Shoa exerted force with his shoulders. All the passers-by close to him were knocked to the ground one after another. For a moment, curses rang out one after another. However, when they saw that majestic silhouette, each and every one of them hastily shut their mouths. Sophie, who was riding on a Pegasus in the distance, immediately cried out in surprise when she saw Han Shoa leaving in a hurry. Her slender, lily-white hand lightly patted the spotlessly white Pegasus beneath her, then pointed in the direction Han Shoa had left. The spotlessly white Pegasus, which had deliberately lowered its altitude, sensed its master's surprise and anxiety. It immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, searching for Han Shoa above the crowd. Miss Sophie, what's going on?" a middle-aged knight in front of Brack suddenly exclaimed. Brack, who had been gazing at Sophie, suddenly realized that his target was getting further and further away from him. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Raising his head to look at Sophie, who had spread her wings and left, he shouted, "Where are you going? What's the matter with you?" "I'm sorry, Brack. I suddenly ran into a friend I haven't seen for many years." Sophie flew into the sky on her Pegasus. She smiled apologetically at Brack, then once again patted the Pegasus' neck. Whoosh! Under Sophie's command, the Pegasus, which had already identified its direction, fiercely chased after the rapidly disappearing Han Shuo. Chapter 487. That was why he was unwilling to bring her unnecessary trouble. Han Shuo was well aware of the status of the Shrine of Ice in Kasi Empire. Even if Sophie had a sacred Night Father, once she got involved with him, she would not come to a good end. The only thing that caught Han Shuo by surprise was Sophie's pursuit of him in public. Seeing Sophie gliding over on a Pegasus, Han Shuo did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Oh, it's Miss Sophie." People always liked a lively scene. One after another, they raised their heads to look at the beautiful Sophie riding a Pegasus overhead. They could not help but shout. With that, looking in the direction Sophie flew, Han Shuo's rapidly disappearing silhouette immediately attracted the attention of many. The pleasantly surprised expression on Sophie's face made people understand that Han Shuo's escape was not because he had done something bad. The scene of the extraordinarily handsome Han Shuo forcing a smile as he fled from Sophie's pleasantly surprised pursuit was indeed able to give rise to many wild and fanciful thoughts. As a result, everyone's thoughts went astray. Could it be that this man was the true object of the beautiful Miss Sophie's affection? For a moment, the crowd watching the chase and the escape had such thoughts in their minds. Looking at the prince's son, Brack, who was making a fuss over there, the commoners began to rejoice in his misfortune. They winked at each other and discussed in low voices without the slightest scruple. "Ha, interesting. It seems that Miss Sophie has long had someone in mind." Yeah. It seems that Brack is delusional. I've long heard that it was his wishful thinking. He used his father's influence to get old Sulo to agree. Now it seems that's indeed the case. Well, only an amiable and approachable person like Miss Sophie is a true nobleman. Although Brack's family is wealthy, they pursue fame and fortune too much. I'm afraid they are not worthy of Miss Sophie. On the noisy street, such conversations could be heard from time to time amidst the crowd. Pairs of disdainful and gloating gazes, either directly or implicitly, were cast on Brack's luxurious carriage, as though mocking Brack's uselessness. Damn it! What's the background of that brat? How could someone as distinguished as Sophie know such a lowly commoner who mingles among the commoners? Inside the carriage, Brack could see Han Shuo's back from a distance. He accidentally overheard some remarks that infuriated him. His heart was filled with rage. "Young master, I've never seen or heard of that kid. I think it's just an excuse of Miss Sophie. She just wants to avoid you, young master. She doesn't want to go to the auction with you, so she did it on purpose." The knight beside the carriage whispered. Suddenly, an exclamation came from afar, he's flying, so fast." Brack stared blankly into the distance. Han Shuo's stalwart body abruptly broke through the air, turning into a thin line as he rapidly flew into the distance. Behind Han Shuo, Sophie, who was riding on a pure white Pegasus, was in hot pursuit. Her figure gradually became a white until she completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Amazing, he must be a respected magister, maybe even a grand magister. No wonder Miss Sophie is always chasing after him. Ha, only such a young and extraordinary genius magician is worthy of Miss Sophie. Yeah, he's really a guy who hides his abilities. Yes, he's just like Miss Sophie, definitely an amiable and approachable nobleman. He even bought a stone from me just now. Ha, only such a character is worthy of Miss Sophie. Thuram, find out who this person is. Brack, who was in the carriage, was originally only somewhat angry. It was only when Han Shuo broke through the air and left that Brack became truly angry. He immediately ordered the knight beside him in a deep voice. Yes, young master. Thuram was well aware of what a character who could fly meant. Now that such a character who could threaten Brack had appeared, he, as a servant, naturally knew what he should do. Han Shoa, who had used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to quickly leave this area, laughed bitterly in his heart. He really did not want Sophie to provoke him. Otherwise, not only Sophie, but even her family might perish because of him. Who knew that this woman was really somewhat difficult to deal with? She clearly saw that he was deliberately avoiding her, yet she actually took the initiative to chase after him. This was really out of Han Shoa's expectations. With one in front and one behind, the two very quickly arrived at a relatively remote and quiet street. Seeing that there was no one around, Han Shoa was about to exert his demonic arts to the extreme to shake Sophie off when he suddenly heard a light shout while panting heavily, "Han, stop right there." Han Shoa was stunned. Seeing that he could not shake Sophie off, in order to let her understand the situation, he looked left and right, and shuttled through this remote street at a moderate speed. After a short while, he brought Sophie, who had been chasing after him, to a spacious and quiet square. Standing on a stone step in the square, Han Shoa finally stopped. He turned his head and smiled bitterly at Sophie, who had been chasing after him, saying, "Long time no see. Why are you hiding from me?" Sophie's Pegasus landed gracefully. She looked at Han Shoa in bewilderment, her face full of doubt and her tone somewhat indignant. "That's because I don't want to bring you trouble. You've been living a good life in Kasi Empire. Once you get involved with me, you and your family will suffer a calamity," Han Shoa said in a solemn voice, fearing that Sophie would persevere in her pursuit. Sophie was truly taken aback when she heard those words. Her pretty face immediately changed. She first looked around, and only when she saw that there was no one around did she carefully guess in a low voice, "Did you do something bad?" Nodding, Han Shoa frankly admitted, "That's right, I did something very bad." "Tell me about it. My father has some influence in Kasi Empire. Perhaps I can help you." Sophie was rather kind-hearted. Not only did she not leave immediately, she was thinking about how she could help Han Shoa. "Forget it, your father can't help me anyway." Han Shoa flatly refused. Then, he looked at Sophie with a straight face and said, "I will be staying in Kasi Empire for some time. Don't have any contact with me. Just pretend you don't know me." "How can I do that?" Sophie refused to comply. She said in a very loyal manner, "Back in the dark forest, you once saved my life. No matter what, we are still friends. Now that you are in trouble, how can I pretend not to know? Besides, I promised you back then that if you come to Kasi Empire, I will certainly treat you well. I am not in any trouble. You will only be in trouble if you know." The more Sophie said so, the more Han Shoa could not let her get into big trouble, so he hastily explained. Who knew that this woman Sophie was really persistent? After hearing what Han Shoa said, she said in all seriousness, "What trouble will I be in? Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. It's rare for you to come to Kasi Empire. No matter what, as your master, I have to thank you for saving my life. Miss, the one I offended is the Shrine of Ice. Can you bear the responsibility?" Seeing Sophie so insistent, Han Shoa had no choice but to mention the Shrine of Ice. As expected, when the word Shrine of Ice came out, Sophie was indeed frightened. Sophie looked at Han Shoa in shock. After staring blankly for a while, she cautiously asked, "Han, what's going on? How did you offend the shrine? I know you are a citizen of Lancelot Empire, but I don't know much about you. How did you get entangled with the shrine?" After hearing Sophie's words, Han Shoa realized that Sophie probably did not know his true identity. Back in the dark forest, Han Shoa had casually mentioned the name Brian Han. As Sophie had never heard of this name, she thought that Han Shoa had given a fake name and did not pay much attention to it. She probably did not associate the city lord of Bretel city of Lancelot Empire with Han Shoa. Don't worry about how I offended them. In any case, the Shrine of Ice won't let me off. You better not have anything to do with me, Han Shuo replied. However, as long as the shrine can't find you, there won't be any problem. Isn't that right? To Han Shuo's surprise, Sophie smiled craftily and took out 2 brown round fruits from her space ring. She handed one to Han Shuo and confidently explained, "This is a gift from a friend of mine. As long as you rub it and apply it to your face, you can change the shape of your face and skin color. No one will be able to tell." As she spoke, Sophie showed the fruit to Han Shuo. She slowly rubbed the fruit in her hands. When it had turned into a sticky substance, Sophie pointed at her own pretty face and slowly smeared the sticky substance on her face. Then, she began to rub the corners of her cheeks in front of Han Shuo. It seemed that this was definitely not Sophie's first time doing this. Without using any mirrors, she relied purely on practice. In just a short while, her appearance had undergone a tremendous transformation. Sophie's fair skin had turned the color of wheat. The contours of her cheeks had also changed. From a pretty girl, she had turned into an ordinary girl. Even the skin of her neck and hands had changed. Some pharmacists had exceptional control over their medicines. In fact, Han Shuo also had this kind of medicine called the transfiguration fruit. Back then, it was Cecilia who gifted it to Han Shuo. On this trip to Kasi Empire, Han Shuo did not use the transfiguration fruit because he was not afraid of being exposed. "Ha, isn't it magical? You definitely can't recognize me now." Sophie, who had changed her face, exclaimed proudly. She then walked to Han Shuo, took out a small mirror and faced it at Han Shuo. She smiled and said, "Hurry up, as long as you use the fruit to change your appearance, no one will recognize you. The Shrine of Ice won't be able to find you, and naturally, they won't be able to implicate me." Even the ingredients had been prepared. Han Shuo really could not find a reason to refuse. He had no choice but to rub the transfiguration fruit with a bitter smile. When the medicine dissolved into a sticky substance, he slowly smeared it on his face according to Sophie's instructions. However, Han Shuo was clearly not an expert at this. The stretching of his muscles would often make his face look sinister and ferocious. Sophie watched as Han Shuo still could not adjust his appearance to her satisfaction. Seeing that the effects of the medicine were about to wear off with time, she hesitated for a moment before saying bashfully, "Let me help you." Without waiting for Han Shuo to agree, Sophie suddenly extended her slender jade-like hands and abruptly placed them on Han Shuo's cheeks. Based on her familiarity and understanding of the transfiguration fruit, Sophie began to change Han Shuo's chiseled cheeks little by little. Although the skin color of Sophie's hands had changed, when they landed on Han Shuo's cheeks, they were still warm and smooth. Especially when Sophie was still using her palms to rub, as if she was flirting with a lover, it gave Han Shuo a strange feeling. Sophie was obviously a bit embarrassed as well. Although the blush on her face couldn't be seen due to the change in her skin tone, Han Shuo caught a glimpse of her bashfulness from her eyes. "Alright, what do you think?" Just as Han Shuo was letting his imagination run wild, Sophie suddenly stopped and proudly took credit. In the mirror in Sophie's hands, a face that Han Shuo was unfamiliar with appeared. This person had a round chin and thick cheeks, a face that only a fat person should have. Looking at the face in the mirror, Han Shuo could not help but think of little fatty Jack. I really don't look like much." Han Shuo looked at the face in the mirror and answered honestly with a wry smile. The fat face in the mirror smiled, simple and honest. No matter how you looked at it, it looked honest. This made Han Shuo think of little fatty Jack. Because of this, Han Shuo's wry smile became even more pronounced. "Let me tell you, only fat people don't attract attention." Really, there are fat people all over the streets, no one would think of your original appearance." Sophie explained very professionally, and then added with a smile, "Also, the corners of your face are too prominent and not easy to disguise. This is the only way to cover up the corners with fat." Ha, I didn't think that you would be so cute after becoming fat. Hee hee. Seeing Sophie's giggling face, Han Shuo felt that Sophie was purposely making him look fatter, as if she'd be happier if he was uglier. Up to you, I'll do whatever you say. Han Shuo did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said helplessly. Here, stuff this into your stomach. Sophie took out a small pillow from her space ring and handed it to Han Shuo with a smile. She explained, a fat person has to have a big belly, or else he wouldn't be called a fat person. As she spoke, a trace of a sly smile flashed through Sophie's eyes, which Han Shuo just happened to catch. With this, Han Shuo could be sure that Sophie had indeed done it on purpose. However, because Han Shuo knew that Sophie did not have any ill intentions, and his face was already fat anyway, he did not say anything. He took the small pillow from Sophie and stuffed it into his clothes, forming a slightly protruding belly just like that. Ha, not bad at all. Look. Seeing that Han Shuo's belly was protruding, Sophie laughed with obvious malice. She held a mirror in her hand and looked at Han Shuo's belly, even smugly patting Han Shuo's belly. She laughed as she said, I'll forgive you now. Let's see if you still dare to run away as soon as you see me like I'm the plague. It was only now that Han Shuo understood why Sophie had done this. It turned out that this was all revenge for Han Shuo's dodging earlier. It looked like women were indeed very vengeful. Even a kind-hearted woman like Sophie was no exception. She had used this kind of prank to punish Han Shuo. As expected, one should not offend women, and beautiful and kind-hearted women were no exception. Han Shuo smiled wryly as he lamented. Alright, as long as you change your clothes and deliberately hunch your back, absolutely no one will be able to recognize you. Sophie stopped laughing and looked at Han Shuo with satisfaction as she gave a suggestion to make her work even more perfect. Han Shuo reluctantly took out a new jacket. He had originally planned to have Sophie avoid his body, but when he remembered her prank earlier, Han Shuo had a bad heart. He pretended as if nothing had happened and took off the original jacket in front of Sophie. Han Shuo's upper body was only covered in a sturdy warrior's robe. As soon as this outer robe was taken off, his majestic naked body was immediately revealed. His perfect physique had an aura as sharp as a blade's edge, and was filled with the unique charm of a man. Sophie was stunned as she stared blankly at Han Shuo's majestic naked body. Her eyes were filled with amazement and a trace of intoxication. She had probably never seen such a perfect physique before, and couldn't even react for a moment. Suddenly, Sophie came to her senses and hastily turned around with a pale face. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "Bastard, how can you act like this in front of me? You're infuriating." Seeing Sophie so flustered, Han Shuo suddenly felt incomparably carefree in his heart. The bad luck from before had all been washed away. He chuckled and said, "Heh heh. I'm not even afraid of being taken advantage of, so what are you afraid of? You bastard. I knew you weren't a good person before, and now it looks like it was indeed so." Sophie angrily rebuked Han Shuo, and then muttered to herself in a low voice, "This guy's physique is really good." When he heard Sophie's words, Han Shuo suddenly recalled the time the two had spent together in the dark forest. His heart couldn't help but flutter. "Humph, are you done changing? If you're done, then quickly go back." Sophie's back was facing Han Shuo as she asked hatefully. "I'm done, where are we going?" Han Shuo was surprised. Turning around, Sophie said matter-of-factly, "The auction, of course. What place in Kasi Empire could be more lively than the auction today?" "All right." Han Shuo thought to himself that this was exactly what he wanted and readily agreed. Chapter 488. The two had only left for a short while. By the time they returned to the auction house, they had turned into two different people. One was a tall and well-built fatty, and the other was a plain-looking girl from the countryside. They looked very ordinary in the bustling streets. No one would have thought that they were the ones who had attracted everyone's attention. With the help of the city defense army, nobles from various cities of Kasi Empire, and even from other countries, entered the auction center in succession. When Sophie arrived, she did not enter the auction house as Han Shuo had expected. Instead, she dragged Han Shuo along and lingered around the small stalls, excitedly buying some gaudy ornaments that had no practical value. "This thing is worth 3 gold coins at most," Sophie said to the stall owner with a crystal button in her hand. "Miss, you are a beautiful crystal from the southern part of Brute Merchant Alliance. You won't be able to buy it anywhere for less than 5 gold coins." The stall owner was a skinny middle-aged man. He had a sincere expression on his face as he said in all seriousness, "Hee, this kind of crystal can be found everywhere. Look, the color isn't particularly bright, and the workmanship of the button is so crude. You actually dare to say that this is a blue dream crystal from the southern part of Brute Merchant Alliance? Ha, you really dare to talk nonsense. Here, look, the broken crystal on my chain is a blue dream crystal. Look carefully and see if there's any difference in the luster." Sophie took out a crystal necklace from her pocket and waved it in front of the stall owner, indicating that he could see the real blue dream crystal. Normally, no one wearing a space ring would appear in a place like this. Therefore, when they entered, not only did Sophie put away her own space ring, she also told Han Shuo to put his space ring away as well. This way, the two of them would not be able to find anything different from ordinary people on them. Seeing that he could not fool Sophie, the stall owner's face darkened. He said, "How about this, 4 gold coins? Take it if you want it, or forget it if you don't." 3 gold coins. Only 3 gold coins. The workmanship of your button is crude, it's only worth this price. Look, where the button and the crystal are embedded, there's a very fine scratch here, and here. Sophie was like an expert, going on and on about the flaws of the crystal button. Han Shuo stared at Sophie, dumbfounded. Listening to her unceremonious belittling of the crystal button for the sake of a gold coin, he really didn't know what she was doing this for. Finally, under Sophie's continuous bombardment, the stall owner took the initiative to admit defeat. He handed the crystal button to Sophie with a bitter smile and said, 3 gold coins, take it. Since what you said is completely useless, why do you still want to buy it? Ah. Its shape is kind of beautiful. Sophie said something nice for the first time. She happily fastened the crystal button to the corner of her shirt, smiled at Han Shuo, and asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" "It's all right." Han Shuo replied. After a pause, he added, "It matches your current appearance very well." Apart from the rather unique shape, there really wasn't anything special about this kind of fake jewel of poor quality in crude workmanship. However, Sophie's current appearance was also very mediocre. Paired with this ordinary and crude jewelry, it actually brought out the best in each other. Sophie obviously understood the meaning of Han Shuo's last sentence. She rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and lightly snorted, "Boss, ask him for money." "Humph, who asked you to deliberately make sarcastic remarks about me?" 3 gold coins was really nothing to Han Shuo. It was just that Sophie's attitude made Han Shuo feel both amused and infuriated. He casually took out 3 gold coins and handed it to the stall owner. Han Shuo followed behind Sophie and asked, "It's just a few gold coins. With your wealth, there's no need to waste time haggling, right?" Sophie was a sky rider, and her father, Sulo, was a famous sacred knight in Kasi Empire. No matter how one looked at it, Sophie definitely wasn't someone who lacked money. For such a person to argue endlessly with a vendor over a few gold coins really baffled Han Shuo. "What do you know? It's only at times like this that I can feel like an ordinary person." Sophie shot a glance at Han Shuo and said meaningfully. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He thought for a moment, then looked at the annoyance that flashed in Sophie's eyes. He immediately understood what Sophie meant. As the daughter of sacred knight Sulo, Sophie should have been treated like the apple of his eye since birth. It was likely that everyone treated Sophie as a little princess since she was young. Money and treasures, as long as Sophie liked it, it would be a piece of cake for her to have it. It was precisely because of this that Sophie had never experienced the life of an ordinary person. That was why she wasn't interested in auctions where celebrities gathered, but lingered at the stalls of these small merchants and peddlers. Han Shuo had lived in an ordinary family in his previous world. After his soul transmigrated to Profound Continent, his birth was even more humble. He had long gotten used to this kind of life, and therefore wouldn't be that passionate about such things. Unless it was some special item, Han Shuo really wouldn't be able to enjoy much pleasure in such places. Oh, right, why are you here? Sophie suddenly recalled this question after walking for some distance. Soon after, Sophie looked at Han Shuo with some pleasant surprise and said, "You also like to seek pleasure in places like this, don't you?" "Ha, I should have guessed it long ago. From your clothes and space ring, I can tell that you come from a good background. It seems that we are bosom buddies." Looking at Sophie's self-righteous understanding, Han Shuo smiled and shook his head. He calmly said, "I'm not born into a good family like you. I've suffered all kinds of hardships when I was young. The reason I come to places like this is because those who know what's good for them can definitely find good stuff." "That can't be true. What kind of good stuff can there be in a place like this?" Sophie obviously didn't quite believe it. She came to places like this purely to seek pleasure. Deep down, she didn't think that there was anything truly valuable in this place. "You don't believe me?" Han Shuo looked at Sophie smilingly, as though he wanted to prove it to her. "I don't believe you." Sophie became even more resolute when she saw Han Shuo's attitude. "Follow me." Han Shuo beckoned at Sophie with his finger, turned around, and walked towards another area. It seemed that he really intended to prove it to Sophie. Sophie really didn't believe him. She hurriedly followed Han Shuo, thinking, "I'll see what you can do." After squeezing through the endless stream of people for 70 to 80 meters, Han Shuo stopped in front of an inconspicuous stall. He casually picked up an ordinary gray stone and smiled at the stall owner. "Boss, how much is this stone?" "Oh, 5 gold coins. If you really want to buy it, I can make it a little cheaper." The stall owner casually replied. 5 gold coins it is." Han Shuo didn't have Sophie's special hobby. He casually took out 5 gold coins from the space ring in his pocket and handed it to the stall owner. This time, Sophie didn't argue about the price because she had some doubts. Seeing that Han Shuo had left the stall, she hurriedly chased after him. This place was secluded to begin with. Han Shuo walked a few steps and arrived at a very remote corner, waiting for Sophie. Looking at the gray stone in Han Shuo's hand, Sophie said in surprise, "This is the good thing you were talking about? Any mine would be filled with this kind of gray stone. I can't see any value in it." Shaking his head with a smile, Han Shuo said, "Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Give me your weapon." Sophie didn't understand, but she still did as Han Shuo said. She took out a long sword from her space ring and handed it to Han Shuo. One look at the exquisite longsword and it was obvious that it was priceless. Han Shuo touched the scabbard, feeling the smooth and warm gemstones embedded on it. He smiled at Sophie and said, "You are indeed a rich person. No wonder you want to pretend to be a poor person and have some special fun. Don't be so talkative. I want to see how you will prove that this stone is a good thing." Sophie crossed her arms in front of her chest and chuckled as she waited for Han Shuo's proof. Han Shuo smiled and didn't say anything else. He pulled out her long sword from the scabbard in front of Sophie and flicked the tip of the sword with his finger. Dang! The long sword let out a crisp sound. Under Sophie's attentive gaze, the gray stone in Han Shuo's palm turned into a layer of gray powder under the force of his 5 fingers. This powder fell evenly on the edge of Sophie's longsword, lightly sprinkling back and forth until the gray stone turned into fine powder. Then, a ball of demonic flame rose from Han Shuo's palm. Sophie was startled. She looked at the flame in Han Shua's palm in shock and said, "You also practiced fire magic." "That's not right. There's no fire element. What's going on?" Smiling at Phoebe and shaking his head, Han Shua didn't explain how he was able to ignite a flame in his palm without any fire element. Instead, he reminded Sophie, "Watch carefully." After hearing his words, Sophie didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she focused her attention on Han Shua's movements. Under Sophie's sparkling gaze, Han Shua moved the flame in his palm towards the blade of the longsword. Under the roasting of the flame in Han Shua's palm, the longsword in Sophie's hand slowly became incomparably hot. "Be careful, this is a gift that my father gave me when I became a sky rider. Don't break it." Sophie warned Han Shua with a bit of heartache as she watched Han Shua use the flames to roast her sword. Giving Sophie a reassuring look, Han Shua's eyebrows furrowed. He secretly circulated his magical yuan and poured it into the longsword through his hand holding the hilt. Under the dual effects of the flame and magical yuan, the grey powder on the upward-facing blade miraculously melted into the edge of the longsword. "Eh?" Sophie exclaimed softly. She was once again taken aback by the scene in front of her eyes. She exclaimed in disbelief, "I couldn't tell that you're also an alchemist." Han Shua didn't reply. He continued to focus on melting the congealing stone into the blade, watching all the powder disappear into the blade little by little. Han Shua had discovered the congealing stone yesterday. It was a peculiar material that could increase the density of a weapon and make energy flow faster. In the treasure book of refining weapons of demonic arts, the congealing stone was a very useful stone. However, in this world, Han Shua discovered that no one knew its use at all. There were a lot of congealing stones in the place of extreme metal in the Qilua mountain. Han Shua had long mixed an appropriate amount of congealing stone into the demon's lair edge. Therefore, when he saw the congealing stone yesterday, although Han Shua was surprised, he didn't make a move to buy it. This time, it was to prove to Sophie that there were indeed treasures in this kind of place. That was why he specifically came here to buy one. By the time all the congealing stone powder had melted into the blade, the temperature of the blade was already very hot. At this moment, the flame that was roasting the other side of the blade in Han Shua's palm suddenly turned from red to purple. There was only a squeaking sound, and light smoke rose from the blade. This was a natural phenomenon due to the sudden cooling of the high temperature. "Be careful. You wouldn't be taking the opportunity to use my longsword for an alchemy experiment, would you?" Sophie was still very worried about the longsword. While reminding Han Shua to be careful, she was also suspicious of whether Han Shua was harboring evil intentions. "Take it, inject fighting aura into it and see if it's different from usual." Han Shua didn't answer Sophie's question, but threw the longsword together with its scabbard to Sophie. Sophie hurriedly reached out to catch the longsword. As soon as it touched her hand, Sophie exclaimed, "It's a few kilograms heavier." Sophie watched as Han Shua ground a fist-sized stone into powder in his palm and melted it into the longsword. She couldn't understand how some stone powder could actually increase the weight of the longsword by a few kilograms. This was obviously very magical. "Try fighting aura." Han Shua smiled as he reminded her. With amazement, Sophie immediately injected fighting aura into the longsword in her hand. Sophie had only just injected fighting aura when the longsword suddenly lit up with a silver light of fighting aura. The speed was faster than Sophie had imagined. How is this possible?" Sophie exclaimed, looking at Han Shua in disbelief. She hurriedly said, "The longsword's reaction to fighting aura has increased a lot." "That's right, this is the effect of that stone. You should know that at a critical moment, once your fighting aura is injected into the longsword, you can release its power. This means what in battle?" Han Shua said to Sophie with a straight face. "I understand. This means that you can seize the initiative, and even turn the tables in an evenly matched battle." Sophie exclaimed. Her eyes immediately lit up as she looked at Han Shuo, saying, "This is too magical. How did you do it? It's really inconceivable." Chapter 489. Hee, that's why I said those who know what's good and what's good can still find good stuff in this kind of place. Han Shuo laughed. Let's go. Show me around. I see that you are a person who knows what's good and what's good. Sophie's face was full of joy. She grabbed the corner of Han Shuo's clothes and pulled Han Shuo towards the bustling area. Han Shuo felt helpless. Originally, Sophie said that as the host, she should properly entertain him. Who would have thought that it would be Han Shuo accompanying her to stroll around blindly instead? It seemed that the words of a woman could not be completely trusted. Seeing that Sophie was in high spirits, Han Shuo did not dampen her spirits. He accompanied her and squeezed through the crowd of stalls. Using his accurate sense of materials, he found a few good things suitable for her. Han, you are amazing. How do you know so much? Sophie said excitedly to Han Shuo as she tightly clasped a crudely made jade bracelet in her hand. The jade bracelet was also chosen by Han Shuo for Sophie. After Sophie put it on, she felt that the jade bracelet had the effect of relieving fatigue. After hearing Han Shuo explain all the effects of the jade bracelet, Sophie truly admired Han Shuo from the bottom of her heart. It's about time. It's already afternoon. Let's take a stroll around the auction house, Han Shuo suggested as he looked at Sophie smilingly. That place isn't very interesting. We might as well find some fun here. Sophie obviously did not have a favorable impression of the auction house as she replied, curling her lips. Kasi Empire holds an auction house once every 3 years. There must be many interesting people and items inside. Since I have come to Kasi Empire, it would be inexcusable if I didn't go and take a look. As the host, shouldn't you do your duty as a host? Although there were indeed some good things on display at the stalls outside, there must be even more precious treasures inside the auction house. Moreover, they must have all been appraised. That was why Han Shuo made such a suggestion. Alright, since you insist, I'll go with you. Sophie reluctantly agreed to Han Shuo's request and followed Han Shuo to the auction house. The auction house was located in an enormous building. When Han Shuo and Sophie walked to the door, a group of knights in shining armor were standing guard in front of the door, courteously blocking their way. Although these knights' attitudes could be considered friendly, they blocked the two's path. You two, you can't enter without an invitation, one of the knights reminded them with a smile. Han Shuo and Sophie's appearances were ordinary, and the clothes they wore were also very ordinary. After putting away the space rings, there was nothing special about the two of them. People dressed like commoners obviously shouldn't appear in a high-class place where celebrities congregated. Han Shuo coldly snorted. He thought to himself that these kinds of people were everywhere. Although this knight appeared to be courteous on the surface, the ridicule and contempt in his eyes were not concealed at all. Han Shuo could see the disdain in his heart at a glance. Here, these are the invitation letters. Can we go in now? Sophie casually took out 2 invitation letters and handed them to the knight with a light snort. The knight was astonished. Obviously, he did not expect that people like Han Shuo and Sophie would actually be qualified to receive an invitation letter. He stared blankly at Sophie and Han Shuo, momentarily forgetting to reply. Can we? Sophie raised her voice slightly and asked again. Of course, of course. The knight suddenly came back to his senses and hastily replied. He turned to the side and bowed, saying courteously, Please come in. Humph. Han Shuo shot a cold glance at the knight and strode in with Sophie. As soon as they entered, they saw a splendid scene of splendid lights. In the incomparably spacious hall, rows of bright and gorgeous crystal lamps hung high. The floor was covered with a soft red carpet. In the staircase hall that was similar to a luxurious movie theater, every table was filled with exquisite desserts and fruits. Right in front of them, a host dressed in an evening gown introduced the goods with a smile. Multicolored lights converged and fell on an exquisite magic staff inlaid with an aquamarine diamond-shaped gem. Under the illumination of the lights, this magic staff was even more beautiful and dazzling. For some water magicians who loved beauty, this magic staff simply had a fatal attraction. Ladies and gentlemen, this exquisite magic staff was forged by Master Feral of the Elven race. This blue fantasy magic staff can increase the power of water magic by 30%, and it can recover mental strength faster. Hehe, as for its design, I reckon that only the word perfect can describe it. Coming from the hands of Master Feral, all of them are shockingly exquisite without exception. On the stage, the host was very provocatively preaching the advantages of the magic staff. Han Shuo observed it attentively for a moment and discovered that although this magic staff was really not bad, it was a pity that it was a little too gorgeous. That extremely beautiful design was in fact not particularly suitable for magicians to wield. That Master Feral had obviously abandoned practicality in pursuit of perfection. Given Han Shuo's temperament, he definitely wouldn't choose this type of weapon. However, its exquisite design had incited the crazy pursuit of female magicians. Due to the existence of the Shrine of Ice in Kasi Empire, the number of magicians who specialized in water magic was the highest. As soon as the host's words fell, the audience immediately boiled over. Just as Han Shuo and Sophie were staring at the stage, a male attendant said with a smile, "Please follow me. Are there any private rooms?" Sophie looked at the attendant and indifferently asked. The attendant stared blankly for a moment. After sizing up Sophie, he smiled and said, "No, they have long been fully booked." Han Shuo understood that in an auction of this level, other than the stair-shaped auction stage in the main hall, there were rooms specially prepared for the real bigwigs on the surrounding floors. People with status would generally reserve their own rooms long ago. Originally, if Sophie had come together with Brack, she would have stayed in a special room. But now that she was staying together with Han Shuo, she could only condescend to it. "Forget it then. Lead the way," Sophie said thoughtlessly. Under the guidance of the attendant, Han Shuo and Sophie arrived at a seat at the back row. In front of the two of them were similarly placed exquisite desserts. There was also a magic table on which one could input the exact amount of gold coins. Chapter 490. The auction did not come to a halt because of the arrival of Han Shuo and Sophie. Under the bewitching voice of the host, the bids for the magic staff rose higher and higher. The noise rose and fell, and the hall was filled with incessant discussions. A few beautiful women dressed in gorgeous magic robes made no attempt to conceal their strong interest in the magic staff. This directly led to a small-scale chaos in the auction. "What do you think of that magic staff?" Sophie couldn't help but ask Han Shuo after the two sat down. "Not much." Han Shuo pursed his lips and added, "Flashy but impractical." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Sophie actually agreed with Han Shuo's evaluation. "Yes, this magic staff is overly gorgeous. If I were a mage, I would definitely not choose such a beautiful magic staff." Han Shuo looked at Sophie in surprise and said with a smile, "I thought you would be like them and pursue the ultimate beauty of everything." Snorting lightly, Sophie said, "I'm choosing some trinkets from the stalls purely to enjoy the joy of shopping. It's not because I really like them." "Oh." Han Shuo looked at Sophie with a light smile and pointed at the crystal button Sophie was wearing. He teased, "Then, why would you wear this crystal button, and look like it's so precious?" Sophie was taken aback and immediately waved her little fist. She said a bit mischievously, "That's because I'm giving you face. You bought this for me. If I were to carelessly throw it to the side, how embarrassing would that be?" Han Shuo laughed involuntarily. Although he knew that Sophie was purely joking, he was still a bit happy in his heart. Whether or not Sophie had the intention to wear a crude button worth only 3 gold coins on her chest, as the buyer, Han Shuo did feel that he had received the respect he deserved. It had to be said that talking with Sophie gave Han Shuo a very relaxed and carefree feeling. It was as if he was talking with a female confidant without any restraint. This kind of feeling made Han Shuo feel very comfortable. Why is he here as well? All of a sudden, Sophie let out a low cry and immediately retracted her head. She even grabbed Han Shuo and pulled him to lower his head as well. Han Shuo was suddenly pulled by Sophie, and their heads almost bumped together. A refreshing fragrance immediately rushed into Han Shuo's nose, and the natural and fresh fragrance gave Han Shuo a sense of smell that he hadn't felt for a long time. Last time in the dark forest, the two had also been so close to each other and surrounded each other's scent. The group of people walked steadily and gradually passed through the corridor on the left of Han Shuo and Sophie. Under the respectful welcome of the guards, they slowly went up to the VIP room on the second floor. The person in the lead had a gentle smile on his face. He was dressed in a simple and clean snow-white warrior robe. He had a broad body and thick arms. He had an awe-inspiring aura. It was obvious that he was a swordsman or knight who was good at fighting. Your father. With just a glance, Han Shuo was able to sense the power contained in that person's body through his divine sense. This kind of power was difficult to understand without reaching a certain realm. How did you know? You've seen my father. Sophie was shocked and asked in a low voice. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said, I saw that he looked a little like you, so I made a random guess. I didn't expect that he really was your father. Looks were only one aspect. The most important thing was that the fighting aura that Sophie cultivated was of the same origin as this person. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it, but Han Shuo's divine sense was extremely strong. He could naturally sense it if he carefully sensed it. He must have gone to the VIP room where Brack is. Humph, he's really something. He made the decision for me without my consent. I hate him to death. Sophie said angrily. It seemed that she held a grudge against Sulo. Han Shuo wasn't clear about the matter between Sophie and Brack. Hearing Sophie's complaint, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? No, nothing. Sophie was actually a little flustered and said hastily. Han Shuo was a little baffled, but he didn't pursue the matter. He pointed at the stage and said, there's something down there that's not bad. I think it's more suitable for you. Sophie raised her head and stole a glance ahead. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that there was no trace of her father Sulo in her line of sight. She then looked at the stage in high spirits. At this moment, under the guidance of the host and the projection of the lights, a dark green armor slowly descended from the ceiling. The dark green armor was glossy and bright, sparkling with a dazzling radiance under the lights. This knight's armor is the handiwork of a dwarf master. Although I don't know which dwarf master it came from, but judging from the luster of the armor. After the armor was revealed, the host started to brag again. The armor is indeed beautiful, but is it really that sturdy? Sophie asked Han Shuo with some doubts as she looked at the armor from afar. It's alright. It's mixed with a few rare ores, including black iron ore, mithril, and black gold. Forged by the hands of a dwarf, it shouldn't be too shabby. You can consider it, Han Shuo said with a smile. Forget it. My father is in the VIP room. We can't see him from here, but he can look down from the high vantage point. I once used this face to tease him. He'll recognize me. It'll be terrible if he catches me red-handed, Sophie cutely stuck out her tongue. Sophie stuck out her tongue cutely, as if afraid that Sulo would notice her, and shrunk back a little. 20,000 gold coins. Young Master Brack bids 20,000 gold coins, the host suddenly screamed before he could finish extolling the advantages of the armor. Sophie snorted and said disdainfully, Bastard, I won't accept your kindness. Although Sophie's cry was soft, Han Shuo still heard it clearly. He raised his head and looked upstairs. He asked in surprise, Who is this Brack? The host hasn't even finished his speech and he's already throwing out such an expensive price. His name is Brak Pilon. You are already in Kasi Empire. Don't tell me you don't even know him. Sophie was somewhat stunned. She looked at Han Shuo strangely and asked. Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders and calmly said, I really don't know. Is he very famous? Sophie made an expression as though she had been defeated by Han Shuo. She then explained with a straight face, although the Shrine of Ice has great authority in Kasi Empire, the one who truly controls Kasi Empire is still the Pilon family. Brak is the son of Prince Bradley. He's not a benevolent person. It's already very troublesome for you to offend the Shrine of Ice in Kasi Empire. You must not provoke this family as well. Thank you for the reminder. Han Shuo still had a faint smile on his face, but in his heart, he didn't think much of it. On Profound Continent, there weren't many people who could threaten Han Shuo's life. He didn't give a damn about this so-called imperial family. Bradley? Bradley of Caesar City? Han Shuo suddenly recalled something and asked. There's only one Bradley Pilon in the entire Kasi Empire. That's him. Sophie creased her brows and added, since you have come to Kasi Empire, why are you still so unfamiliar with our Kasi Empire? Trunks had been painstakingly developing and strengthening the Valley of Sunshine all this while. His target was none other than this Bradley Pilon. Han Shuo understood that the cause of all this was Annie. This young lady, whom Trunks treated as his own sister, had once suffered unbearable treatment. One of those people was Bradley. Both Florida and Butcher died in Trunks' hands during the riot in the Valley of Sunshine. Now, there was only Bradley, who wielded immense authority in Kasi Empire, that was Trunks' persistent target. When Sophie mentioned this Bradley, Han Shuo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Han Shuo had already set his mind on this person. Although it wasn't good for Han Shuo to overstep his boundaries, if Bradley dared to provoke him, teaching him an unforgettable lesson wouldn't be a bad thing. Is there a higher price? The host continued to make a big fuss. However, there was only a meager response from the audience. In Kasi Empire, the Pilon family is the true ruler. Most people wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for this family, Sophie softly sighed and explained to Han Shuo. Sophie was truly helpless when she said those words. She was helpless about her own future. It was precisely because she clearly understood the influence of the Pilon family in Kasi Empire that she felt powerless over the marriage with Brak. A sense of dejection suddenly filled her heart. Sophie suddenly felt that even if she possessed extraordinary strength, wouldn't it still be difficult for her to resist power? 20,000 gold coins. This armor belongs to young Master Brak. The host hammered down the hammer, indicating who this item belonged to. Just as Sophie was in a low mood and had no intention of attending to the auction, another 4 treasures were bid for at a high price. 2 of the 4 items were magical robes with special functions, a scroll capable of releasing a forbidden spell, and the last necklace with 100 diamonds once worn by the Empress of the Verdun Imperial Court who had disappeared. Han Shuo had no interest in any of the 4 items. 3 of them were purchased by 3 magi, and the last necklace was purchased by Brak. Han Shuo noticed that as Brak became more and more arrogant, Sophie's mood became more and more gloomy. This made Han Shuo feel rather baffled. He couldn't understand why Sophie would suddenly become so sentimental. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is rather special. Even our experts don't know what it is. However, this item possesses a miraculous effect. Once it is inserted into the ground, the plants within several miles will grow even stronger and taller, the host continued to introduce. Following the host's introduction, a tender green leaf the size of a palm was presented on a crystal tray. That leaf appeared to be made of dark green jade. It was glossy and bright. As soon as it was presented, the filthy air within the entire auction house was purified. All of a sudden, the air within the bustling auction house suddenly became a lot fresher, as though everyone had entered a lush forest in an instant. Everyone's body and mind seemed to have suddenly relaxed. Han Shuo, who hadn't paid much attention all this while, suddenly jolted. His eyes abruptly emitted a dazzling radiance that no one dared to look straight at. Sophie, who was beside Han Shuo, immediately noticed the change in Han Shuo's eyes. Her gloomy mood was somewhat diluted by curiosity. She looked at Han Shuo in puzzlement and asked in a low voice, "You want this item?" "That's right." Han Shuo replied in a deep voice. "What is this? I've never seen such a strange leaf before. Do you know what it is?" Sophie was a little surprised. She stared at Han Shuo and asked hurriedly. Nodding, Han Shuo explained, "It's hard to explain to you. Anyways, this item is very useful to me. Then you can bid for it. If you don't have enough gold coins, I can lend you some, but you have to return it," Sophie said to Han Shuo with a smile. She then looked at the VIP room above and said to Han Shuo with some misgivings, "I have to lower my head so that my father won't notice you when you're lining up to buy it. It's not convenient to talk about the origin of this leaf, but I think those who know their stuff should be able to tell that it's extraordinary. The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. The highest bidder wins. Let the bidding begin." The host shouted. 20,000. 25,000. 27,000. It seemed that there were quite a few who knew their stuff. Just as the host's voice faded, the price began to climb. Han Shuo was in no hurry to make a move. He merely observed the few competitors with cold eyes. After a round of shouting and wrangling, the price slowly rose to 40,000 gold coins. At this point, those nobles who were purely curious about the use of this treasure gradually stopped participating. The remaining three who were truly interested continued to raise the price. Among the three, one was a real fatty, one was a brightly dressed upper-class lady, and the last one was shockingly Brack of the House of Pilon. Brack was the most excited among the three. Perhaps it was because he had discovered that there were people who dared to compete with him. He appeared to be very impatient. Han Shuo could even hear his heart beating rapidly due to excitement. Judging from the way that Fatty was dressed, he should be a true wealthy merchant. From his clothing, he seemed to be from the Brute Merchant Alliance. No wonder he dared to compete with Brack. The upper-class lady was graceful. Han Shuo couldn't tell her background, but she should be the most lacking in financial resources. Her complexion was gradually turning ugly. He reckoned that the price of that item had exceeded what she could afford. After watching for a while, when Han Shuo saw that the price had already reached 50,000, he suddenly made a move. A string of numbers suddenly appeared. 100,000. Who is it? The host suddenly screamed and hastily looked at the plate number. The audience was in an uproar. Chapter 491. Over the years, Han Shuo had gradually accumulated his wealth through robbery. Now, even Han Shuo himself did not know how much wealth he had in his hands. Apart from the millions of gold coins in Bretel City under Jack's control, the crystals in Han Shuo's hands were the only things he had. There were almost 1,000,000 gold coins in the card. The Viviride leaf was a supreme treasure of the wood attribute. Others might not know about it, but Han Shuo was very clear about its usage. Not only could the Viviride leaf revitalize barren land, it also possessed the miraculous power to revive the dead. Most importantly, if this Viviride leaf were to fall into Wood Elite Zombie's hands, not only would Wood Elite Zombie evolve faster, it would also substantially increase his strength. Of the 5 Elite Zombies, Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie were the weakest in terms of strength and intelligence. On one hand, it was because they were refined relatively late, and on the other hand, they didn't have any treasures that could help them advance further. During the trip to the Shrine of Ice a few days ago, Water Elite Zombie had absorbed a tremendous amount of energy from the Ice Goddess. His appearance had immediately undergone a tremendous transformation. Han Shuo was certain that after the Water Elite Zombie had digested the energy it had absorbed, it would take a big step forward on the path of evolution. This way, the pentaelemental undead formation would have an additional portion of water elite zombies' power. Recently, Han Shoa had been worrying about Wood Elite Zombie, not knowing how he could lend him a helping hand. He did not expect to see the Wood attribute treasure, Viride Leaf, at this auction. Once Wood Elite Zombie obtained the Viride Leaf, Han Shoa believed that the pentaelemental undead formation would be able to unleash its full might. Therefore, Han Shoa was determined to obtain the Wood attribute treasure, Viride Leaf. In order to make those competitors give up, an extremely high price would dispel their desire to snatch it. Therefore, Han Shoa placed the price of 100,000 gold coins. Number 83. Number 83 bids 100,000 gold coins. Hey, it's actually a friend from the lobby. The host finally saw Han Shoa's number and hurriedly screamed. Following the host's shout, the lights shone on Han Shoa. Everyone's attention was focused on Han Shoa, and their eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. The other three bidders for the Wood attribute treasure, Viride Leaf, were all in the VIP rooms on the second and third floor. Those on the second and third floor were the true nobles and wealthy merchants. The high price of 100,000 gold coins was rarely seen, except for some publicly recognized treasures. This had already surprised everyone, but when they found out that the bidder was actually from the hall, they were even more surprised. This auction house was also divided by class. Generally, the hall was filled with some small nobles. Usually, people here wouldn't spend money to compete for treasures that were worth more than 50,000 gold coins. Only those on the second and third floor would compete for treasures that they liked without a care for gold coins. Therefore, the highest bidders were usually from the second and third floor. Now, a plain-looking, honest-looking fatty was competing for an item with an unknown function at a high price of 100,000 gold coins. This clearly attracted everyone's attention. Not only some of the guests in the hall, but even the dignitaries on the second and third floor poked their heads out to see who was so generous down there. Bastard, you're so rich. Under everyone's gaze, Sophie, who had lowered her head and even her waist, said angrily, "If my father finds out because of you, I'll settle the score with you." In order not to draw attention to Sophie, Han Shoa didn't speak to her. He lazily sat on his seat, squinting his eyes, looking relaxed and carefree. 110,000 gold coins, number 9 bids 110,000 gold coins. Suddenly, the host screamed again. Han Shoa raised his eyes and took a glance. He found out that the bidder was that noblewoman of unknown identity. He saw that after the noblewoman made the high price, her complexion became even more unsightly. 120,000. Mr. Zophie from the Brute Merchant Alliance bids 120,000 gold coins. The host shouted again. He was already somewhat excited. 120,000 gold coins was the first high price in this auction. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, he was obviously very happy. So that big fatty is Zophie, Han Shoa understood. Han Shoa had heard of Zophie before. He was an outstanding and famous merchant of the Brute Merchant Alliance. He mainly dealt in magic crystal ores, and also sold some large-scale war equipment. The 6 magic crystal cannons that Helen bought last time came from Zophie. Sometimes, he could earn more than 100,000 gold coins in a big deal. No wonder he was so rich and overbearing. After Zophie made the bid of 120,000 gold coins, the auction hall went silent for a moment. Everyone noticed that the price increase for such an item was slowly starting to increase by tens of thousands. This was clearly beyond what the majority of people could bear. 150,000 gold coins. Oh! It's young Master Brack. Just when everyone was silent and amazed, Brack made his move again and directly raised the price to 15 gold coins. This was really an extremely high price. It seemed that the House of Pilon was indeed rich and overbearing. My 3 friends, this item and the previous 2 items are for my fiancée, Sophie. If you three can give me some face, I will be very grateful. All of a sudden, a window of a VIP room on the third floor opened. Brack stood at the window with a very graceful smile. It seemed that even Brack felt the price of 150,000 gold coins was a little too high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to say so. Given the influence of his House of Pilon in Kasi Empire, most people wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for him. Since young Master Brack has said so, I naturally won't spoil such a wonderful occasion. Sure enough, even Zophie of the Brute Merchant Alliance was unwilling to offend Brack. He stood up from the second floor and saluted Brack with a smile. Thank you. If Mr. Zophie has the time to come to Caesar City, I will definitely entertain you, my friend. Well, I hope Mr. Zophie will do me the honor, Brack invited. Definitely, definitely. Zophie replied smilingly. For a merchant like Zophie, whose business was spread all over the world, although he didn't need to fear Brack, if he could befriend him, it would absolutely be of great benefit to his business. Now that Brack had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, Zophie naturally knew how to behave. After Brack shouted out the high price of 150,000 gold coins, the face of the noblewoman who had previously competed for the treasure turned ashen. It appeared that her financial resources were insufficient to support her to continue competing. She had no choice but to give up on this treasure that she cared so much about. It was only at this moment that Han Shua truly understood the relationship between Sophie and Brack. At this moment, he thoughtfully looked at Sophie, who had her head lowered in silence. He roughly understood the situation from her previous words of complaint. With a faint smile, Han Shua raised his head and looked at Brack on the third floor. He discovered that Brack was also looking at him at this moment. Brack obviously understood that the noblewoman was the first to give up due to her lack of financial resources. Zophie also gave him face and would not continue to compete with him. With that, his only opponent left was Han Shua, who had suddenly appeared in the hall. When his eyes met with Brack's, Han Shua discovered that Brack was smiling and nodding at him from afar. Brack appeared to be very friendly. However, there was a hint of arrogance and threat in his eyes. Han Shua gave a simple and honest smile and lowered his head to look at the counter in front of him. Right at this moment, Sophie, who had been keeping her head lowered all along, suddenly cried out softly, "Han, have you forgotten what I told you before? You have already offended the Shrine of Ice. You must not offend the House of Pilon as well. If you really want that thing, I'll hand it over to you after Brack gives it to me. Don't fight with him over it." Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Sophie with a smile on his face. Then, his hand landed on the counter and a string of numbers was pressed down. Only then did Han Shua say in a low voice, "A favor of several 100,000 gold coins is too great. If you accept it, it will be hard for you to get rid of the House of Pilon. Besides, offending the Shrine of Ice is actually the same as offending the House of Pilon. Ice Celestial Kori of the Shrine of Ice is the oldest elder of the House of Pilon. It's just that you don't know about it. 200,000. Number 83 bids 200,000 gold coins. Oh, this is a miraculous person," the auctioneer suddenly shouted. His tone was filled with indescribable astonishment. The audience burst into an uproar once again. Everyone's gazes were once again focused on Han Shua, as though they wanted to see Han Shua with their own eyes. Who the hell is this person? Such audacity. Yeah, he still won't let go even after young Master Brack has said so. He's simply not giving face to the House of Pilon. Humph, what an audacious fellow. Even if you have the money, you need to be alive to use it. After Han Shua's sky-high bid of 200,000 gold coins was announced, the audience burst into an uproar once again. Han Shua, with his sharp hearing, could hear what they were discussing. However, he was inwardly disapproving of it. Why would Han Shua pay any attention to a mere hedonistic son of rich parents? This friend is very courageous. Brack, who was on the third floor, did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. On the contrary, he laughed and praised Han Shuo loudly. This fellow is famous for hiding a dagger behind his smile. His current appearance shows that he is truly enraged. You are really something. Why did you provoke him for no reason? Sophie lowered her head and explained to Han Shuo in a low voice. Huh. Suddenly, a soft exclamation came from Brack's side. That sacred knight Sorrow abruptly focused his gaze on Sophie's earlobe. Sophie, with her astonishing strength, was startled. Even without raising her head, she could sense Sorrow's gaze from above. She hurriedly covered her left earlobe with her hand, as though trying to hide something. Han Shuo saw a red mole the size of a grain of rice on Sophie's left earlobe when she tried to cover it. Seeing Sophie hurriedly covering it, Han Shuo immediately understood why she wanted to hide the red mole. Oh no, I was too careless. I forgot about my father's strength. He could see the red mole on my earlobe from such a distance. Oh no, he must have discovered me. Sophie said anxiously with her head lowered. Yeah, I think he has indeed discovered you. Han Shuo said calmly. Because Han Shuo noticed that after Sorrow let out a soft, "huh," his eyes began to flicker. Clearly, he understood that the ordinary girl below was his precious daughter in disguise. Then what should we do? Sophie asked in a fluster. She appeared to be at a loss when facing her father. Let nature take its course. Yeah, your father didn't tell Brack about his discovery. You better continue burying your head in the sand, Han Shuo said to Sophie. He understood Sorrow's good intentions. No matter what, Sophie was Brack's fiancée. If Brack were to find out that she was together with Han Shuo in disguise, Brack would certainly be furious. Therefore, even though Sorrow had discovered this fact, he did not expose it. 200,000 gold coins going once. The audience was in an uproar. Under the circumstances where Brack did not continue bidding, the auctioneer's shrill voice resounded. Perhaps 200,000 gold coins exceeded Brack's expectations, or perhaps Brack had other plans. Therefore, with a bizarre smile on his face, he merely gazed at Han Shuo from above. He did not make another bid. It seemed that he had no intention of continuing to compete with Han Shuo in the auction house. 200,000 gold coins going twice. The auctioneer paused for a long while before he shouted, "Are there any higher bids? If no one continues to raise the price, then this item belongs to this gentleman." The audience's gazes swept back and forth between Han Shuo and Brack, seemingly waiting for an even more exciting follow-up. However, to everyone's disappointment, Brack did not satisfy everyone's interest this time. 250,000 gold coins. Oh my God, Mr. Zophie has increased the price again. It's actually 250,000 gold coins. Suddenly, a red board on the second floor shone brightly. The amount of 250,000 gold coins was reported. The auctioneer went crazy. Young Master Brack wants to gift a beauty with a treasure. Such infatuation is rarely seen in this world. Hee, I'm willing to use 250,000 gold coins to fulfill young Master Brack's wish. Consider it as making a friend with young Master Brack. My friend down there, I wonder if you could give me some face. Consider it as fulfilling a wonderful story. Said the real fatty Zophie as he looked down at the fake fatty Han Shuo with a face full of smiles. Thank you, Mr. Zophie. Regardless of whether I can win this item or not, you are my friend for sure. Brack greeted Zophie with a smile on his face from the third floor. His bearing was truly extraordinary. With that, the audience's enthusiasm soared once again. Each and every one of them looked at Zophie and Brack with indescribable excitement, cheering for the sudden turn of events. Old fox, you're really willing to spend your hard-earned capital. Han Shuo secretly cursed in his heart. He coldly gazed at the big fatty Zophie, who was smiling from ear to ear. He understood that Zofie's purpose for coming here was to seize the opportunity to establish a relationship with Brack. It seemed that he had already achieved his goal. "My apologies, I'm determined to get it," said Han Shuo in a resolute and decisive manner. There was no room for negotiation. He reached out his hand and touched the counter again, inputting yet another string of numbers. 300,000. "Oh my God, number 83 has bid 300,000 gold coins." The auctioneer was so excited that he was about to faint. He screamed at the top of his lungs like a pig being slaughtered. Whether it was because Han Shuo's bid was too high, or because he did not give the slightest face, the face of the smiling Zofie turned somewhat unsightly. He looked at Han Shuo awkwardly, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Mr. Zofie, forget it. It seems that this friend is the one who truly needs it. Let's not snatch what others like. If Mr. Zofie has the time, please come to my manor in Siro City to taste some wine. I have a few bottles of truly good wine there. I hope Mr. Zofie will do me the honor." Brack suddenly invited Zofie with a smile while the audience was in a stifling stupor. Zofie stared blankly for a moment. He first nodded his head helplessly, then said joyfully, "With pleasure." By this time, Zofie no longer continued to fight. The auctioneer knew that there would not be any more mishaps. He frantically shouted a few more times. Seeing that there was no one else bidding for the item, only then did he make the final decision: 300,000 gold coins, this item belongs to this friend number 83. You're in big trouble this time. We'd better hurry up and leave. Sophie hastily said. Don't worry. Let's see if there are any other good items after this. Han Shuo said to Sophie in a leisurely manner, paying no heed to Sophie's worries. After the wood attribute treasure, Viride leaf, was secured for 300,000 gold coins, Han Shuo felt much more at ease. However, this also made Han Shuo and Sophie the focus of attention. When some other treasures appeared later on, the crowd would cast their gazes at Han Shuo from time to time. After the wood attribute treasure, Viride leaf, 3 more treasures were introduced in succession. A bottle of potion that could restore 80% of one's magic power in a short period of time, an exquisite magic bow forged by a great alchemist, and the ownership of a small city in the south of Kasi Empire. But none of these were what Han Shuo was interested in. Therefore, he did not continue bidding. Therefore, after the Viride leaf was secured, Han Shuo did not continue bidding until the end of the auction. He was pondering whether or not he should come again tomorrow since the auction would last for 3 days. At the end of the first day of the auction, Han Shuo went backstage. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, he paid 300,000 gold coins. Han Shuo also received the wood attribute treasure Viride leaf. However, when Han Shuo opened the box containing the Viride leaf, his face immediately darkened. He coldly shouted, "Something's not right." Chapter 492. The Viride leaf in the box was exactly the same as the one in the auction house. However, the vibrant energy was nowhere to be found. Han Shuo reached out to touch it and immediately discovered that it wasn't the Viride leaf of the wood attribute at all. It was just a counterfeit carved from a beautiful piece of dark green jade. After spending 300,000 gold coins, only to find out that it was just a counterfeit carved from an ordinary piece of beautiful jade, no one would be in a good mood, let alone Han Shuo. What's going on? Seeing that there seemed to be some kind of dispute, a high-ranking official dressed in formal attire hastily rushed over to inquire. Lord Zaria, this gentleman says that there's something wrong with the item, the guard in charge of attending to Han Shuo hastily replied. Zaria had been very careful in observing Han Shuo back at the auction house. He had a deep impression of a character like Han Shuo who would throw away money at a drop of a hat. Moreover, Han Shuo had spent 300,000 gold coins to purchase the auction item. It was only natural for him to treat Han Shuo as a distinguished guest. Zaria, who had rushed over, heard the guard's words and hastily said to Han Shuo, can I have a look? Han Shua's face was gloomy. He handed over the counterfeit, virile leaf he had just obtained to the person in charge and said in a deep voice, "Your auction house is renowned throughout the entire Kasi Empire. I don't think you're deliberately pulling a prank on me, are you? I wouldn't dare." Zaria could hear the anger in Han Shua's words. He took the virile leaf in his hand and touched it. His expression immediately changed. He abruptly asked the guard in a deep voice, "Who brought this item here just now?" "Galia brought it here, Lord." The guard hastily replied. Zaria took a deep breath and respectfully bowed to Han Shua. With a stern countenance, he said, "I'm sorry, there's indeed something wrong with this item. Sir, we will return the 300,000 gold coins to you first. Give us some time and we will soon hand over the genuine item to you." "Han, I don't think this has anything to do with the auction house. They wouldn't do something like this on purpose to ruin their own reputation," Sophie whispered beside Han Shua. Han Shua had thought that the auction house was deliberately deceiving him and was prepared to massacre the auction house if they did not admit to it. Now that the person in charge, Zaria, had immediately admitted to the matter and was very friendly, Han Shua immediately understood that there must be more to this matter. "All right, I hope your auction house can give me an explanation. In addition, this item was bought by me in an open and above-board auction house. I do not wish for you to sell it to others." Han Shua looked coldly at Zaria and said in a deep voice. Zaria looked at Han Shua with fear and trepidation. He suddenly realized that this unprepossessing fatty had suddenly become extremely frightening. He could feel an almost tangible killing intent from Han Shua's body. That stifling feeling of oppression suddenly descended on his whole body, giving him the idea that this person was absolutely not a match for him. For a person like Zaria to be able to climb to such a high position, he was not a simple character. Just from the frightening aura on Han Shua's body, he understood that Han Shua was not someone he could provoke. Thus, he submissively agreed while pondering over how to properly resolve this matter. "Give us a way to contact you. Once we find the item, we will immediately look for you to redo the transaction." Zaria, who was trembling with fear, said respectfully after returning the 300,000 gold coins to Han Shua. "There's no need. I will come and take a look myself in the next 2 days. You guys are on your own." Han Shua coldly snorted. He gave Sophie a meaningful glance and hastily walked outside. "I don't think it's a problem with the auction house. I reckon it's Brack, that guy who hides a dagger in his smile." Sophie caught up with Han Shua. When they were about to exit the auction house and seeing that no one was around, she voiced her conjecture to Han Shua. Han Shua grabbed Sophie's little hand. Before Sophie could react, Han Shua suddenly sped up, pulling her along as they rapidly disappeared into the street outside the auction house. Just as the two were rapidly leaving, Sacred Knight Sulo hurried over from another aisle. He only saw Sophie being held by the hand by Han Shua as they disappeared into the bustling street outside. Sulo rapidly lost track of the two in the crowd of small booths. Sulo's face was gloomy. Looking at the two disappearing from his line of sight, he mumbled, "Who the hell is that guy?" The image of Han Shua and Sophie holding hands was deeply imprinted in Sulo's mind. Whenever he thought of the power and influence of the Pilon family in Kasi Empire, Sulo suddenly felt an extreme headache. He smiled bitterly, shook his head, and sighed, "Little Feifei, you really know how to find trouble for father." "Mr. Sulo, what's the matter?" While Sulo was talking to himself, Thuram, who had been following Brack, walked over and suddenly asked. "No, nothing," Sulo replied. Seeing Brack walking over from behind Thuram with a smile on his face, carrying the treasures he obtained from the auction, not only did Sulo not feel the slightest bit happy, he instead began to worry for his entire family. Sulo understood Brack better than Sophie. Brack, who was considered to be quite outstanding in Kasi Empire, was not as kind as the average person saw him to be. Once he set his eyes on something, he would never give up. Once he set his eyes on something, he would not rest until he got it. Unfortunately, the Pilon family was a member of the royal family of Kasi Empire. Sulo understood that he alone would not be able to obtain true happiness for Sophie. Sulo sighed inwardly. He had already decided that no matter what, he had to get Sophie and Brack together. Otherwise, not only Sulo and Sophie, but even the collateral branches of his family could forget about having a foothold in Kasi Empire. Father-in-law, Feifei is really headstrong. God knows where she ran off to. Hee, but I'm sure she will like some of these things. Brack walked over, all smiles. He had already begun to express his love for Sophie from afar. He must really like Feifei. Feifei will be even happier with him. That must be it. Sulo consoled himself before smiling faintly and saying, "That's very thoughtful of you. I'm sure Feifei will understand how much you care for her." "Of course. She's my fiancée. Of course I'll treat her well." Brack chuckled. While Sulo and Brack were conversing, Han Shoa had already pulled Sophie into the endless stream of people. It was only when Han Shoa realized that Sulo had lost sight of the two of them did he loosen his grip on Sophie's little hand and explained, "Your father came looking for you just now." "Oh," Sophie casually replied. Sophie casually replied as if nothing had happened. However, her eyes were somewhat flickering. Her left thumb that Han Shoa had just let go was unconsciously rubbing her index finger. She appeared somewhat absent-minded. Han Shoa was also rather embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed a natural aura brimming with vitality from the southwest direction. He immediately knew that the energy originated from the Viveride leaf. He hastily said, "I have something to attend to. Wait a moment." As soon as his voice faded, Han Shoa shuttled back and forth among the crowd. Following his consciousness's ability to sense the energy of the Viveride leaf, he rapidly headed southwest. Sophie stared blankly for a moment before she realized that Han Shoa had already left some distance behind. Sophie knew that Han Shoa had an enemy in Kasi Empire, the Shrine of Ice. Fearing that something bad might happen to Han Shoa, she hastily followed. It was only then that Han Shoa left the crowd. Before he could soar into the sky, he immediately discovered that the energy from the Viveride leaf had vanished without a trace. Han Shoa was certain that the Viveride leaf must have been kept by someone. That was why the energy it released earlier suddenly vanished. With that, Han Shoa grew even more anxious. He immediately deployed the art of the demonic ninth heavens and rapidly flew southwest. He wanted to find the whereabouts of the Viveride leaf before that person left. With Han Shoa flying at full speed, it only took him a few minutes to arrive at the area where the Viveride leaf had just appeared. It was the spacious plaza where Han Shoa and Sophie had stopped at earlier. At first glance, he did not discover anyone suspicious. When Han Shoa focused his senses, he could no longer sense the energy of the Viveride leaf. Puzzled, Han Shoa looked all around, rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. Brack was the most suspicious person for the Viveride leaf, the ultimate treasure of the wood attribute, to have an accident midway. Of course, Sophie and that upper-class lady could not be ruled out as well. Han Shoa was determined to get his hands on the Viveride leaf, the ultimate treasure of the wood attribute. Having failed to get his hands on the 300,000 gold coins, Han Shoa had already started thinking of other methods. Among the three, Han Shoa felt that Brack was the most likely to use other methods to exchange for the Viveride leaf. Although Sophie was rich and overbearing, he certainly did not have that much influence in Kasi Empire. As for that upper-class lady, she did not seem to be a particularly influential person. Otherwise, she would not have given up at the mere 250,000 gold coins. After confirming his target, Han Shoa was prepared to snatch the Viveride leaf. In any case, he had already established the Shrine of Ice as his enemy in Kasi Empire. A mere Brack naturally would not be of any concern to Han Shoa. "Han, what's wrong?" Just as Han Shuo was pondering, Sophie rushed over, panting for breath. As she did not summon her Pegasus, she was panting even more heavily when she arrived. Her breasts were constantly expanding in Han Shuo's eyes, appearing much bigger than usual. You bastard, what are you looking at? Sophie immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Han Shuo's gaze and shouted angrily. Nothing. Han Shuo replied in a fluster. He then explained, I just sensed the virile leaf appearing here. But it seems I'm still too late. Someone must have collected it and brought it to another area. Don't think about it. Just leave it to the auction house. This auction house is the largest in Kasi Empire. Even His Majesty the King has a share in it. I believe they can help you settle it. Sophie consoled Han Shuo. If it's Brack's doing, do you think the auction house can handle it? Han Shuo creased his brows and asked Sophie. Spreading out her hands, Sophie somewhat helplessly replied, I don't know about that. Alright, I don't care anymore. It's getting late. Why don't we meet again tomorrow? Han Shuo raised his head to look at the sky. He was about to send Sophie away and ask someone from the Dark Mantle about the location of Brack's manor. Then, he would make a trip at night and snatch the virile leaf. It's still early, what's the hurry? Let's go, I'll bring you to eat some interesting food first. At night, let's go take a look at the night view of Kasi Empire's famous City of Dreams. It seemed that Sophie had no intention of letting Han Shuo off so quickly. She grabbed the corner of Han Shuo's clothes and pulled Han Shuo away, giggling. She continued, I'm only grabbing the corner of your clothes. I'm not taking advantage of you. Han Shuo, who was being pulled by Sophie to another street, immediately understood the meaning behind Sophie's words. He couldn't help but force a smile as he explained, Miss, the previous situation was special. You wouldn't hold a grudge against me until now, would you? Sophie led Han Shuo around a corner. She shot a glance at Han Shuo and said with a smile as if looking for trouble, it's true that the situation was special. However, it seems that when someone grabbed my hand, he was a little unruly, wasn't he? Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. Only then did he recall that when he grabbed Sophie's little hand, he had used his fingertips to rub against the back of Sophie's hand out of habit. Han Shuo, Emily, and Fanny had done these intimate actions many times. He had done it without warning earlier. Afterwards, when Han Shuo became aware of the ambiguous nature of his actions, he immediately stopped. At that time, he even stole a glance at Sophie. Seeing that Sophie was acting as if nothing had happened, he thought that Sophie didn't mind. Who would have thought that Sophie would purposely expose him at this time? Han Shuo's face reddened, but it was hard to tell because of the change in his skin tone. He awkwardly laughed twice and said in embarrassment, I didn't mind. Sorry. I don't believe your nonsense. Sophie pouted and rolled her eyes at Han Shuo. She then said magnanimously, but I'm a magnanimous person. As long as you have fun with me today, I won't hold it against you. About that, I think I'm a guest, right? Han Shuo said with a wry smile. What's the matter? If I'm happy, then you'll be happy too. Sophie laughed rudely and pulled Han Shuo to run quickly, as if she was purposely trying to make Han Shuo stumble. Han Shuo had long since seen Sophie's pettiness, but her harmless little joke didn't make Han Shuo feel like he was going overboard. His body deliberately swayed left and right, as if he really was stumbling. It was just that in this state, Han Shuo would always suddenly lean close to Sophie and would suddenly, accidentally, bump into her body. Han Shuo laughed mischievously in his heart, enjoying taking advantage of her. Chapter 493. Han Shuo had a good time that night. He first accompanied Sophie to eat some of Kasi Empire's famous delicacies, then went to the City of Dreams to enjoy the famous night scenery of Kasi Empire. Only when the night was half over did Sophie let Han Shuo off, perfectly contented. Using the excuse that she did not dare to go home to see her father, she asked for a room right next to Han Shua's at the small inn, staying right next to Han Shua for the time being. When Han Shua discovered that Sophie had fallen asleep, he silently left through the window and headed for a dark mantle stronghold in Kasi Empire in the dead of the night. Given Han Shua's current noble status, he was immediately treated with the utmost caution when he arrived at the dark mantle stronghold. From their mouths, Han Shua quickly learned the address of Brack's Manor in Kasi Empire, as well as some unknown information about the auction house. Taking advantage of the dead of night, after obtaining the required information from the dark mantle stronghold, Han Shua stealthily made his way to Brack's Manor. He was prepared to search for the Viviride leaf and seize it, saving him an additional 300,000 gold coins. The manor occupied an enormous area. When Han Shua arrived, he unfolded his consciousness and was able to sense which area had the most human traffic. After the Viviride leaf was put away, it was rather difficult for Han Shua to use his consciousness to sense it. This made Han Shua ponder whether he should employ some special means. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, just as Han Shua was hiding in the dark and preparing to make his move, he suddenly saw a few very familiar figures. Great Sword Master Gabriel and the former Griffin Legion's commander, Asher. Asher was originally the lord of Valen City in Lancelot Empire. As the commander of the Griffin Legion, Asher once enjoyed a resounding reputation in Lancelot Empire. However, because Asher had greater ambitions, under the joint efforts of Han Shua, Lawrence and the Dark Mantle, evidence of his rebellion was found. After his rebellion failed, he had no choice but to flee from Lancelot Empire. Asher's two precious sons were once Han Shua's greatest enemies. In the end, they successively died in the hands of Han Shua. Asher, who had no descendants, was ultimately forced into a corner and came to Kasi Empire. Gabriel had once joined forces with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to almost injure Emily back in the Valley of Sunshine, but had escaped with heavy injuries. When the two arrived at Kasi Empire, they very quickly colluded with Bradley of Caesar City. One had to admit that Asher was indeed rather capable. Even in Kasi Empire, he was highly regarded by the House of Pilon and was still doing very well. Brack's Manor seemed to be hosting some sort of private banquet, so it was only natural that Han Shua would be able to see Gabriel and Asher here. It was just that he hadn't thought of them at the moment, so he was a little surprised to see them. After Asher and Gabriel entered the manor, Han Shua saw some other dignitaries of Kasi Empire arriving in their luxurious carriages. That great merchant Zophie whom he met at the auction house today was clearly on the invitation list. Han Shua had long noticed him chatting merrily and wittily inside. Even that upper-class lady who had previously bid for the Viviride leaf was among them. She was wearing a bright evening gown. Although she looked splendid and alluring, she had a frown on her face. Evidently, she had a very heavy heart. Han Shua, who was observing from afar on someone else's roof, was pondering over where the Viviride leaf could possibly appear. His consciousness constantly lingered around the manor. Those who were most likely to vie for the Viviride leaf were all here. Han Shua believed that the Viviride leaf must be in the manor. Suddenly, Han Shua creased his brows. Then, he forced a smile and looked behind him, saying, "Why are you here?" "Hee, I've long noticed that you were absent-minded tonight. I knew you would definitely do something bad tonight, so I left some fragrance on your body. Then, I followed the scent and chased after you." "Humph, you want to shake me off." "No way." Sophie, who was gliding over on her Pegasus, said with a complacent smile. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment, then immediately reacted. Previously, when he was fooling around with Sophie, he had taken the opportunity to lean against Sophie. His body was stained with Sophie's delicate fragrance. Han Shua thought it was a normal phenomenon and didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't expect that it was actually Sophie who did it on purpose. "Young miss, if you follow me, sooner or later you will suffer greatly," Han Shua said helplessly. He really didn't know how to treat Sophie. Even I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Sophie let out a soft groan. Soon after, she said excitedly, you suspect that the thing was taken away by Brack, so you came to investigate, right? Nope. Han Shuo replied. While Sophie was flabbergasted, he opened his mouth again, I came to rob it. As long as I find that thing, I will rob it at all costs. I will kill whoever gets in my way. Don't scare me, I'm not going to do it. Sophie thought that Han Shuo was joking with her and said with a chuckle. Shaking his head, Han Shuo let out a sigh. He thought to himself that women are indeed strange. They don't believe me when I tell them the truth, but take a lie seriously. His eyes glistening as he stared at the banquet in the distance, Han Shuo pondered on how to search for the Taviride leaf. Suddenly, Han Shuo thought of Wood Elite Zombie. As a bizarre creature refined from the place of extreme wood, Wood Elite Zombie should be more sensitive to the Taviride leaf that was of the same origin. When he thought of this, Han Shuo immediately took a few steps back. Disregarding Sophie who was watching from the side, he immediately summoned Wood Elite Zombie. Why did you summon a zombie warrior? Sophie was very astonished by Han Shuo's actions and asked puzzledly. Han Shuo did not answer Sophie. Instead, using his consciousness, he started to explain to Wood Elite Zombie about the miraculous and unique energy of the Taviride leaf. As Han Shuo explained, he could sense Wood Elite Zombie's excitement. Although he had not refined the Viride leaf for a long time, he understood what the golden cudgel of the Fire Lotus meant to fire and metal elite zombies. Now that he had the opportunity to own a treasure of his own, Wood Elite Zombie was naturally indescribably excited. After Han Shuo explained everything, Han Shuo immediately saw Wood Elite Zombie gazing at the manor in the distance with excitement. From Wood Elite Zombie's body, a refreshing energy of nature was gradually released. He seemed to be sensing the existence of the Taviride leaf through this method. Is that thing on him? Why do I feel that he is that thing? Sophie was startled. She suddenly pointed at Wood Elite Zombie and cried out in astonishment. Of course not. If that thing was on him, why would I come here? Han Shuo retorted. Then, he explained, that thing is very useful to him. The reason why I'm willing to purchase it at a high price is so that he can use it. Give it to him. A zombie warrior? You are truly an interesting person. Sophie looked as though she had been defeated by Han Shuo. She pointed at Wood Elite Zombie in disbelief and cried out in surprise. You wouldn't understand. Han Shuo did not explain too much and only paid attention to Wood Elite Zombie. Under Wood Elite Zombie's manipulation, the plants around the manor swayed even though there was no wind. It looked very bizarre. A refreshing and natural feeling filled the entire manor, as though the manor was being covered by the Taviride leaf. Suddenly, Han Shuo saw Wood Elite Zombie's body tremble. His consciousness sensed that Wood Elite Zombie was incomparably excited. The aura of nature on his body grew stronger and stronger. Han Shuo was startled. He immediately understood that Wood Elite Zombie must have sensed the existence of the Taviride leaf. He hastily asked in pleasant surprise, You found that thing? Wood Elite Zombie nodded like a chick pecking at grains. He seemed indescribably excited. Pointing at the hall in the distance, Wood Elite Zombie transmitted, It's inside. It's inside. Who is it on him? Point it out to me. Han Shuo was immediately amazed. This soft shout was not communicated through his consciousness, but a genuine shout. Following this soft shout, Wood Elite Zombie pointed at the great aristocrats gathered in the hall and hastily described to Han Shuo, that, very fat, it's a fatty, he's inside the ring. Sophie, who was at the side, watched as Han Shuo shouted at Wood Elite Zombie. Then, Wood Elite Zombie pointed at the people in the hall with an anxious face, as though he was describing something to Han Shuo. At this moment, Sophie was somewhat dumbstruck. She looked at Wood Elite Zombie and Han Shuo in bewilderment, unable to figure out what was going on between this man and zombie. It was at this moment that the space ring on Sophie's finger, who was chatting cheerfully with an elegant and beautiful woman, suddenly exploded. Sophie's left hand was immediately blasted into a bloody mess. While Sophie was screaming miserably, the virile leaf slowly flew out from his space ring. Then, amidst Sophie's screams, it rapidly flew towards Wood Elite Zombie at high speed. The aristocrats who were chatting and laughing in the hall heard Sophie's sudden scream. Each and every one of them focused their attention on Sophie. They could clearly see the bloody mess on Sophie's left hand, as well as the leaf-shaped, virile leaf that was gradually flying out of the hall. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Sophie, who was hiding in the dark, was dumbfounded. Even Han Shuo was dumbfounded. He had absolutely no idea how Wood Elite Zombie did it. Ah! Catch it, catch it! Sophie screamed miserably. He hastily pointed at the slowly flying, virile leaf with his right hand and shouted. In the hall, Brack's complexion slightly changed. Before he could instruct his subordinates to act, that upper-class woman who once participated in the auction had already dashed out. Her two hands grabbed the edge of her long skirt that tripped her legs, and chased after the virile leaf without a care for her manners. Chapter 494. The strange changes happening to Sophie's body attracted the attention of all the guests in the hall. The sudden pursuit of the virile leaf by that upper-class woman who participated in the auction house's auction was even more astonishing to everyone. From the moment the space ring on Sophie's left hand exploded and the virile leaf flew out from within, apart from his unceasing miserable howls, the hall suddenly quietened down. Brack stared blankly for only a moment. Immediately, in a deep voice, he ordered Thuram beside him in a low voice, "Seize it first." Without another word, Thuram followed closely behind that upper-class woman and rapidly rushed towards the virile leaf that was flying outside. Han Shuo, who was on a roof outside the manor, was somewhat dazed for a moment. He stared blankly at the virile leaf flying in his direction. The gazes of everyone in the manor were cast in their direction. Without even thinking, Han Shuo knew that he and Sophie must have been exposed. What's going on? Han Shuo hastily asked Wood Elite Zombie. The abnormality of this virile leaf was obviously caused by Wood Elite Zombie. However, what Han Shuo did not expect was that Wood Elite Zombie actually possessed such a remarkable ability. Yes, it flew over by itself, Wood Elite Zombie answered somewhat uncertainly, as though he was very innocent. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, he recalled the legend of the 5 elemental treasures. In the account of the 5 elemental treasures left behind by Chu Kanglin, it was stated that the 5 elemental treasures and the 5 elite zombies had a miraculous telepathy. The 5 elemental treasures that were nurtured in the place of extreme 5 elements for millions of years not only possessed miraculous powers, but also possessed the remarkable ability to choose their own masters. As a treasure nurtured in the place of extreme wood, once the wood attribute treasure, virile leaf, sensed the aura of life of the same origin coming from Wood Elite Zombie, it would obviously regard Wood Elite Zombie as its most suitable master. It automatically broke free from the shackles of Sophie's space ring and flew towards the Wood Elite Zombie of its choice. This became its instinctive reaction. So that's how it is. Then let's hurry up and collect them. Han Shuo immediately shouted after getting the Wood Elite Zombie's hint. Right at this moment, the noblewoman and Thuram were about to catch up to the wood attribute treasure, the virile leaf. Moreover, the experts in the manor had also noticed the hiding place of Han Shuo and Sophie. Some of them were already rapidly encircling them. The one leading them was an expert with a calm and unruffled expression. He was none other than Sophie's father, Sacred Knight Sulo. Sophie watched as her father Sulo approached, and the anxiety in her heart was reflected on her face. She fidgeted and said softly, "Hurry up, my father is coming." Under Han Shuo's command, Wood Elite Zombie was rather flustered. However, as the virile leaf had yet to acknowledge him as its master, Wood Elite Zombie was unable to control the virile leaf from such a distance. Han Shuo and the other two could only watch as the noblewoman and Thuram gradually approached the Thaviride leaf. However, when the Thaviride leaf flew to the side of a large tree, a bizarre transformation suddenly occurred. With a sudden flash, the Thaviride leaf bizarrely vanished into the large tree. By the time the noblewoman and Thuram arrived in front of the large tree, the Thaviride leaf was nowhere to be seen. Thuram was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He reached out and drew the long sword that he always carried. It seemed that he intended to destroy the large tree and dig out the Thaviride leaf. No. At this moment, the noblewoman suddenly extended her hand to stop Thuram. Under Thuram's astonished and puzzled gaze, the noblewoman quickly took out a magic staff that was intertwined like tree roots and started chanting an incantation in a low voice. As the noblewoman chanted, the large tree in front of her began to tremble as though it had come to life. Its branches extended like the tentacles of an octopus. A bizarre energy instantly filled the large tree, causing it to move. "She's a druid," suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. It was only at this moment that the crowd discovered the true identity of the noblewoman. The druids of the Druidic order rarely left the great forest. This noblewoman possessed the mysterious energy of nature, yet she appeared at a gathering of celebrities dressed in a luxurious gown. It was obviously very rare. Therefore, the crowd only discovered her identity after she made her move. After the crowd discovered that she was a druid, their gazes towards the noblewoman were filled with even more amazement. After the noblewoman chanted a string of incantations, the large tree gradually stopped shaking and returned to normal. Sigh. The noblewoman softly sighed, shook her head, and said in a very dispirited manner, "It seems that the Druidic order can't retract the hand of goddess." While the noblewoman was sighing helplessly, Would Elite Zombie, on the other hand, was lightly trembling with excitement. The Thaviride leaf that had vanished from the large tree had somehow appeared in Would Elite Zombie's palm. Would Elite Zombie held the Wood attribute treasure, Viride leaf, in his palms with both hands, appearing extremely precious. "Father, I've got it too, I've got it." Would Elite Zombie excitedly repeated these few words. "Who's there?" Sacred Knight Sorrow, who had yet to arrive, had already shouted from afar. His momentum was rather astonishing. "Hurry up and leave," Sophie urged Han Shuo as she turned around. It seemed that she was ready to slip away. Now that the Viride leaf was in his hands, there was no need for Han Shuo to stay here any longer. Disregarding Would Elite Zombie's indescribable excitement, Han Shuo chanted a necromancy incantation and sent Would Elite Zombie back to the netherworld. Just as Han Shuo was about to soar into the sky and leave, he discovered that Sulo had already crossed a great distance and was rushing over. Sulo was about to shout for Han Shuo and Sophie to stop when he suddenly saw the spotlessly white Pegasus. Sulo was immediately silenced. His eyes widened as he looked at Han Shuo and Sophie, forcibly stopping himself from shouting. "Feifei, what the hell are you doing? Who is this person?" Sulo's originally loud shout suddenly turned into an extremely low, angry rebuke. Before Sophie and Han Shuo could open their mouths, Sulo's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "No matter what, leave this place first. I'll settle the score with you later." "I'm sorry, father," Sophie answered with a bitter face. Seeing that the others in the manor were about to arrive, she tugged at Han Shuo and said, "Let's go." "My apologies." Han Shuo took the time to salute Sulo and quickly followed behind Sophie. After returning to the small hotel, Han Shuo was in a good mood. He wasn't the least bit worried about what had happened in Brack Manor. There was no reason for Han Shuo to be unhappy that he didn't have to spend 300,000 gold coins to obtain the Thaviride leaf. No one in Brack Manor, including Sulo, was of any concern to Han Shuo. Therefore, even when Sulo saw him and Sophie together, Han Shuo wasn't worried in the slightest. In contrast to Han Shuo, Sophie had a distressed expression the moment she returned. She kept nagging about what she should do. Han Shuo tried every possible way to persuade Sophie for a while before she finally returned to her room to sleep, somewhat vexed. There were still 2 more days until the auction. From the Dark Mantle's information, there really were many priceless treasures up for auction this time. Especially on the last day, it was said that there were even some extremely rare materials. The Dark Mantle wasn't able to find out exactly what those materials were, but Han Shuo was already looking forward to the auction items on the 3rd day. Seeing that it was still early, Han Shuo once again took out Gilbert's soul depository ring, which contained the Dark Dragon, and chatted with Gilbert for a while. The main reason for doing so was to maintain the liveliness of Gilbert's soul, lest he was contaminated with too much of a lifeless aura. In the future, when he rebuilt his physical body, it would be difficult for him to recover his original spirit. Seeing that it was still early, Han Shuo once again took out Gilbert's soul depository ring, which contained the Dark Dragon, and chatted with Gilbert for a while. The main reason he did so was to maintain the liveliness of Gilbert's soul, lest he was contaminated with too much lifeless aura. In the future, when he rebuilt his physical body, it would be difficult for him to recover his original spirit. While Gilbert continued his cultivation, Han Shuo once again began to diligently study the abstruse books on necromancy magic. Han Shuo had always believed that the reason he had yet to master the boundary of aging was because his understanding of the essence of necromancy magic was insufficient. He believed that after accumulating knowledge to a certain level, he would certainly make a leap in necromancy magic. Han Shuo was startled. He immediately understood that the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race had once again established a connection with him. It seemed that after such a long time, the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race must have recovered from the injuries he sustained during his battle with the saintess of the Church of Light. After a moment of astonishment, Han Shuo began to feel excited. Han Shuo, who could conceal his consciousness, was no longer afraid of the threat of the 6-horned tribal king. Han Shuo was certain that if Statholm the old monster and Tiana had yet to fuse their souls with the origin crystal, the 6-horned tribal king would certainly have sensed the presence of the other two. Previously, Han Shuo had been regretting his failure to bring the 6-horned tribal king to the Shrine of Ice. Now that the threat of the 6-horned tribal king had been revealed, Han Shuo began to feel excited instead. Therefore, not only did Han Shuo not immediately activate his consciousness, he even used the miraculous power of his consciousness to transmit a provocative aura to the 6-horned tribal king who was thousands of miles away in the Brute Merchant Alliance's Tarrag Canyon. The aura contained Han Shuo's contempt and disdain for him. As expected, as soon as Han Shuo transmitted his provocative aura, he immediately sensed the 6-horned tribal king's wrath and boundless killing intent. What made Han Shuo even more delighted was that he discovered that the 6-horned tribal king's position had already begun to move towards his location. Chapter 495. On the 2nd day, Han Shuo did not go to the auction house. As he had received information from the Dark Mantle beforehand, Han Shuo knew that the auction items today would not interest him. Early in the morning, Sophie came looking for Han Shuo. After learning that Han Shuo would not be going to the auction house today, Sophie excitedly dragged Han Shuo to several scenic spots in the vicinity. As the host, Sophie did her duty as the host. Sophie brought Han Shuo to several famous scenic spots in the vicinity of Kasi Empire's Siro City. Along the way, Han Shuo was somewhat absent-minded. He could sense the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race approaching. The threat from the 6th-level tribal king was a constant reminder to Han Shuo, making it difficult for Han Shuo to relax and enjoy the pleasure of sightseeing to his heart's content. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Han Shuo finally mustered up enough energy to go to the auction house again. With the experience from the day before yesterday, when Han Shuo had just arrived at the auction house, the person in charge, Zaria, very promptly rushed to Han Shuo's side. He said to Han Shuo apologetically, "I'm very sorry, we have yet to find the item. Please give us a little more time." Having obtained the Thaviride leaf, Han Shuo very magnanimously nodded and said, "No problem. Thank you. We will definitely find the item as soon as possible." Zaria appeared very embarrassed. He beckoned to the guards and instructed, "Entertain our honored guests well." With the magnificent feat of bidding for 300,000 gold coins the day before yesterday, the way these people looked at Han Shuo today was obviously different. After the auction began, Han Shuo did not say much. He merely released his consciousness and inspected some of the people in the auction house. Soon after, he focused his attention on the auction items. Han Shuo was not interested in the first few auction items. Han Shuo sat there in silence and did not make a move, merely waiting for the best quality materials that might appear later on. "Mister, may I sit by your side?" At this moment, the noblewoman who had appeared at Brack's banquet suddenly walked up to Han Shuo. She stopped in front of Han Shuo and gracefully asked. "Oh, of course." Han Shuo replied casually. He glanced at the noblewoman and was a little surprised. He didn't know what this woman wanted to do. Yesterday at Brack's banquet, Han Shuo learned that she was a druid. In Kasi Empire, the Shrine of Ice reigned supreme. Very few other religious organizations would come and go, and the members of the Druidic Order were even rarer. Han Shuo had dealings with Caspian, the great druid of the Druidic Order. He knew that the doctrine of the Druidic Order was to yearn for a natural and harmonious life. Among them, true great druids rarely came and went in a flourishing human society. Even if they preached the doctrine of the Druidic Order in human society, they would do so in the areas with lush vegetation. Han Shuo rarely saw a druid like her who frequented the upper class. Yesterday, this woman addressed the wood attribute treasure Viride leaf as the hand of the goddess. It appeared that she had some understanding of the Viride leaf. The Druidic Order revered nature, and the wood attribute treasure could make plants of the wood attribute exuberant with vitality. It also possessed some wonderful miraculous effects. This woman regarded the Viride leaf as the hand of the goddess of nature, which was rather interesting. "My name is Lillian, a druid of the Druidic Order," she introduced herself to Han Shuo after sitting down. Han Shuo nodded at her with a faint smile and did not say much. This woman named Lillian must have come for something. Based on Han Shuo's observation of her, what she wanted to say must have something to do with the Viride leaf. "I hope you can sell me the hand of the goddess of nature." "The hand of the goddess belongs to the Druidic Order." "I hope you can fulfill our wish," Lillian said in a low voice as her eyes focused on Han Shuo. This woman appeared to be around 30 years of age. She had a fair face and a graceful figure. Her looks were not particularly outstanding and could barely be described as elegant. However, there was a kind of dignified and reserved demeanor that only a true upper-class lady possessed. When this kind of temperament was put on her, it made her, who originally did not have outstanding looks, have a different kind of attractiveness. Han Shuo's eyes swept across Lillian's body and said with a faint smile, "You know, that thing is not in my hands." "I'm very sorry." Lillian's bright eyes looked at Han Shuo. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly opened her mouth and said, "What if, that thing is in your hands?" Han Shuo frowned. His expression turned somewhat cold as he said, "What do you mean?" Under Han Shuo's gaze, Lillian suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She felt as though she had fallen into an ice cave. In the noisy auction hall, Lillian actually did not feel the slightest sense of security. As a druid of the Druidic Order, Lillian's senses were much sharper than the average person. She immediately knew what this feeling meant. If this seemingly simple and honest fatty in front of her wanted to kill her, she would not have the slightest ability to resist. Lillian was aghast. She hastily explained, "I mean, if the auction house helps you find the hand of the goddess of our Druidic Order, can you sell it to us? We are willing to buy it at a higher price." At this time, Sophie, who was standing beside Han Shuo, tugged at the corner of his clothes. It seemed that Sophie had also sensed the murderous aura coming from Han Shuo. That was why she had reminded Han Shuo of the current situation. The coldness on his face receded. Han Shuo put on a normal smile and laughed, "So that's how it is." When the auction house helps me find it, we can discuss this matter again. 2 days ago, this woman seemed to be lacking money. Who would have thought that after just 1 day, she would actually be willing to sell it at a high price? It seemed that this woman had raised the money, otherwise she wouldn't have said this. Lillian saw the perfunctory expression on Han Shua's face. She looked at Han Shua with a somewhat pleading look and said, "Sir, that thing is very important to our Druidic order. If you are willing to sell it to us, our Druidic order will be very grateful to you. I reckon that I won't be able to obtain that thing. If you have the time, you might as well communicate with the auction house. Who knows, they might have another one." Han Shua would absolutely not hand over the viride leaf to anyone. This item had an immeasurable effect on Wood Elite Zombie. Han Shua still had to rely on Wood Elite Zombie to fully unleash the might of the penta-elemental undead formation. Lillian looked at Han Shua, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, perhaps because she recalled the frightening murderous aura coming from Han Shua, she did not continue speaking. For some unknown reason, looking at Lillian's hesitant expression, Han Shua faintly felt that she seemed to know that the viride leaf was in his hands. It was a very strange feeling. Han Shua carefully observed Lillian, and seemed to understand something from her persistent gaze. How did she know? That's not very possible. Han Shua was baffled. After hesitating for a moment, he probed, "How many gold coins can you offer?" Upon hearing these words, Lillian was pleasantly surprised. "You're willing to sell it to us?" Lillian's pleasant surprise was a subconscious reaction. Han Shua, who was staring at her closely, could see it clearly. This meant that she was certain that the item was in his hands. That was why she had such a pleasant surprise reaction. In this way, Han Shua was certain that although he didn't know how she did it, she definitely knew that the viride leaf was in his hands. "If the price is reasonable, I will consider selling it to you after I get my hands on it," Han Shua casually replied. 350,000 gold coins. "What do you think?" Lillian hastily said. "It seems that they're still not that wealthy." "Only 50,000 gold coins, that's all," thought Han Shua. 400,000 gold coins, 400,000 at most. "I beg you, that's all we can offer." Seeing that Han Shua didn't respond, Lillian thought that Han Shua wasn't satisfied with the price of 350,000 gold coins. She said to Han Shua in a nearly pleading manner, "If it weren't for the fact that the viride leaf was really important to Wood Elite Zombie, Han Shua might have agreed to it. The price is pretty good. I will consider it." Han Shua helplessly sighed in his heart and replied to Lillian with a courteous smile. The brain-eating magical beast is a very strange magical beast. It doesn't have a magical crystal core and survives by eating the brains of humans and magical beasts. It is said that it can only be found in the depths of the easternmost sea of Profound Continent. It is extremely difficult to capture. If someone gives birth to a mentally handicapped child, as long as the child eats the brain-eating magical beast, his intelligence will be restored and he will be even smarter than the average child. In addition, it was at this moment that the auctioneer's high-pitched voice sounded. Han Shua, who was talking to Lillian, suddenly had an ecstatic expression on his face. For the first time, he focused his attention and no longer paid any attention to Lillian's incessant chatter beside him. His eyes were fixed on the items being auctioned on the stage. In Chu Kanglin's memories, the brain-eating magical beast was called the brain-eating demon. It was an extremely rare and mystical beast. Han Shua was most worried about the reconstruction of Gilbert's brain after his physical body was reforged. However, if he had the brain-eating demon, Han Shua wouldn't have to worry about this. As long as this last problem was resolved, Han Shua could gather some materials and immediately start reforging Gilbert's physical body. Therefore, the brain-eating demon was the same as the wood attribute treasure, the viride leaf. Han Shua was determined to obtain it. Chapter 496. The brain-devouring demon was a type of marine soft-bodied exotic beast that could drill into the brain through the eyes, nostrils, and ears of humans and beasts. It lived by sucking the brains of humans and beasts. They only appeared in the deepest part of the ocean. Their bodies were made of soft bodies that could be quickly reattached even if they were cut into several pieces. Apart from being burned by raging flames, they were practically unafraid of any attack. And in the depths of the ocean, it was extremely difficult for an average person to harm them with raging flames. According to Han Shuo's knowledge, the brain-devouring demon was a rare exotic beast that had many uses. It could be used as medicine to refine intelligence pills, it could be used to reattach severed limbs, and by using demonic arts and a few special materials, it could be refined into a sound-quality demonic weapon that could shatter the brains of humans and beasts. Of course, the most miraculous thing was its ability to repair the brains of humans and beasts. Perhaps because the brain-devouring demon consumed the brains of humans and beasts, its body had a miraculous ability to repair the human brain. For a demonic arts cultivator like Han Shuo, he could make use of the miraculous effects of the brain-devouring demon's body to recreate an exact replica of himself according to his own brain. In this way, even if his brain was shattered in battle, as long as his consciousness did not disperse, he could use the brain refined by the brain-devouring demon to replace it. He could still live a carefree and happy life. In order to reconstruct Gilbert's fleshly body, Han Shuo's biggest headache was the reconstruction of Gilbert's brain. The brain-devouring demon was one of those rare exotic beasts that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. Han Shuo had never thought that he would be able to obtain one. He had even made plans to use other materials to replace Gilbert's brain structure. Little did he expect that he would be able to see such a treasure in the auction house. Therefore, when the auctioneer shrieked and explained the miraculous effects of the brain-devouring demon, Han Shuo was so excited that he no longer cared about Lillian's obsession with the viride leaf. The brain-devouring demon, the base price is 10,000 gold coins. The highest bidder wins. After a series of shouts, the auctioneer announced the start of the auction in an impassioned tone. It seemed like there were quite a few people who knew their stuff. Just as the auctioneer's shriek ended, rows of eye-catching red bidding lights on the second and third floor began to light up one after another. In a few VIP rooms, there were even uncontrollable gasps from excitement. Evidently, some people were very obsessed with this auction item. The son of the Minister of Finance, the grandson of the Minister of War, and the daughter of the head magus of the royal court all seemed to be a bit retarded. Sophie blinked her long, bright eyes, and sighed in a low voice, as if in sorrow for these poor creatures. No wonder, Han Shuo thought to himself. He immediately understood that today would be another tough battle. He could not help but focus all his attention on the brain-devouring fiend on the table, listening to the rising price as he waited for the right time to intervene. Suddenly, Han Shuo had a bad feeling. This feeling did not originate from the six-horned tribal king of the soul race that was gradually approaching him. Han Shuo carefully sensed for a moment and suddenly discovered that the temperature of the entire auction house had slowly dropped by a few degrees. Han Shuo furrowed his brows and instantly understood. His consciousness immediately spread out like a spider web, extending outwards bit by bit with him as the center. Not the slightest change in the entire area could escape Han Shuo's perception. Dressed in a snow-white magical robe, the water element demigod Magus Tiana had appeared on top of a building outside the auction house. Her face was solemn, and her entire body was wreathed in mist. Her long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and she held a magic staff in her hand. Her eyes were closed as she muttered some mystical incantation. At the entrance of the auction house, Ice Celestial Kori stood tall and straight with his sword in his hand. He raised his head to look at Snow Celestial Tiana, who was standing on top of the auction house, as though they were silently communicating something. Ice Celestial Kori and Snow Celestial Tiana of the Shrine of Ice, the most powerful demigod existences in Kasi Empire, had suddenly gathered in the auction house. It was very clear what this meant: his whereabouts had been exposed. Having experienced many years of wars, Han Shuo had seen all sorts of situations. Even after discovering that things had come to this, he still did not show any signs of panic. There was even a hint of a tranquil smile on his face. He turned his head to take a deep look at Sophie beside him, and said in a low voice that only she could hear, "Sophie, get away from me. Find a washroom and restore your original appearance." "Why?" Sophie was somewhat baffled and puzzled. "If you believe me, then do as I say. Otherwise, you will bring me trouble." Han Shuo knew that Sophie was the kind of person who would not watch him suffer without doing anything. If he said that not doing as he said would bring Sophie trouble, Sophie would certainly be displeased. "Your enemy is here, isn't it?" However, Han Shuo had underestimated Sophie's intelligence. She only stared blankly for a moment before immediately coming to her senses. She began to look around vigilantly, as though wanting to help Han Shuo uncover the enemy first. Han Shuo sighed inwardly. He knew that if he did not employ some special means, Sophie would not be easily dismissed. Just as the crowd continued to raise the price for the brain-devourer demon, Han Shuo, who had been sitting there quietly all along, suddenly stood up. Friend number 83, you haven't made a move yet today. What's up? Are you planning to make a move?" shouted the auctioneer when he saw Han Shuo suddenly stand up. He thought that Han Shuo could no longer restrain himself and had finally made a move. He was even more excited than Han Shuo. The auctioneer had already witnessed Han Shuo's boldness the day before yesterday. He had presided over several auctions and had rarely seen a character who would raise the price by more than 50,000 gold coins every time. Therefore, after Han Shuo had appeared today, the auctioneer had been secretly observing Han Shuo. He was the first to discover that Han Shuo had just stood up. Moreover, he had even shouted in his unique voice. "Yes, I'm planning to make a move." Han Shuo smiled faintly. His smile was somewhat strange and evil. The auctioneer laughed heartily. Just as he was about to say a few words to liven up the atmosphere, his expression suddenly stiffened. He looked at Han Shuo, unable to react in time. What are you doing?" Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo, with a speed that did not match his body size at all, crossed the air and landed on the platform at lightning speed. Before the crowd could react, the brain-devouring imp that was stored in a special container was already in Han Shuo's hand. Han Shuo fiddled with it for a moment, nodded his head, and immediately stored the brain-devourer demon into his space ring. It was as if the brain-devourer demon was something that had fallen to the ground in his house, and he casually picked it up. It was unspeakably natural. This is against the rules, this is completely against the rules. Suddenly, flustered and exasperated shouts came from the second and third floors. Those fellows whose sons and grandsons were mentally retarded also started to make a ruckus as if they were retarded. "How many gold coins have you bid for?" Facing the gazes of everyone on and off the stage, Han Shuo asked the auctioneer with a wondrous smile on his face. "Friend, no matter how many gold coins you have, isn't doing this a little too unorthodox?" On the third floor, Brack was standing by the window. His expression was clearly displeased, but his tone was still somewhat restrained. This was the credit of his many years of aristocratic education. Raising his head to look at Brack on the third floor, his condescending manner made Han Shuo very unhappy. Therefore, Han Shuo stuck out his big belly, revealed a silly smile, and said to Brack in an uncourteous manner, "None of your business." The audience was in an uproar. Compared to Han Shuo's bold and unrestrained bidding the last time, the uproar this time was even more fervent. The majority of the audience was staring at Han Shuo like wooden chickens. They really couldn't understand how this seemingly simple and honest fatty could have such a bizarre and audacious behavior. Watching Han Shuo's unconventional performance from below the stage, Sophie simply didn't know what to do. She looked at Brack's unsightly face of disbelief, and then looked at the insufferably arrogant Han Shuo. At this moment, Sophie was both carefree and worried. Throughout his life, Brack had never been so humiliated in public. As a core descendant of the Pilon royal family, everyone would deliberately fawn over Brack when they saw him. Even the most boorish commoners and bandits would conceal their usual boorishness. Unexpectedly, truly unexpectedly, in this auction house where celebrities congregate, a simple and honest fatty of unknown origin would actually say, "None of your business," to him in front of everyone. Brack's usual elegance and gentleness had vanished without a trace. Even his disguise of hiding a dagger behind a smile had been torn apart. With an ashen face, he pointed at Han Shuo and said with a somewhat trembling voice, What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. None of your business. None of your business. None of your business. Han Shuo very cooperatively repeated 3 times in a row. Soon after, he extended 3 fingers and added, 3 times. The auctioneer looked at Brack with trepidation and hastily said in a loud voice, "Mister, although it was because of us that something went wrong with your item the day before yesterday, you still can't do this today. Thuram, get rid of him for me. No matter who he is, anyone who offends the House of Pilon is a capital offense." Brack could no longer hold back his anger. With his body trembling, he pointed at Han Shuo and ordered the bodyguards beside him to kill. "Yes, young master." Without another word, Thuram raised the long sword in his hand and leaped down from the 3rd floor. Silver fighting aura overflowed from him, making him look extremely splendid and beautiful. However, before Thuram could slash down with his sword, Han Shuo, who was all smiles as he raised his head and looked at Brack, blasted his fist upwards from the platform. A streak of red light flashed and collided with the silver fighting aura that was slashing down. A burst of concentrated sounds of metal clashing instantly erupted. Thuram and the long sword in his hand flew high up from the bombardment of the red light, shooting straight towards Brack's room on the 3rd floor. The speed at which Thuram was flying upwards was even faster than when he was descending. Just as Brack was about to be hit by Thuram, a figure suddenly appeared and hastily reached out to catch Thuram, lest Thuram hurt Brack. The person who suddenly reached out to catch Thuram was naturally Sophie's father, Sulo. When the sacred knight caught Thuram, he discovered that several bones in Thuram's chest and abdomen were broken. An enormous force transmitted from Thuram's body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Sulo's complexion abruptly changed. He thought to himself, who is this person? How can he possess such frightening strength? Chapter 497. How many gold coins? Asked Han Shuo again as he looked at the auctioneer under everyone's astonished gazes. Outside the auction house, the ice goddess and snow goddess of the Shrine of Ice had gathered. More and more experts were gathering here, gradually surrounding Han Shuo. It seemed that they had no intention of letting Han Shuo leave this place alive. 150,000 gold coins, answered the auctioneer involuntarily under Han Shuo's imposing manner. Nodding, Han Shuo took out 3 magic crystal cards from his space ring, each with a face value of 50,000 gold coins. He tossed them to the auctioneer from afar, saying, "Here's 150,000 gold coins. I'm taking it." These 3 magic crystal cards required no password or procedures. As long as the owner confirmed inside, the card could be used to withdraw gold coins from any magic crystal trading firm. When Han Shuo left Bretel City, Jack had specially prepared them for convenience. For example, the race of dwarves did not have a magic crystal device that could convert gold coins. If Han Shuo relied solely on his own magic crystal card, he would not be able to deliver large amounts of gold coins to the dwarves. It was obviously much more convenient to use these magic crystal cards. But, the auctioneer obviously knew that the true value of the brain-devouring demon could be even higher. After hastily catching the 3 magic crystal cards containing 150,000 gold coins, he stared at Han Shuo anxiously, wanting to say something. "It's about time." Han Shuo snorted lightly. Soon after, he cast a glance at Sophie in the hall, hinting her to leave as soon as possible to avoid trouble. What Han Shuo was doing now was simply daylight robbery. As a somewhat famous genius knight in Kasi Empire, although Sophie was delighted by Han Shuo's impoliteness towards Brack, she dared not say much to him at this moment, especially when her father, Sacred Knight Sulo, was in Brack's room. Father-in-law. Suddenly, in the VIP room on the third floor, Brack looked at Sacred Knight Sulo anxiously as he looked at Thuram who had fallen to the ground at his feet. There was no one in Kasi Empire who did not know of Sulo's name. When Brack saw Thuram being sent flying by Han Shuo's punch, he finally understood how terrifying this simple and honest fatty was in his state of extreme terror. Thankfully, Sulo was by Brack's side. Thus, even though Thuram was injured, Brack was still relatively calm. At this moment, he was looking at Sulo anxiously, obviously hoping that Sulo would help. Sulo was a holy knight. In Brack's mind, a holy knight was the strongest existence on the continent. Sulo understood in his heart that Han Shuo and Sophie were certainly familiar with each other. Perhaps the two even had some friendship. But at this moment, Sulo seemed to have no choice in the face of Brack's earnest request. Hence, under Brack's earnest request, Sulo nodded with a heavy expression. "Mister, you have broken the rules of the auction house. I hope you can hand over the item and participate in the auction in the normal way," Sulo said as he stood by the window and looked at Han Shuo with a solemn expression. Inside the auction house, the various celebrities who had been shocked by Han Shuo's move suddenly came to their senses. Among these people, some had seen Sacred Knight Sulo before. Now that they heard Sacred Knight Sulo's voice, they were even more astonished and started a clamor of discussion. If it were a large-scale battle, given how cowardly these people were, they would immediately leave this place of trouble. But when they saw that only Han Shuo was here, and Sacred Knight Sulo was here, they couldn't help but stay and observe with curiosity. "Mister, what is the meaning of this?" The person in charge, Zaria, appeared out of nowhere, leading a group of guards. Zaria's expression was rather unsightly as he forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and questioned Han Shuo. At first, Zaria felt apologetic towards Han Shuo. But after witnessing Han Shuo's audacious behavior backstage, Zaria was truly enraged. Kasi Empire held an auction every 3 years, and such a strange thing had never happened before. No matter how much an ordinary person desired a treasure, they would at most wait until after the auction to make use of the influence in their hands to steal it. But Han Shuo's act of openly robbing a treasure under the watchful eyes of the auction house was something that had never happened before. The situation was clear. Han Shuo had earned everyone's enmity. "My apologies. I had intended to bid according to the rules, but due to some special circumstances, I had no choice but to resort to this." Han Shuo shrugged helplessly at Zaria. Sensing that some experts from the Shrine of Ice were approaching, Han Shuo signaled Sophie with his eyes again and prepared to break through the door and leave. Whoosh! Sacred Knight Sulo suddenly leaped down and landed fiercely on Han Shuo. Sulo did not draw his weapon, but his body naturally exuded a swift and fierce aura. While in midair, Sulo extended both his hands. Golden fighting aura blossomed in his palms like a sun. "No!" Sophie suddenly screamed from below the stage. Seeing that Sulo was not going to kill her, Sophie screamed. Han Shuo creased his brows and shot a glance at Sophie. He suddenly retreated, ignoring Sulo's attack and headed straight for the exit. As Sophie's father, Sulo did not attack Han Shuo the last time they were outside Brack's manor because of Sophie. This time, although he attacked out of consideration for Brack's reputation, he obviously did not go for the kill. Therefore, Han Shuo could not kill Sulo. He could only avoid him and leave as soon as possible. "Friend. Actually, the person they're looking for is me." Just as Han Shuo was about to kick open the stone wall of the auction house and seize the opportunity to leave, an old man in his twilight years suddenly spoke not far behind Han Shuo. This old man had a head of messy green hair that looked like straw covering his head. He looked like he had lived for a very long time. The years had left deep scars on his face. Ever since Han Shuo arrived at the auction house, he had been observing every single person in the auction house. Han Shuo had naturally taken note of this old man as well. It was just that when he first observed this old man, Han Shuo did not pay much attention to him because he did not sense any extraordinary aura from this old man. However, just as Han Shuo was about to leave before the shrine of ice was completely set up, the old man's words gave Han Shuo a strange feeling as though he was bathing in a spring breeze. When Han Shuo was startled, he unfolded his consciousness and focused all of it on this old man. He suddenly discovered that under the old man's outer appearance that seemed as though it could sink into the earth at any moment, there was actually a vigorous life force. Within the old man's body, Han Shuo felt the power of a vast green forest. This power was full of exuberant life force, more than 10 times greater than that of sacred knight Sulo who was walking over at high speed. Han Shuo understood that the more powerful an existence was, the stronger their life force would be. For this old man to possess such a tremendous life force, and to be able to conceal himself from Han Shuo's consciousness at the very beginning, it meant that he was at least as strong as Han Shuo. Otherwise, Han Shuo would have sensed him. This discovery gave Han Shuo a shock. Soon after, he understood the meaning behind the old man's words. He looked at the old man in astonishment and said, "You're saying that those from the shrine of ice outside are after you?" The old man nodded and smiled bitterly, "That's right, it's me." Crack. It was at this moment that a crisp sound was heard from the top of the auction house. The crowd raised their heads in alarm, only to see an enormous hole split open at the top of the auction house. A woman shrouded in a thin layer of mist slowly descended from above. At the same time, the doors of the auction house suddenly opened. Those from the Shrine of Ice, led by Ice Celestial Kori, walked in with grave and stern expressions. "Master Kelly, why didn't you gather with your old friends after coming to Kasi Empire? That's too disrespectful." Ice Celestial Kori laughed heartily as soon as he walked in from outside. Han Shuo took a look at him. Although Ice Celestial Kori was laughing cheerfully, he looked haggard and had a gloomy complexion. It seemed that Kori hadn't been having a good time recently. It made sense. In Han Shuo's hands, the Shrine of Ice's god-making project, which they had spent a huge amount of resources to start, came to a premature end at the critical moment. Not only were all their experts slaughtered by Metal Elite Zombie, they even lost their sacred grade experts. Even in the Shrine of Ice, the number of sacred grade experts could be counted on one's fingers. The death of every sacred grade expert would cause immeasurable losses to the Shrine of Ice. As the supreme leader of the Shrine of Ice, Ice Celestial Kori could only watch helplessly as the strength of the Shrine of Ice not only failed to increase, but was instead weakened bit by bit. It would be strange if he could be happy. As expected, he really wasn't looking for me. Han Shuo was astonished. Then, he discovered that Ice Celestial Kori's gaze had never once landed on him. It seemed that Ice Celestial Kori actually couldn't recognize him without changing his appearance. "Sage, what should we do?" Druid Lillian, who had been chattering incessantly beside Han Shuo, actually came before that old man at this moment and asked respectfully. After hearing Lillian's explanation, Han Shuo suddenly came to a realization. When he looked at this old man again and sensed the vigorous energy within his aged body, he immediately understood that this old man should be a big shot of the Druidic Order. As for why such a big shot would appear in this auction house, Han Shuo also vaguely understood. It seemed that he was here for the so-called Hand of Goddess of the Druidic Order. Chapter 498. Kori, it's indeed been a while. But I didn't come to Kasi Empire this time to find trouble with your Shrine of Ice, nor did I intend to preach the doctrines of our Druidic Order in Kasi Empire. There's no need for you to muster such a large force just for me, right? The old man named Kelly looked at Ice Celestial Kori with a faint smile, as though he was facing a formidable foe. He did not seem to fear this character of the Shrine of Ice. Han Shuo knew that not only did Ice Celestial Kori have absolute power over the Shrine of Ice, but even in Kasi Empire, His Majesty of Kasi Empire would have to heed his words. That was because Ice Celestial Kori was the oldest elder of the Pilon imperial family. For so many years, the Pilon family had firmly grasped the power of Kasi Empire. Every rebellion in Kasi Empire was swiftly suppressed. This was directly related to Ice Celestial Kori. Even the current king of Kasi Empire knew what Ice Celestial Kori meant to the Pilon family and the Kasi Empire. It can't be helped. You don't leave the headquarters of the Druidic Order easily. Now that you have suddenly descended upon our Kasi Empire, I can't help but think that you are here to seek revenge. When Kori treated Kelly, he displayed due respect. Although his actions contained murderous intent, he was still courteous on the surface. The Shrine of Ice had the absolute initiative in Kasi Empire. Ever since the founding of Kasi Empire, the Shrine of Ice had been the state religion of Kasi Empire. For many years, the Shrine of Ice had used its unparalleled influence in Kasi Empire to destroy all religious organizations that were in conflict with it. The Druidic Order, as a religious organization with influence all over the profound continent, had also suffered a devastating blow in Kasi Empire. To this day, there was not a single shrine of the Druidic Order left in Kasi Empire. Even followers of the Druidic Order rarely appeared in Kasi Empire. It was precisely because of the extreme practices of the Shrine of Ice that the experts of the Druidic Order, who had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, flew into a rage. It seemed that they had secretly fought with the Shrine of Ice. Han Shuo wasn't too sure what the outcome was, but he knew from some dark mantle records that the Druidic Order held the upper hand for a short while. However, Ice Celestial Kori, as an elder of the royal family of the House of Pilon in Kasi Empire, had the support of the entire Kasi Empire. The Druidic Order were naturally no match for the Shrine of Ice in a prolonged battle in Kasi Empire. Although the Druidic Order held the upper hand in the short term, in the end, their forces were completely driven out of Kasi Empire. Just from the fact that Kasi could not find a single church of the Druidic Order, it could be seen that the two churches were at odds with each other. This time, the arrival of the Druidic Order's Kelly, who possessed at least demigod strength, was clearly noticed by Ice Celestial Kori and immediately snuck over. Citizens of Kasi Empire, please leave the auction house immediately. The rest of today's auction program can be rescheduled. Suddenly, Snow Celestial Tiana, who had been standing at the top of the auction house, gently called out. Inside the auction house, the noisy chatter abruptly quietened down after the representatives of the Shrine of Ice appeared. When they heard Kori's words, they gradually understood some clues. Upon hearing Tiana's words, each and every one of them looked terrified. Without saying a word, they cautiously and quietly left the auction house. In Kasi Empire, some of the true bigwigs were well aware of who was behind the fanatical religious believers of the Shrine of Ice. Obviously, they would not go against the largest organization in Kasi Empire. Some minor nobles who did not understand the identity of the Shrine of Ice and Ice Celestial Kori, who could not even afford to provoke the Shrine of Ice on the surface, naturally left obediently. Moreover, the situation inside the auction house was completely different from before. Just now, it was only Han Shuo who made the first move. With Sacred Knight Sulo here, in addition to the fact that Han Shuo had yet to truly go for the kill, they stayed behind with the attitude of watching a good show. However, when the fanatical religious believers of the Shrine of Ice appeared, they understood that today's matter was by no means as simple as it seemed. In particular, the grudge between the Shrine of Ice and the Druidic Order was something that everyone in Kasi Empire vaguely understood. Many nobles had once learned of the carnage these two religious organizations had stirred up in Kasi Empire many years ago. Therefore, when they discovered that today's matter was related to the long-standing grudge between the two churches, they immediately understood that there would be a bloody battle in this auction house. As people of high status, they naturally would not be exposed to unknown dangers at any time in this place. Therefore, the wisest choice was to run as far away as possible. The Druidic Order was a religion that believed in nature and valued life. They never advocated the indiscriminate killing of the innocent. Therefore, although Kelly and Lillian knew that Snow Celestial Tiana was doing this to deal with them without any misgivings, they did not make a move and use these people to threaten the Shrine of Ice. Old Ancestor. Brack, who was on the third floor, had once been informed of the relationship between the Shrine of Ice and the House of Pillon by his father. He had even seen the magical image of Ice Celestial Kori. When Brack came down from the third floor, he suddenly discovered that Ice Celestial Kori was the legendary character of the House of Pillon that even his father revered like a god, Ice Celestial Kori. Although Ice Celestial Kori very rarely left the Shrine of Ice, he knew the members of the House of Pillon and some personnel changes like the back of his hand. So much so that several of the most important personnel changes were personally ordered by him before the King of Kasi Empire carried them out. When Brack's cry of surprise rang out, Ice Celestial Kori was first taken aback. Soon after, he gave Brack a few glances and revealed a rare smile, saying, "You are little Brack, right? Huh, not bad, kid. Work hard." "Yes, Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor actually knows me." Upon hearing Ice Celestial Kori's praise, Brack, who had always been gloomy, actually became uncontrollably excited. He looked at Ice Celestial Kori with excitement, practically forgetting who he was. Nodding, Ice Celestial Kori smiled and said, "You should leave too. You don't have to stay in this place." If it were anyone else, even if it were the King of Kasi Empire or Brack's father who said those words to him, Brack might still be a little stubborn. However, when faced with the most legendary character of the House of Pillon, Brack did not put up the slightest resistance. He respectfully performed a family salute towards Kori, obediently uttered a "yes," and obediently walked out. From beginning to end, both Kelly and Lillian of the Druidic Order helplessly looked at the Shrine of Ice's arrangements. Not a single one of them made a move to stop them, nor did they capture any hostage to threaten the Shrine of Ice. Such was the doctrine of the Druidic Order. They were not the kind of people who would resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. Just like how Lillian knew that the hand of goddess of the Druidic Order was in Han Shua's hands, even though she thought that Han Shua was just an ordinary fatty, and that she had Kelly by her side, she still humbly pleaded with Han Shua, intending to use an open and above-board transaction to exchange for the hand of goddess in Han Shua's hands. She did not use Kelly's exceedingly formidable strength to threaten Han Shua. The Druidic Order was a truly pure religion on profound continent. They were kind, upright, and did not have too much ambition. They believed in nature and fairness. Han Shua observed for a moment. In addition to his previous contact with the great Druid Caspian, he naturally had a favorable impression of the Druidic Order. If not for the Viride leaf having such an immeasurable effect on would elite zombie, perhaps Han Shua really wouldn't have made things difficult for them. Sighing in his heart, Han Shua looked at Kelly, and then looked at Ice Celestial Kori who was standing at the entrance, blocking the way. He suddenly came to a decision. By this time, many of the people in the auction house had already walked out. Even Brack, under the indication of his elder, Ice Celestial Kori, was making his way outside. When Sacred Knight Sulo discovered the arrival of Ice Celestial Kori, he greeted Sulo from afar. Soon after, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he ferociously signaled Sophie, who was in disguise. The resoluteness in his eyes simply did not allow Sophie to refuse. Sophie understood from Sulo's gaze that Sulo was truly enraged this time. She understood her father's temperament all too well. She knew just how severe the consequences would be if she did not comply with Sulo's wishes under such circumstances. Therefore, as the crowd surged outside, Sophie stealthily shot a meaningful glance at Han Shua. Then, regardless of whether Han Shua had received her signal or not, Sophie secretly sighed in her heart and squeezed through the crowd to head outside. Han Shua obviously saw Sophie's signal. Without batting an eyelid, he lowered his head and concealed the enormous energy of his consciousness. Then, He carefully concealed the energy of his entire body as well, lest Ice Celestial Kori discover this enemy whom he hated even more than the Druidic Order. Having made up his mind, Han Shuo no longer stayed where he was. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, he appeared to be a little panicky and uneasy, and slowly walked out like any other ordinary person. All of a sudden, that tyrannical, murderous, unparalleled appearance of his had vanished without a trace. It was as if he had become the most ordinary fatty in the crowd. There was nothing extraordinary about him. As Han Shuo blended into the crowd, looking a little timid as he made his way outside, the female druid Lilan gazed at Han Shuo's back with a hint of disdain on her face. She thought to herself, how could such a domineering character turn into such a coward in front of the Shrine of Ice? However, Kelly, who had been paying close attention to Han Shuo, revealed an incomparably astonished expression when he first saw Han Shuo become so timid. But as Han Shuo made his way outside step by step, Kelly's face turned into a half-smile as he looked at Han Shuo with some amusement. Chapter 499. Step by step, Han Shuo walked out of the arena. His eyes seemed to inadvertently glance at Ice Celestial Kori, preparing to launch an attack. Unlike the Druidic Order, Han Shuo was the kind of person who would use any means necessary to achieve his goals. Most people would never resort to such despicable acts of sneak attacks, but Han Shuo did not care about the messy rules. As long as he could inflict heavy damage on his enemy, Han Shuo would not hesitate to use any means necessary. In the battle against the Shrine of Ice, the reason Han Shuo was able to gain the upper hand, destroy the Shrine of Ice's god-making project, and kill their saint-grade experts, was all thanks to Han Shuo's unscrupulous methods. The Druidic Order and the Shrine of Ice had been fighting for many years. Not only were they completely driven out of Kasi Empire, but they also suffered heavy losses. That was all because the Druidic Order, a religious organization, was too open and aboveboard in their conduct. They did not use any sinister and cruel methods. Having concealed all of his aura, Han Shuo's physical undulations were no different from those of an ordinary person. His demonic yuan lay dormant within his demonic infant, waiting patiently. His consciousness was empty, without any sign of power. Everything about him was as ordinary as an ordinary person. Kelly, who was looking at Han Shuo with a faint smile, saw Han Shuo slowly walking towards Ice Celestial Kori. As though he had guessed Han Shuo's intentions, the corners of his mouth curved into a strange smile. As though covering for Han Shuo, he said to Kori, "So, how are you going to deal with me this time?" "Ha!" Ice Celestial Kori raised his head and let out a light laugh, as though he found Kelly's question very amusing. Kori shot a meaningful glance at Snow Celestial Tiana, who was hovering above the auction house. Soon after, he looked at Kelly with a chuckle and sternly said, "Although our two sides do not have an explicit agreement, we have come to a tacit understanding many years ago. The leaders of both sides generally will not easily set foot in the center of the other's power. This time, you have secretly come to the capital of Kasi Empire." "Ha!" All of a sudden, Brack, who was about to leave the auction house, abruptly turned his head around and shot a glance at the seemingly simple and honest Han Shuo. Then, he opened his mouth to warn, "Ancestor, that fatty is a very dangerous character." As soon as he said those words, just as he was about to approach Ice Celestial Kori and make his move, a scarlet bloody radiance suddenly burst forth from his body like a bloody sun. The marble floor beneath Han Shuo shattered in a split second. Like an enraged hedgehog, streaks of blood-red blades emerged from his body, like the sharp spikes on the body of a hedgehog. All of a sudden, he charged towards Ice Celestial Kori. This time, the eruption happened all of a sudden. When Han Shuo's blood-red radiance flourished, Ice Celestial Kori instantly knew who he was facing. After all, Han Shuo's demonic arts were just too unique. Any powerhouse who had fought with him would never forget that unique power. Once Ice Celestial Kori knew that the sudden attacker was Han Shuo, he immediately focused all of his attention as though he was facing a formidable foe. He did not even have the time to ponder why Han Shuo would appear here. Holding a long sword in his hand, Ice Celestial Corey's brows were deeply furrowed. He was unprecedentedly solemn. Just as Han Shuo was about to collide with him, his pupils abruptly contracted and he suddenly soared into the air. Like a ferocious super-ranked magical beast, Han Shuo collided with him. Blood and chi burst forth from all over his body. His imposing manner climbed to its peak, crushing the marble floor into stone chips along the way. Strange popping sounds could be heard in the air. If this strike were to land, Han Shuo could guarantee that Ice Celestial Corey would die without a doubt. It was a pity that Han Shuo's terrifying strike, which he had been waiting for, had to be launched prematurely due to Brack's reminder. Due to the distance and timing being not optimal, Ice Celestial Corey had the time to dodge. It was no longer possible for Han Shuo to collide with Ice Celestial Corey. In a battle between top-notch experts, a small mistake could reverse the entire situation. Although Han Shuo had missed the opportunity to kill Ice Celestial Corey in one strike, because Han Shuo had caught Han Shuo by surprise this time, coupled with the fact that Ice Celestial Corey had yet to recover from his injuries, Han Shuo still had the upper hand. Han Shuo, who was ferociously colliding with Ice Celestial Corey, suddenly shot up into the air like a large rubber ball. 100 rays of swift and fierce bloody light shot out like razor-sharp blades, ruthlessly cutting at Ice Celestial Corey like several dozen large scissors, chasing after Ice Celestial Corey who was in midair. At this moment, Ice Celestial Corey had nowhere to hide. He knew that if he did not receive this attack, Han Shuo would follow up like a shadow and unleash a series of even more ferocious attacks. At that time, he would have to endure even more explosive attacks. Therefore, just as he flew up into the air, Ice Celestial Corey had already condensed all the divine energy and fighting aura in his body, and fiercely pressed down with the simplest and most straightforward style. For a moment, cold air filled every corner of the auction house. Following the brandishing of the long sword in Ice Celestial Corey's hand, crunching sounds could be heard in the air, as though space itself had been frozen solid and was being forcibly sliced apart by the long sword. Han Shuo's attack, which was violently shooting towards Ice Celestial Corey, soon sensed a change in space. He could clearly feel the impact that Ice Celestial Corey's sword had on space. His attack, which was originally cutting towards Ice Celestial Corey at lightning speed, was clearly affected in terms of speed. Scram! Right at this moment, Han Shuo let out a violent roar. Nobody knew what strange move he had used, but the snake-like bloody rays that filled the sky suddenly entangled with each other, forming the shape of a ferocious dragon. With that, the scattered forces gathered together, and the ferocious dragon's attack rumbled forward like a hot knife through butter. The crunching sounds in the air became even louder, as it ferociously collided with Ice Celestial Corey's longsword. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted from within the auction house. The aftershocks from the exchange of blows between two demigod existences surged outwards. It was as though space itself had truly shattered. Even the entire auction house could not withstand the impact and collapsed with a loud rumble. Brack, who had reached the door earlier, had blood flowing out of his mouth and nose like worms. And that was only because Sacred Knight Sulo had blocked the attack. As for the other celebrities who had yet to completely withdraw from the auction house, more than a dozen of them were instantly killed by Han Shuo and Ice Celestial Corey's attack. Some of them were completely unscathed, but their internal organs had been completely destroyed. There were also some who were blasted into pieces on the spot by the aftershocks. The might of a single strike had turned the auction house into a collapsed mine, turning it into a miserable scene akin to hell on earth. Rocks the size of millstones were smashing down from above without any regard for their lives. The few dignitaries who had not yet died, were all wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves as they fled for their lives. Sacred Knight Sulo was aghast. He looked at Han Shuo as though he was looking at a demon that had crawled out of hell. Without giving any explanation, he pulled Brack, who was as dumb as a wooden chicken, and dragged him out with all his might. Completely different from the conservative approach of the Druidic order, once Han Shuo saw an opportunity, he would not care how great the losses would be. Han Shuo did not care in the slightest if some of the celebrities and dignitaries of Kasi Empire were killed in the aftermath. He would strike decisively. If he could kill, he would kill. If he couldn't, he would severely wound them. This was where Han Shuo was more frightening than the Druidic order. Two enemies of equal strength. One of them had many misgivings in his heart, while the other was unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals. One could tell at a glance which one was more frightening. With one strike, Ice Celestial Kori's body, under the powerful inertia, directly broke through the roof of the auction house and flew high into the sky. This was also an important reason for the instant collapse of the auction house. On the other hand, Han Shuo's feet were buried deep in the ground. He raised his head, brimming with fighting spirit, and stared unwaveringly at Ice Celestial Kori, who had turned into a white dot. He seemed to be accumulating power and preparing for an even more ferocious strike. He turned a blind eye to the falling rocks around him, as steady as a boulder. At this moment, Han Shuo's mediocre and honest demeanor was nowhere to be found. Although his appearance had not changed, he gave everyone a frightening feeling of sharpness like a sword. Druid Lillian, who had been looking at Han Shuo's back with some disdain, was now covering her small mouth with her hand in disbelief. She looked at Han Shuo as though she was looking at a monster, her heart filled with horror and fear. Fortunately, we did not snatch the hand of Goddess from him. Otherwise, perhaps even a sage would not be able to restrain him. This person, who is this person? How could he be so terrifying? As though he knew what Lillian was thinking, Kelly, an expert of the Druidic order, looked at Han Shuo with a solemn expression and said, "Lancelot Empire, Brettel City Lord Brian, you indeed live up to your reputation." Brian? It's him. That young expert who defeated two sacred rank experts. Lillian cried out in surprise. It seemed that she knew a little about Han Shuo's identity. Other than the legendary city Lord Brian who possesses martial arts from a foreign land, I really can't think of anyone else. Kelly looked at Han Shuo with a solemn expression and asked, "Is that right? City Lord Brian?" At this point, Han Shuo knew that he could no longer conceal his identity. Therefore, he cleanly and efficiently restored his original appearance, and said with a hearty smile, "That's right, Sage Kelly. After I helped you, hee. That Ice Celestial Kori, this time he's going to suffer even more injuries." "Oh. Thank you very much, hee. Kelly chuckled as he looked at Han Shuo. His eyes flickered as he looked at Ice Celestial Kori, who was slowly descending above his head. No one knew what he was thinking. "So it really is you?" Snow Celestial Tiana, who was shrouded in mist, stared coldly at Han Shuo below. "Hee, it has indeed been a long time, you whore who sold out her friend for glory." Han Shuo cursed as he stared venomously at Tiana. Chapter 500. Back in Taraja Canyon, Han Shuo, Statholm the Old Monster, Tiana, and Reynold joined forces and finally snatched a few origin crystals from the soul race. After that, Tiana suggested that they seek refuge in the Church of Light, only to be secretly betrayed by Tiana. If it weren't for Metal Elite Zombie's all-conquering golden cudgel, Han Shuo and Statholm might really have been imprisoned in the Church of Light. Han Shuo and Statholm the Old Monster had gone through life and death situations together. Statholm had even snatched back the origin crystal of water for Tiana. Furthermore, he had been friends with Tiana for many years. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be betrayed by Tiana without the slightest hesitation? This woman was so despicable and shameless that even Han Shuo found it disgusting. All along, although Han Shuo treated his enemies unscrupulously, he had always treated his friends with sincerity. Back then, Han Shuo still had some grudges with Statholm the Old Monster. At that time, he had to admit that the Old Monster was indeed loyal. Who would have thought that he would be betrayed by this woman for her own benefit? Therefore, now that he saw Tiana again, this shameless woman, Han Shuo didn't give her any face. When the druid named Lillian and some disciples of the Shrine of Ice heard Han Shuo call Tiana a whore, they simply couldn't believe that such vicious words came from Han Shuo's mouth. Generally speaking, experts who had reached a certain level of strength would have a noble title. The profound continent was a world that paid great attention to etiquette. Those with a certain amount of reputation would not speak so harshly and viciously when facing their mortal enemies. However, Han Shuo wasn't a person of this world. Naturally, he didn't have so many restrictions. He would curse whatever came to his mind, not giving the slightest bit of face. Han Shuo's vicious curse was even more effective than the most powerful magic incantation. This supreme expert of the Shrine of Ice, known as the Snow Celestial, was so enraged that she was trembling all over. Her face was as ugly as it could be. "I will let you taste the cruelest punishments of the Shrine of Ice, slowly tormenting you to death. You heretic that shouldn't exist in this world, the miserable howls of your soul will always reverberate in my mind." Snow Celestial Tiana's eyes pierced Han Shuo like a blade. She spoke slowly in a peculiar tone, as though she was making a vow. "Come, I await your punishment." Han Shuo had a look of viciousness. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He obviously didn't care about Tiana's threats. Cough, cough. At this moment, Ice Celestial Kori, who had flown through the roof, slowly descended while coughing. Kori, whose face was originally as cold as ice, now had an unhealthy paleness to his face. Evidently, he had taken a huge bite out of Han Shuo's attack just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't look like this. "Hi." Han Shuo suddenly greeted Kelly of the Druidic Order. When Kelly looked at him with some astonishment, Han Shuo suggested, "I'll leave Kori to you. I'll deal with that bitch. Today, the two of us will join hands and destroy the foundation of the Shrine of Ice. What do you think?" Although Han Shuo didn't know how strong Kelly truly was, the fact that the Shrine of Ice had mobilized such a large force to deal with him clearly indicated that he was an extremely tyrannical character. Han Shuo originally planned to make use of the terrifying threat of the six-horned tribal king to lure the headquarters of the Shrine of Ice to deliver a devastating blow. However, looking at the current situation, if he were to join hands with Kelly, this unfathomable expert of the Druidic Order, it seemed that they wouldn't even need to wait for the six-horned tribal king to arrive. There would be hope for them to kill the two most powerful existences of the Shrine of Ice. Although Ice Celestial Kori was indeed powerful, his strength had been sharply reduced after sustaining heavy injuries. Han Shuo believed that Kelly, this unfathomable expert, would certainly be able to kill or block Ice Celestial Kori. As for this Snow Celestial Tiana, although she was a demigod magus, Han Shuo was equally confident that he could defeat or even kill her. As for the other small fries of the Shrine of Ice, Han Shuo, as a grand magus necromancer, could absolutely drown them with the help of the 5 elite zombies and the enormous undead army. That was why Han Shuo made such a proposal. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the eyes of Kelly, the leader of the Druidic Order, flickered. He seemed to be very tempted by Han Shuo's proposal. This great sage who had lived for God knows how many years was obviously no ordinary person. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The many years of grievances between them and the Shrine of Ice had been placed on him for a long time. It was time to settle the score. "All right." After muttering to himself for a moment, Kelly, the great sage of the Druidic Order, suddenly nodded. As soon as the word "all right" left Kelly's mouth, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Along with his aura, his body also skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, the great sage Kelly had transformed into a 12 meters tall giant ape, bursting through the auction house that had yet to completely collapse. An extremely dense and dreadful energy abruptly erupted from this giant ape. It was as though he was a mighty deity that had existed since time immemorial, bringing with him the imposing manner of a monarch descending upon the world. The shape-shifting technique that only druids of the druidic order could master was indeed incomparably miraculous. Kelly, who had suddenly transformed into a giant ape, no longer had the slightest trace of an old man. The appearance of such an earth-shattering war beast cast a psychological shadow on everyone present. Although the Druidic Order wasn't as powerful as the Church of Light or the Calamity Church on Profound Continent, they still couldn't be underestimated. Looking at Kelly's dreadful might, Han Shuo even wondered if the Druidic Order had lost the title of number one religion on the continent to the Church of Light because they advocated peace and nature. Aoo, after transforming into a giant ape, Han Shuo could no longer associate him with that old man past his prime. He pounded his chest and bellowed furiously. His two mountain-sized hands abruptly swatted at the disciples of the Church of Ice clad in white. The whistling sound of the wind sent sand and pebbles flying. Before the dreadful force had even landed, the whistling wind had already caused pain to the skin and flesh. If this blow had landed, no one would have been able to withstand it and would have been reduced to a meat patty. Run, run away. Ice Celestial Corey abruptly jumped up and yelled. Not caring about the uneven air around him, he raised the long sword in his hand and charged at Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape. It seemed that he intended to fight to the death with Kelly. An enormous, sparkling and translucent icicle suddenly wrapped around Ice Celestial Corey. Hiding within the icicle, Ice Celestial Corey charged straight at Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape. Good timing. Let me see if you have really made any progress after so many years. Although Kelly had transformed into a giant ape, he could still speak human language. It was just that his voice boomed like thunder and his imposing manner was first class. Clang! One of the giant palms that Kelly had swatted down split off and pushed towards Ice Celestial Corey. Under the barrage of Kelly's mountain-sized palm, that extremely sharp icicle was shattered in a split second. In the end, the wind from the palm swept across Ice Celestial Corey's body, causing him to lose his footing and nearly be sent flying. Outside the auction house, the Knights of the Shrine of Ice were fully armed and ready to charge in at any moment. Suddenly, they saw a colossal figure directly tearing through the auction house and exposing itself. It was Kelly's other palm that struck towards them. With just a single palm strike, more than a dozen Earth Knights, together with their warhorses, were directly smashed into meat patties. Kelly's palm strike was immensely powerful. The bodies of these people were even glued to the ground. It was as though they had been crushed by a mountain. They were flat and tidy, with not the slightest bit of uneven ground. So strong. Han Shuo was stunned and immediately cried out in surprise. He had to admit that this Kelly who had transformed into a giant ape was simply terrifying to the extreme. Han Shuo had never seen such a ferocious attack before. This was what it meant to be invincible. His brute force was first class. Of course. Back then, the great sage Kelly had to face both the Ice Celestial and the Snow Celestial by himself before he was defeated. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that our Druidic Order only has one demigod existence, how could we have allowed the Ice Celestial cult to run amok in Kasi Empire last time? At some point, the Druid Lillian had actually arrived at Han Shuo's side and proudly shouted. One man against two Ice Celestials and Snow Celestials. Han Shuo was truly a little shocked. It seemed that although they were all demigods, this leader of the Druidic Order was obviously stronger than Ice Celestial Corey and Snow Celestial Tiana. It was no wonder that when Kelly appeared in Kasi Empire this time, the Ice Celestial and Snow Celestial immediately mobilized. However, it was obvious that Snow Celestial Tiana had fused her origin crystal with her soul. Han Shuo could clearly sense that Tiana's strength had greatly improved. If it weren't for the fact that Han Shuo happened to be in the auction house, Kelly would have had a hard time dealing with two demigods all by himself. Now that Han Shuo was here, he naturally wouldn't let the Shrine of Ice get what they wanted. Seeing that Snow Celestial Tiana had started chanting magical incantations in a panic, Han Shuo suddenly laughed wildly and said, "You bitch, don't you forget about me. My young friend, As long as you can hold Tiana back for 10 minutes, after today, the Ice Celestial cult will no longer be a threat. Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, let out a hearty laugh that shook the heavens. All the spears and lances of the knights landed on his body like tickling tickles. He took large strides and circled around the devastated auction house. He repeatedly slapped with his 2 hands. A squadron of knights from the Shrine of Ice were all smashed into meat patties. No problem at all, Han Shuo straightforwardly assured. He then charged towards Snow Celestial Tiana at lightning speed. Chapter 501. Tiana slowly recited a water magic incantation. All of a sudden, snowflakes fluttered, the world froze, and all things froze. The more powerful the magic, the longer the incantation. This was a universally acknowledged truth in the world of magic. Seeing Snow Celestial Tiana's incantation drag on for such a long time, and the entire space slowly turning into a world of ice and snow, Han Shuo knew that Tiana's incantation was extraordinarily powerful. Unlike dealing with Ice Celestial Kori, Han Shuo only needed to approach Tiana as fast as he could. Once Han Shuo got close, she would be skinned alive, if not dead. Mages were mages, after all. The weakness of the physical body was an unchangeable drawback. The cold wind whistled, and the water element between heaven and earth suddenly condensed. Before Han Shuo could approach Tiana, 5 lifelike, sparkling water dragons, more than 10 meters long, suddenly took shape in the sky. Using water magic to condense into physical objects to attack was a spell that could be released by any water journeyman mage. But to condense water dragons that were as lifelike as Tiana, and 5 of them at once, was absolutely unheard of. As a necromancer, Han Shuo was very clear about the general knowledge of magic. Whether it was water, fire, or earth magic, all could use the elements of water, fire, or earth to condense into physical objects. But the larger the object, the greater the elemental energy required, and the harder it was to manipulate. Last time in Tarag Canyon, if Tiana had been able to condense 5 such enormous water dragons, Han Shuo believed that he and Statholm the old monster would have had a much easier time. It seemed that after fusing her soul with the origin crystal of water, Tiana's strength had indeed greatly improved. Once her soul had fused with the origin crystal of water, Tiana's perception and manipulation of the water element had immediately reached a whole new realm. Not only could she condense 5 lifelike dragons, but she could also use the water dragons to attack with the strength of her soul. Such power was not much inferior to Kelly's form as a giant ape. Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, cried out in surprise when 3 of the water dragons, each more than 10 meters long, surged violently in the frigid wind. Tiana, since when did you possess such great power? While Kelly was crying out in alarm, his 2 hands weren't idle. Having just forced Ice Celestial Kori back, Kelly's mountainous palms suddenly swept towards the 3 water dragons. Kelly was also over 10 meters tall, and he was like a colossus that stood in the sky. Although the 3 water dragons were long enough, because they were slithering and their bodies were not wide enough, they looked like 3 large pythons in front of him. However, the 3 water dragons were indeed incomparably nimble under Tiana's control. Tiana clearly understood that Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, possessed astonishing brute strength. She did not dare to directly use the 3 water dragons to meet force with force. Instead, she circled around Kelly in an extremely methodical manner, coordinating with Ice Celestial Kori to deal with Kelly. However, Tiana had also expended all of her energy in this process. Furthermore, there was also Han Shuo who was charging at her like a tiger watching its prey. She had absolutely no leisure time to reply. Tiana condensed a total of 5 water dragons. 3 of them were used to attack Kelly, while the other 2 split off and headed straight for Han Shuo to wrap around and bite him. Tiana seemed to understand that Han Shuo was extremely fast. When the 2 water dragons attacked Han Shuo from her side, they adopted an entrenched position, with the greater half of their bodies surrounding Tiana. They only used their elongated movements to attack Han Shuo, blocking Han Shuo's path to deal with Tiana. Although the water dragons formed from the condensation of the water element weren't real water dragons, their vivid and lifelike state was even more nimble than a real water dragon. There wasn't the slightest trace of stiffness or sluggishness. To be able to condense the elements into a tangible object, and to be able to achieve such a feat with a tangible object, was simply godly. It seemed that after fusing her soul with the origin crystal of water, Tiana's manipulation of the water element had indeed reached the acme of perfection. Han Shuo watched as Tiana used only 2 water dragons to block off all the paths to approach him. Hiding within the protection of the 2 water dragons, she continued to calmly chant other magical incantations. Han Shuo couldn't help but crease his brows. In his mind, he racked his brains for a way to deal with Tiana. If the water elite zombie had completely digested all the energy he'd absorbed from the ice goddess statue, Han Shuo believed that as long as the water elite zombie stood there, he would be able to completely disintegrate the 5 water dragons with his innate talent of instinct. However, just like Little Skull, water elite zombie was at a critical juncture and must not be disturbed. Humph. You want to trap me with just a few water dragons? Han Shuo suddenly snorted coldly. Soon after, he formed a circle with his hands and began to circle in the air as if he was practicing Tai Chi. Streaks of black lightning shot out from Han Shuo's hands. All of a sudden, a small vortex formed in front of Han Shuo's chest as his hands rotated. A frightening devouring force was suddenly generated. The small vortex seemed to be driving some strange energy between heaven and earth. It grew larger and larger, gradually turning into an incomparably frightening gray vortex. Han Shuo continued to pour energy into the vortex. The all-devouring power of demonic arts fully manifested within the enormous vortex. In a split second, all the cold currents in the air were drawn in by this frightening force, and were all forcibly pulled in by the vortex. Although the sky was originally cold and clear, it suddenly changed. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and the sky darkened. The enormous vortex was like a magical beast that had been hiding in the abyss for millions of years. It opened its enormous mouth, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. The earth was a vast expanse, as if there was no power that could stop this frightening devouring force. The air, the cold currents, the towering stone pillars, everything was drawn in by this force, involuntarily and rapidly falling into the vortex. Even the bodies of the squadron of knights that Kelly had pushed into the ground were forcibly pulled out. Together with their armor, weapons, and warhorses, they flew from the ground into the sky, involuntarily falling into the enormous vortex. The larger the object, the greater the suction force. The 5 separated water dragons were similarly drawn in by this force. They could no longer maintain their nimble bodies and were pulled out of their original positions, falling into the enormous vortex high up in the sky. At this point, even Tiana, who had fused her soul with the origin crystal of water, could no longer control the 5 water dragons. She could only watch helplessly as the water dragons flew into the enormous vortex at the center, but there was nothing she could do. As soon as she tried to use her mental strength to control the water dragons, she felt an unshakable force rushing towards her. She nearly lost control of her body and fell into the vortex as well. Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, stood proudly in the vault of heaven, swaying from side to side. He suddenly let out a howl and stomped his feet down like a golden cudgel. His hairy thighs pierced directly into the ground, like a towering ancient tree that had stood tall for millions of years. No matter how sand, stones, wind, or rain, he would not fall. One had to admit that Kelly's strength was indeed formidable. All of the large objects had been sucked into the whirlpool. Only this incomparably large Kelly was able to remain unaffected by the whirlpool with his feet sinking deep into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire scene had descended into chaos. Fortunately, the Shrine of Ice had cleared away everyone in the vicinity before coming over. Therefore, other than the disciples of the Shrine of Ice who had come to encircle Kelly, there were no other casualties. Amidst the howling gales, Han Shuo suddenly stopped and put his palms together. A devastating explosion suddenly came from that enormous vortex. Ice water mixed with rocks, dust, and human corpses rained down. It was at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly burst into action, charging straight at Snow Celestial Tiana like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of his hands, the demonic blades unfurled like a peacock spreading its tail. Cold, chilling light sparkled, bringing a shock to the depths of one's soul. Not good. Tiana was greatly shocked. Without a second thought, she immediately retreated. As a magus, Tiana was well aware of where her weaknesses were. Once Han Shuo got close, Tiana knew that she would not be able to escape from Han Shuo's murderous hands. Therefore, she fled from Han Shuo's attack at all costs. In the process of escaping, Tiana constantly laid down layers of defense. Smooth, sparkling walls of ice appeared out of thin air, blocking Han Shuo's only path. Crack, crack, crack. The smooth, mirror-like walls of ice could not withstand a single attack from Han Shuo. They were broken apart as easily as crushing dry weeds. Han Shuo persevered in his pursuit of Tiana, not letting up in the slightest. Retreat. Tiana did not forget to remind them as she fled. The Shrine of Ice experts, led by Ice Celestial Kori and Snow Celestial Tiana, had utterly failed in their joint attack on Kelly, the leader of the Druidic Order, due to Han Shuo's sudden appearance. Not only had they failed completely, but their roles had also changed. Kelly, who was originally the prey, had, with Han Shuo's help, overturned his disadvantageous position in one fell swoop and became the hunter. And as the host, Ice Celestial Kori of the Shrine of Ice, had instead become the target of pursuit. They were both demigods, and Kelly's strength was higher than that of Ice Celestial Kori and Snow Celestial Tiana. It was obviously very difficult for him to fight one against two. However, with the greater threat of Han Shuo chasing after Tiana, Kelly could deal with Ice Celestial Kori alone, especially when Kori was injured by Han Shuo. This gave him an absolute advantage. The collapse came so suddenly. The situation changed drastically in an instant. Han Shuo and Kelly, each with their eyes on the highest leaders of the Shrine of Ice, began their pursuit within the borders of Kasi Empire. Chapter 502. Tiana made up her mind. Without the slightest hesitation, she retreated at top speed. Han Shuo and his party fought in the capital city of Kasi Empire. Although the crowd around the auction house had been evacuated, there were still all kinds of stalls in several blocks further away. When Kelly had transformed into the colossal ape, his enormous body had been clearly seen by the many small merchants and peddlers around him. Later on, when Tiana had conjured 5 water dragons, their vast momentum had thoroughly frightened them. For a time, it had caused a huge panic in the downtown area. Several nearby armies of Kasi Empire immediately rushed towards the center of the city, ready to set out. While Tiana was retreating, she saw a brigade of knights from Kasi Empire heading towards them in full armor. She hastily flew towards them. The Shrine of Ice held an extremely special status in Kasi Empire. The importance His Majesty the King attached to the Shrine of Ice was well known throughout the nation. Seeing Tiana rapidly retreating to the brigade of knights, Han Shuo's body immediately halted midway. After Snow Celestial Tiana's soul had successfully fused with the origin crystal of water, her strength had increased substantially from her original foundation. Now that Tiana had retreated to the brigade of knights, it was almost impossible for Han Shuo to kill her. Her strength was originally about the same as Han Shuo's. As long as Han Shuo couldn't suddenly approach her, Han Shuo indeed wouldn't be able to inflict serious damage on her. At this moment, due to the panicked retreat of the Shrine of Ice, Snow Celestial Tiana and Ice Celestial Kori's party were separated by a large distance. Not far away, Ice Celestial Kori was leading a group of Shrine of Ice disciples, retreating towards the magical transportation matrix at the center of Siro City. Kelly, in the form of a giant ape, was hot on Ice Celestial Kori's tail. However, Kori was extremely cunning. He simply shuttled back and forth between those fleeing merchants and peddlers. Kelly, who believed in the teachings of the Druidic order, couldn't bear to involve those innocent merchants and peddlers. Although he had the opportunity to strike, he held back due to his scruples. At this rate, neither Han Shoa nor Kelly seemed to have any way of succeeding. Han Shoa froze in the void for a moment, then promptly made a decision to turn around. He no longer cared about Tiana, who was hiding in the middle of a night battalion with lingering fear, and chased after the craftily escaping Ice Celestial Kori. As long as Tiana couldn't make it in time, Han Shoa and Kelly could join forces to deal with Ice Celestial Kori alone. Given his wounded body, it was absolutely impossible for him to hold out for too long. Han Shoa was confident that he could kill him in a short time. Kelly could not bear to involve the innocent, and could only watch helplessly as such a great opportunity slipped away from him. However, Han Shoa naturally would not be so indecisive. Once he allowed Han Shoa to get close to Ice Celestial Kori, regardless of who was beside him, Han Shoa would strike ruthlessly. Tiana gasped for breath as she floated in midair with her magic staff in hand. Her eyes were glistening as she stared at Han Shoa, ready to deal with Han Shoa's thunderous attacks in an instant. Tiana felt a lot safer in the middle of the night battalion. As long as she could put some distance between Han Shoa and her, Tiana believed that her magic would definitely be able to finish off Han Shoa. After her soul had fused with the origin crystal, she discovered that every water magic she released was so carefree and unrestrained. Apart from some water magic that was extremely destructive and consumed a lot of mental strength, Tiana didn't even need to chant incantations for some mid to high level water magic. With a single thought, the magic would be completed. When she was escaping just now, Tiana had used the silent casting method to instantly deploy layers of ice walls to slow down Han Shoa's high speed. After feeling that her strength had greatly improved, she was obviously full of confidence. However, just as she was focusing all her attention on Han Shoa and had made all her preparations, she suddenly discovered that Han Shoa was retreating like lightning. Tiana was stunned at first, thinking that Han Shoa was playing some crafty scheme. It was only when Han Shoa and Ice Celestial Kori were getting closer and closer that she came to her senses with a start. She knew that Han Shoa was planning to concentrate his forces and finish off Ice Celestial Kori first. Oh no! Tiana was greatly alarmed. She hastily said, "Attack with all your might. Kill that enemy demon at all costs." Yes. An earth-shattering response rang out. Under Tiana's command, the Night Battalion immediately charged towards the colossal ape. Tiana took the lead. Like a white ribbon, she recklessly chased after Han Shoa's flight path. "Let's join hands and finish off Kori first." Han Shoa's voice suddenly rang out just as Kelly was hot on Ice Celestial Kori's tail without making a move. "No, there are too many innocent people around him. We can't make a move here." Kelly was first startled when he saw Han Shoa approaching, but immediately stopped him. Han Shoa cursed inwardly. He thought to himself, "This Kelly is really pedantic. No wonder he suffered a crushing defeat in Kasi Empire back then. Based on his style of doing things, it would be exceedingly difficult to eradicate his enemies." Han Shoa inwardly cursed at Kelly's pedantry. He couldn't care less whether or not he would harm the innocent. Besides, these innocent people weren't citizens of Bretel City. He couldn't care less. Before he even got close to Ice Celestial Kori, Han Shoa had already flung out a bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts. As soon as Ice Celestial Kori heard Han Shoa's voice, he immediately knew things weren't looking good. He understood that Han Shoa and Kelly were entirely different types. Therefore, when Han Shoa's voice rang out, he no longer dared to hide among the crowd. He abruptly soared into the air and flew outwards. Under Han Shoa's control, the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts closely followed Ice Celestial Kori. If Kori hadn't immediately flown out, then all the merchants around him would have been affected and died under the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts. As expected, it's this god of death. Ice Celestial Kori felt an incomparable headache. The unscrupulous Han Shoa was obviously much more difficult to deal with than Kelly. Ice Celestial Kori, who was already injured to begin with, had just been struck by Han Shoa. Without Tiana's help, if he were to face either Han Shoa or Kelly alone, he would definitely lose. Now that the two of them were ganging up on him, he had even less of a chance. Clang! While fleeing, Ice Celestial Kori had no choice but to pull himself out to block a sword strike. Icicles rained down from the sky, and Han Shoa's bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts was broken by Ice Celestial Kori in one strike. Han Shoa let out a soft "eh." While closely pursuing Ice Celestial Kori, he was somewhat astonished. As it turned out, when Ice Celestial Kori broke Han Shoa's bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts, he had deliberately expended a bit more energy to forcibly destroy the shooting force, so as not to bring disaster to the merchants and peddlers below. As soon as he connected this with Kori's sudden action of flying out from the crowd, Han Shoa suddenly realized that Ice Celestial Kori wasn't completely useless. Although he was extremely callous and merciless towards his enemies and the Dark Dragons, he was still very protective towards the people of his own country. Unlike what Han Shoa had imagined, he didn't care about the civilians of Kasi Empire at all. Previously, when Kelly was hot on his heels, Han Shoa had hidden himself among the civilians. He had grasped Kelly's intentions and knew that Kelly would never attack civilians. That was why he had blatantly taken advantage of Kelly's weakness and calmly escaped. At least you still have some humanity left in you, thought Han Shoa coldly. He did not stop in the slightest. At this moment, he was already very close to Ice Celestial Kori. As he chanted an incantation, rows of bone spears whooshed towards Ice Celestial Kori. Due to the delay caused by the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts, Ice Celestial Kori was already within Han Shoa's attack range. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, finally arrived at Han Shoa's side after carefully avoiding the civilians below his feet. "Don't give him any time," Han Shoa immediately shouted after the bone spears were shot out in rows. Generally speaking, experts whose strength had reached the demigod level were bound to have a way to preserve their lives. At the very least, they would surely have a spatial scroll that could tear apart space. This was the precious experience Han Shoa had accumulated after many years of battles. Therefore, when he saw that his side now occupied an overwhelming advantage, Han Shoa believed that Ice Celestial Kori would certainly resort to extraordinary measures. At this moment, he absolutely could not allow Kori to escape so easily. Otherwise, all his previous efforts today would be in vain. Han Shoa's loud shout immediately reminded Kelly of this point. After all, the Druidic Order was not a church that was ruthless and exterminating. As the leader of the Druidic Order, Kelly did not have a heart as ruthless as Han Shoa. But after Han Shoa's loud shout, Kelly immediately reacted. Suddenly, the scene of the Druidic Order's followers being brutally murdered by the Shrine of Ice in Kasi Empire many years ago surfaced in Kelly's mind. Whenever he recalled Kori's merciless and cruel treatment of his enemies, Kelly knew that if Kori did not die today, the Druidic Order would certainly pay an enormous price. Roar! Kelly bellowed at the sky. He took a huge step forward and blocked off Kori's only escape route. No one knew what Kelly had done, but following his heaven-shaking bellow, layers of ripples appeared in the sky. The elements of heaven and earth were suddenly thrown into chaos. It was as though the sky had suddenly collapsed. After Kelly's bellow, Ice Celestial Kori sensed the changes in the sky and immediately understood that the spatial scroll was useless. When he saw Kelly blocking off his escape route and Han Shoa recklessly charging at him, Kori's face turned ashen. He knew that his life had come to an end today. Not good. Kelly suddenly yelled, turning pale with fright. When Han Shoa, who had already reached Ice Celestial Kori, heard Kelly's loud shout and saw the enormous Kelly rapidly retreating, he suddenly understood something. Like Han Shoa, he reined in his horse at the brink of the precipice and abruptly froze on the spot. A dazzling radiance, mixed with terrifying energy, erupted from Ice Celestial Cory's body, causing destructive energy undulations within a range of 10 meters. Cracks that resembled the pattern of a turtle's shell appeared in the space. When Ice Celestial Cory was reduced to ashes, the cracks instantly sucked in everything. Under the relentless pursuit of Han Shuo and Kelly, Ice Celestial Cory was forced to his death. Chapter 503. It had to be said that Ice Celestial Cory still had some conscience when it came to treating the citizens of Kasi Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have limited the self-destruct radius to 10 meters. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo, reminded by Kelly, was spared from the aftershocks of Ice Celestial Cory's death. Ice Celestial Cory, one of the highest leaders of the Shrine of Ice, was finally cornered and forced to his death by the combined pursuit of Han Shuo and Kelly. His final, suicidal attack before his death did not truly harm Han Shuo and Cory. The light dissipated. The space that had undergone a temporary change due to the powerful energy returned to normal in the blink of an eye. However, Ice Celestial Cory had forever vanished from the duo's sight. Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief. He felt as though a heavy stone hanging in his heart was suddenly thrown into an endless abyss. He felt an indescribable sense of comfort and contentment. Dead, he died just like that. Sigh. Kelly sighed ruefully. His colossal ape body began to shrink little by little. Experts with demigod existences were characters at the pinnacle of the pyramid on Profound Continent. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Although they were enemies, Kelly still felt that it was a pity. So what if they were demigod existences? Weren't they still unable to escape death? Looking at Snow Celestial Tiana who had turned into a streak of white light, Han Shuo suggested with a malicious smile, "Kelly, I think we should completely destroy the Shrine of Ice's foundation in one go." In the blink of an eye, Kelly, who had returned to his human form, stood shoulder to shoulder with Han Shuo. He looked deeply at Snow Celestial Tiana who was hovering in the air far away, shook his head, and sighed. He stared at Tiana and said, "Back then, your Shrine of Ice had destroyed the foundation of our druidic order in Kasi Empire, leaving not a single church for us to preach our doctrine. Even I myself had to leave after being injured by your and Cory's joint attack. I never thought that you would have such a day. The weather in Kasi Empire is frigid. This is the territory bestowed upon us by the Ice Goddess. Naturally, there shouldn't be any heresy in the territory of the Ice Goddess." Tiana looked at Kelly from afar, her expression cold and indifferent. She did not seem to be greatly affected by Cory's death. "There's nothing to say to her. Great Sage Kelly, let's do it." Han Shuo had no interest in the religious dispute between the two. All he wanted was to eradicate his enemy, Tiana. "It's no use. She's already prepared to leave." Kelly shook his head and said calmly. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment, then immediately fixed his gaze on Snow Celestial Tiana in the distance. He saw her body gradually fade, as though she had become a snowflake drifting in the wind. Han Shuo stared blankly at Tiana. He saw that the aura on her body had fused with the elements of water between heaven and earth. He could clearly see her, but he could not sense her aura. Gradually, Tiana was like a snowflake melting into water, disappearing bit by bit. He watched helplessly as Tiana disappeared bit by bit. He didn't appear to stop her. He knew that Tiana was standing so far away. If she wanted to leave wholeheartedly, given the compatibility between her soul and the water element, there was no way he could stop her. It wasn't until Tiana had completely disappeared from Han Shuo's sight that the squad of knights that had followed him arrived. Before these knights could speak, Kelly of the Druidic Order looked at Han Shuo and said, "Let's go. We'll talk somewhere else. On Profound Continent, people like us have a tacit understanding not to meddle in worldly disputes. Don't make things difficult for them." Nodding his head, Han Shuo followed behind Kelly, effortlessly avoiding the large squad of knights that had arrived with great difficulty. After wandering for a while, they arrived at a valley with lush vegetation. The little valley wasn't in Siro City, but in a medium-sized forest on the outskirts of the city. Upon arriving, Han Shuo discovered that Druid Lilian, who had left a step earlier during the Great Battle, was already waiting here. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, apart from Lilian, Tanai and a familiar face were also standing side by side with her, the great Druid Caspian. Sage. Master. When the two saw Kelly and Han Shuo arrive, they respectively saluted Kelly, though the way they addressed him was a little different. Caspian, long time no see. Han Shuo took the initiative to greet Caspian when he saw him. Han Shuo understood that the reason the old man had brought Han Shuo here to have a good talk was to discuss the matter of the Druidic Order's Hand of the Goddess. But by now, Han Shuo understood that the Druidic Order was indeed a righteous religion. He wasn't worried that they would set up some sort of trap against him. Of course, it was rare for an ordinary person to be able to trap someone whose strength had reached Han Shuo's realm. Brian, long time no see. To think that you have already reached such heights. Caspian sighed from the bottom of his heart as he looked at Han Shuo. When Han Shuo first met Caspian in Valen City a few years ago, although Han Shuo had already shown his brilliance, he was far from being as powerful as he was now. In the short span of a few years, Han Shuo had the strength of a demigod, just like his master. Caspian couldn't help but gasp in admiration at such progress. Hee, that's all because I'm lucky. Han Shuo laughed. Alright, we can finally have a conversation without worries. Sage Kelly of the Druidic Order smiled faintly. His weather-beaten eyes focused on Han Shuo. He suddenly let out a soft sigh and said helplessly, Brian, it's all thanks to your help this time. Otherwise, not only would it have been difficult to force Ice Celestial Corey to his death, I'm afraid that I would have suffered quite a bit under the combined might of the two of them. Sage, you're too kind. They are also my enemies. There's no need to talk about who helped who when we joined forces. You don't owe me anything. Han Shuo knew what Kelly wanted to talk to him about, but he still replied courteously. Sure enough, after Kelly had said those words, he continued, logically speaking, you have helped us and obtained the hand of the goddess through your own abilities. We really shouldn't have any thoughts of taking it back. However, the hand of the goddess is the divine weapon of our Druidic Order. As believers of the goddess of nature, it is our duty to take back the hand of the goddess. I really don't know what I should do. Han Shuo had long anticipated that they had guessed that the hand of the goddess was in his hands. Now that things had come to this, Han Shuo wouldn't play dumb. However, he also wouldn't hand the hand of the goddess over to them. Looking deeply at Kelly, Han Shuo said, the item is indeed in my hands. I understand what it means to you, but it's even more important to me. I'm sorry, no matter what, I won't hand it over to you. Hearing Han Shuo's words, the great Druid Caspian opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and sighed, not saying any words of persuasion. In his dealings with Han Shuo, he didn't owe Caspian any favors. On the contrary, it was Caspian who had troubled Han Shuo time and time again. Although the two of them had a small friendship, Caspian didn't think that Han Shuo would change his mind for such a major matter. Therefore, he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Mr. Brian, I know that with your identity and status, you definitely wouldn't care about gold coins. Then, the method that I suggested in the auction house earlier will definitely be useless. Lillian looked at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes and continued, however, can you tell us how you know the miraculous use of the hand of the goddess? What do you want the hand of the goddess for? As far as I know, even among the followers of our Druidic Order, not many have seen the hand of the goddess, much less know its miraculous use. Nodding, Sage Kelly of the Druidic Order also stared at Han Shuo, not concealing the curiosity in his heart in the slightest. He said, that's right. As the most devout follower of the Druidic Order, even I only know a portion of the miraculous use of the hand of the goddess. I simply don't have the ability to make it fly away on its own. I really can't figure out how you can do it. After hearing Kelly's words, Han Shuo immediately understood that Kelly must have been hiding somewhere in Brack's manor and had seen some scenes. No wonder he was so certain that the hand of the goddess was in Han Shuo's hands. After creasing his brows and hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo considered whether or not he should tell them about the hand of the goddess and the wood elite zombie. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain this matter clearly. I know, this is your secret. However, ever since I saw you use the hand of the goddess so miraculously, I've been wondering if you're an emissary sent by our goddess to the human world. Perhaps, you're a member of our druidic order, Kelly said expectantly as he looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo laughed involuntarily. He felt that some of the beliefs of these religious members were a little strange. He shook his head and said, I'm definitely not a follower of your druidic order, but I do have some understanding of the hand of the goddess that you speak of. Seeing that the 3 druids of the druidic order were all looking at him expectantly, Han Shuo nodded and slowly told them about his different understanding of the hand of the goddess. Virid leaf? What is that? Did I say that it's too outrageous? How is that possible? Lillian didn't believe what Han Shuo had said at all. She kept shaking her head and muttering in astonishment. Great Druid Caspian also had a face full of disbelief. He looked at Han Shuo with a puzzled expression, but didn't voice any doubts. Only the great sage Kelly, the leader of the Druidic order, looked at Han Shuo with a grave expression. He said in a low voice somewhat doubtful, Can you let me see the owner of the hand of the goddess? Chapter 504. Han Shuo shook his head resolutely. Under Kelly's astonished gaze, he said, The time is not right. What do you mean? Kelly was puzzled. Looking at the master of the hand of goddess, this shouldn't be a particularly difficult matter. He couldn't figure out why Han Shuo would so resolutely refuse. Just like Tiana needs time to fuse with the origin crystal of water, the master of the virid leaf is also slowly fusing with it. During this period of time, he needs absolute silence and cannot be disturbed, Han Shuo explained. Han Shuo's explanation only made Kelly even more puzzled. He looked at Han Shuo doubtfully and asked, If I heard correctly, you said that the master of the hand of goddess is a zombie warrior. A zombie warrior can fuse with the divine weapon of our druidic order, the hand of goddess. Is that what you mean? That's right. Han Shuo answered affirmatively. Old Kelly, who had lived for who knew how many years, had an unnatural paleness on his face. He subconsciously touched his chest with his right hand, as if he couldn't bear Han Shuo's explanation. He said with a slight tremble, I think, he shouldn't be an emissary of our goddess of nature. What a joke! How could a zombie warrior from the netherworld be an emissary of the goddess of nature to the mortal world? Of course not. Han Shuo smiled faintly and sized up the trio with interest. His gaze finally locked onto the muttering Kelly. He can't be an emissary of your goddess of nature. When he has mastered the virid leaf, I can let you meet him. So, the hand of goddess will become his weapon? Kelly asked with great reluctance after a low sigh. Although I feel a little helpless, I can only say that this is indeed the case. Han Shuo looked at Kelly apologetically and spread his hands. Soon after, an idea occurred to him and he continued, How about I compensate you with some gold coins? I'm really sorry. Judging from Lillian's performance, the Druidic order was not a religion that was good at accumulating wealth. Towards the Druidic order, Han Shuo really did have a good impression. Moreover, he had the intention of roping in Kelly, a demigod with astonishing strength, in an attempt to make some substantial compensation through gold coins. Forget it, this is the church's own negligence, we can't let you bear the consequences for us. Kelly waved his hand weakly and rejected Han Shuo's compensation. Looking at Kelly, and then at Caspian and Lillian, Han Shuo understood that there was nothing to say even if he stayed. He laughed dryly and said, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. If the great sage is still interested in the master of the hand of goddess, you can come to Bretel City to find me next time. I will be more than happy to welcome you. In any case, the virile leaf should have come from the Druidic order. Although he had seized it from Zofi's hands with his own ability, he had still taken something that belonged to him. Han Shuo understood the helplessness in the hearts of the three of them. He knew that it would be impossible for them to talk harmoniously if he stayed. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible to avoid the awkwardness. All right then, I will certainly make a trip to Bretel City when I have the time. No matter what, it was a pleasure to meet you. Kelly did not urge him to stay. He revealed a rather bitter smile and bade farewell to Han Shuo. Me too. Goodbye. Han Shuo replied politely. He then nodded at the great druid Caspian, turned around, and left the valley. After leaving the valley, Han Shuo did not immediately return to Siro City. Instead, he pondered on how to deal with the Shrine of Ice. With Ice Celestial Kori dead, the Shrine of Ice's strength had greatly declined in Han Shuo's eyes. Snow Celestial Tiana alone basically posed no threat to Han Shuo. The hatred of being betrayed on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light had always been engraved in Han Shuo's heart. It was just that Tiana had suddenly disappeared. Han Shuo had no idea where she had fled to, but he reckoned that she should be within the icy peaks of the Shrine of Ice. Because he needed to launch a sneak attack on Ice Celestial Kori, Han Shuo had concealed his consciousness. Now that he had left the valley, Han Shuo immediately released his consciousness again. He planned to continue provoking the six-horned tribal king of the soul race, luring him to the Shrine of Ice, and teach Tiana and the others a painful lesson. However, after Han Shuo released his consciousness, he suddenly discovered that the six-horned tribal king of the soul race had actually stopped in one place. He did not continue to chase after Han Shuo. This made Han Shuo somewhat puzzled. He did not understand why the six-horned tribal king would stop. Could it be that the old monster Statholm had yet to fuse his soul with the crystal of fighting aura, and was coincidentally hiding in the middle of the six-horned tribal king's path? Could it be that the six-horned tribal king had sensed the old monster Statholm's presence, and had conveniently dealt with the old monster Statholm first? Han Shuo was startled. He was startled by this thought. After carefully sensing with his consciousness, Han Shuo could roughly guess that the six-horned tribal king of the soul race was within the borders of Angela Empire. Shaking his head helplessly, Han Shuo was worried about Statholm. However, he did not recklessly head to Angela Empire to find out what was going on. Of course, if that was the case, the old monster Statholm would have already been killed before Han Shuo could head to Angela Empire. 2 days later, Han Shuo discovered that the six-horned tribal king was still within the borders of Angela Empire. No matter how Han Shuo provoked him, the tribal king still did not come to Kasi Empire to pursue and kill Han Shuo. With that, Han Shuo was almost certain that the six-horned tribal king did not stop because of Statholm the old monster. After all, the old monster Statholm's strength was not enough to resist the six-horned tribal king for 2 days. Although Han Shuo did not know what had happened in Angela Empire, it was obvious that the six-horned tribal king had been delayed there. Moreover, Han Shuo had no idea when the six-horned tribal king would leave Angela Empire. Han Shuo was very curious as to what had happened to the six-horned tribal king in Angela Empire. However, he wisely chose not to go and find out. Without this six-horned tribal king of the soul race, even if Han Shuo were to encounter Snow Celestial Tiana, he was not certain that he could kill her. Therefore, after some consideration, Han Shuo decided to temporarily give up on hunting down Tiana. He would wait until the little skull had fused with the origin crystal of death, and when Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie had further formed the pentaelemental undead formation, before dealing with Tiana. Having lost one of their pillars, the strength of the Shrine of Ice had declined sharply. Han Shuo believed that the Druidic Order would also seize the opportunity to act. He was rather gloating over their misfortune. At noon, under the scorching sun, inside a mansion in the northern district of Siro City, Han Shuo stealthily snuck in. Before leaving Kasi Empire, he came to check on Sophie's condition and bid her farewell. In any case, Sophie had accompanied Han Shuo for a few days and had done her part as a host. Han Shuo had a rather favorable impression of Sophie. He was also somewhat worried that Sophie would be ruined in the hands of that good-for-nothing Brack. Therefore, he made a trip here before he left. When Han Shuo arrived at the mansion, he unfolded his consciousness and slowly searched for Sophie's aura. It didn't take long for Han Shuo to locate Sophie. However, when Han Shuo arrived at Sophie's location, he furrowed his brows deeply. It was a rather spacious room with 3 intricate and thick magical boundaries set up. It could be seen that the person who cast the boundaries was rather accomplished. They didn't affect the space or the items in the room, but still firmly trapped Sophie inside. Separated by 3 magical boundaries, Han Shuo could still clearly see Sophie. She was under house arrest and had a worried look on her face. She looked much more haggard than she had been 2 days ago. It seemed that she had been having a hard time. Frowning at Sophie, who was separated by 3 magical crystals, Han Shuo slowly released his consciousness and slowly sensed the location of his father, Sacred Knight Sulo. At this moment, Sacred Knight Sulo was training hard in his own practice room. It seemed that it was no mere fluke that he could become a sacred knight. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo reached out and pressed on the 3 magical boundaries. Demonic light glowed from his palm. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 magical boundaries shattered like mirrors. Who is it? Sophie was startled and cried out in alarm. It's me. Han Shuo replied softly and strolled toward Sophie. He looked at the somewhat surprised Sophie and asked, "What's going on?" "It's nothing. My father doesn't allow me to run around. He's planning to marry me off to Brack in a few days." Sophie smiled bitterly and helplessly. For some reason, when he heard that Sulo was going to marry Sophie off to Brack, Han Shuo actually felt a vague sense of discomfort in his heart. A hint of anger flashed across his eyes. Han Shuo said, "Your father has gone senile. How could he have such a tyrannical way of doing things?" Sigh. Sophie shook her head and sighed. She replied somewhat wearily and powerlessly, "He's not senile. It's precisely because he's too smart that he's doing this. Otherwise, not only me and him, but even our family would no longer have a place to stand in Kasi Empire." Han Shuo was stunned for a moment before he sighed. He understood that what Sophie said was true. The power of a nation was not something that an individual could contend against. Unless that individual was like Han Shuo, possessing terrifying power that transcended the mundane world, there was absolutely no way he could go against a nation. In Kasi Empire, although Sacred Knight Sulo had quite a reputation, it was absolutely impossible for him to go against the House of Pilon. Moreover, the Shrine of Ice still existed in Kasi Empire. A mere Sulo would find it hard to even protect himself, let alone his entire family. "Brian, are you willing to take me with you?" While Han Shuo was letting his imagination run wild, Sophie suddenly looked deeply into Han Shuo's eyes and asked with a complicated expression. Chapter 505. Han Shuo stared blankly. He couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Sophie's words. After weighing his words for a moment, Han Shuo said rather cautiously, "You are the city lord of Brettel City in Lancelot Empire. You possess the power to contend against the Shrine of Ice. Among the friends I know, I believe you are the only one who can help me. That is, of course, if you also consider me a friend." Sophie stared blankly at Han Shuo, as though trying to clearly see every change in expression on Han Shuo's face. She continued, "You are the city lord of Brettel City in Lancelot Empire. You possess the power to contend against the Shrine of Ice. Among the friends I know, I believe you are the only one who can help me. Of course, that is, if you also consider me a friend." From Sophie's words, Han Shuo understood that she had already guessed his true identity. After a slight hesitation, Han Shuo smiled and said, "I naturally consider you my friend. Brettel City will very much welcome your arrival." Sophie revealed a faint smile of gratification at Han Shua's words. However, before she could say anything else, Sulo's voice suddenly sounded, "Nonsense." By the time his voice faded, Sulo had already appeared in front of Han Shua and Sophie. His expression was very ugly. He glared at Sophie and angrily said, "Feifei, you are no longer a child. There are some things you should know the consequences of." Sophie clearly felt a little guilty after being glared at by her father. However, when she recalled the sullen matter of marrying Brack, Sophie stubbornly looked at Sulo and said, "Father, you shouldn't have helped me decide my marriage without my consent." Sulo, who was seething with rage, looked at his daughter who had a stubborn and unyielding expression. He suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness and dejection in his heart. He shook his head and sighed helplessly, saying, "Father was indeed rash in this matter. However, everyone knows that Brack likes you. Given the influence of the House of Pilon, there is simply no possibility of rejection. Although your father is a sacred knight and possesses a certain amount of influence in Kasi Empire, there is simply no way he can bargain with the House of Pilon." Han Shua had long known that Sulo would come. Listening to the argument between father and daughter, Han Shua looked at Sophie, and then at Sulo, who seemed to have aged considerably. He suddenly said, "Mr. Sulo, I do have a solution." Holy Paladin Sulo had sparred with Han Shua a few days ago, and after he had understood Han Shua's identity and strength through his own channels, he was truly fearful of this youth who was much younger than him. Hearing this, Sulo's expression was barely shaken. He looked at Han Shua and said, "Heroes come from the young. This saying is most appropriate for you. I imprisoned Sophie, on the one hand, to prevent Sophie from causing any trouble, and on the other hand, to wait for you." Han Shua was stunned, and then he was slightly puzzled as he asked, "What do you mean?" "Brian, I think I roughly know the relationship between you and Sophie." "Alright, I'll just call you Brian. Currently, not many people know about the matter between you and Sophie. Given your status and strength, you can indeed protect us." To Han Shua's surprise, when Sulo said these words, he revealed some of the craftiness of an old fox, and his expression seemed a lot more relaxed. All of a sudden, Sophie's face inexplicably reddened. As if she knew what Sulo was going to say, she hastily said, "Father, it's not what you think." Alright, you don't have to say anything more. You know what you mean." Without waiting for Sophie to finish her sentence, Sulo waved his hand and stopped her from continuing. He said self-righteously, "After considering it for a few days, I've decided to respect your opinion. You and Brian are a good match. I've even arranged for some personnel transfers in the family. Now that Brian is here, we can discuss things and withdraw from Kasi Empire as soon as possible, moving to Bretel City to live." At these words, Sophie's face turned beet red, and she hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "No, it's not like that. Father, you've misunderstood." "Humph." Sulo fiercely glared at Sophie and said, "Now that things have come to this, why are you still trying to be secretive? Our family is about to be destroyed because of you. You can't go on fooling around like this." Turning around, Sulo looked at Han Shua with the gaze of a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Soon after, he smiled faintly, seemingly very satisfied. He nodded and said, No matter how I look at it, you're more observant than that crafty Brack. Sophie has a good eye." Taking a deep breath, Sulo solemnly said, "Brian, although my Sophie can be a little mischievous at times, she's still very kind. You can't bully my Sophie, okay?" Han Shua was dumbfounded. Looking at Sulo, who had taken matters into his own hands, he simply didn't know what to say. It had to be said that this sacred knight Sulo was indeed a remarkable character. It was normal for him to misunderstand the relationship between himself and Sophie. After all, Sophie had indeed been very close to him these past few days. In addition, Sophie had been vehemently opposed to her marriage with Brack recently. As a father, it was normal for him to have such a misunderstanding. However, this Sulo was truly a man of swift, decisive, and cunning. He had imprisoned Sophie. On one hand, he wouldn't let anyone know of their relationship, and on the other hand, he was testing whether he would really come for Sophie. On top of that, without anyone noticing, he had begun to quietly mobilize the forces of his family, making preparations to leave for Brettel City at any time. Although this Sulo had misunderstood the relationship between himself and Sophie, he was truly a remarkable character. A series of thoughts flashed through Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo's eyes shone brightly as he sized up Sulo. His mind raced. A sacred knight was a considerable force to be reckoned with in any country. Even if he left Kasi Empire, Sulo could still lead Sophie and his family to establish a foothold in other countries without relying on him. A sacred knight. No country would refuse him, especially a country that was hostile to Kasi Empire. This old fellow was definitely not simple. He was indeed a formidable character. Han Shuo inwardly came to a conclusion about Sulo. Han Shuo, who had intended to clarify the facts, suddenly had a thought. He revealed a modest smile and assured Sulo, "How could I? I can't wait to dote on Sophie. How could I bear to bully her?" Face flushed to the ears, Sophie was anxious to explain the truth to her father. When she heard Han Shuo's words, it was as if she had received a heavy blow. She glared fiercely at Han Shuo and cried out even more anxiously, "Father, father, don't listen to his nonsense." He and I, with a wave of his hand, Sulo once again interrupted Sophie's explanation and said, "He's not spouting nonsense. I believe he will take good care of you. Brian is not like Brack. He is a martial artist, not a politician. I can trust the promises of a martial artist, especially a martial artist stronger than I am. I trust him even more." Sophie was about to faint from anger. Every time she tried to explain, he would abruptly interrupt her, and then he would deepen the misunderstanding. That self-assured look on his face left Sophie at a complete loss of what to do. What made Sophie gnash her teeth with even greater hatred was still Han Shuo. Han Shuo had the appearance of a good son-in-law as he solemnly guaranteed, "Yes, I will." Sophie was both embarrassed and anxious. It was as if she had unknowingly been sold. The two traffickers were even laughing and discussing the details right in front of her. It was an indescribably bizarre feeling. However, there seemed to be a little bit of joy. It was just that little bit of joy was quickly ignored by Sophie in the midst of her great embarrassment and anxiety. How could this be? How could this be? Sophie screamed again and again in her heart. When Sulo finally finished, she glared angrily at Han Shuo again. She straightened her face and prepared to make things clear. "Yes, you two talk for a while. I will immediately go and handle the family's mobilization, striving to transfer the family's power to Brettel City in the shortest time possible. Oh, when the time comes, I may have to trouble my dear son-in-law. After all, you are the lord of Brettel City. Your power can also allow us to leave Kasi Empire more quickly and safely." Without waiting for Sophie to organize her words, Sulo dropped another bomb. Of course, of course." Han Shuo smiled very modestly. He was happy that he had gotten a sacred knight for free. As for what would happen next, Han Shuo didn't care for the time being. In any case, he had to lure sacred knight Sulo to Brettel City first. Once the Sulo family arrived at Brettel City, even if the truth was exposed, Han Shuo believed that they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. Sulo seemed to be very satisfied with Han Shuo. He walked up to Han Shuo with a smile, patted Han Shuo on the shoulder, and nodded, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He walked out with much more relaxed footsteps than when he came. It seemed that he really was going to make arrangements for leaving Kasi Empire. Sophie had planned to stop Sulo and give him a good explanation, but Han Shuo desperately signaled with his eyes to stop her. After Sulo left, Sophie immediately put her hands on her hips and glared at him like a little hen about to fight. She said angrily, "Brian, you bastard. What is the meaning of this? Spreading his hands, Han Shuo smiled and said, I'm doing this for you and your family. If I didn't say this, would your father have gone to Bretel City so easily? Han Shuo put on an innocent look as if he was doing all this for Sophie's sake. Sophie, who had planned to denounce Han Shuo for his crimes, suddenly froze when she heard Han Shuo's words. Sophie was a smart person. It only took her a moment to realize that Han Shuo's words made sense. However, when Sophie recalled that Han Shuo had used this sort of thing as an excuse to convince her father, and looked at Han Shuo's smiling face, she couldn't help but feel angry. She still angrily charged at Han Shuo, shouting, even so, you can't joke about something like this. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Chapter 506. Sophie was no match for Han Shuo. Panting with rage, she charged at him. Han Shuo merely looked at her with a smile, neither retaliating nor resisting. He took Sophie's hammering blows on his chest and cooperated with her by laughing and crying out in pain. Sophie's soft little hand hammered on his chest. Not only did Han Shuo not feel the slightest bit of pain, he even felt rather pleased. Although Sophie charged at him with bared fangs and brandished claws, she still had a sense of propriety when she struck. Given Han Shuo's abnormally strong body, he naturally wouldn't be injured in the slightest. After hitting him for a while, Sophie finally realized that all her efforts were in vain. Looking at Han Shuo's hateful face, she didn't know how to vent her anger. She could only glare at Han Shuo a few times. All right. Han Shuo said a few words of consolation. Smiling, he said, I'm doing this to make your father feel at ease. Only in this way will he head to Bretel City without any misgivings. When he arrives at Bretel City, you can properly communicate with him. At that time, even if he complains, nothing will happen. Sophie and Han Shuo played around for a while. Her originally anxious mood was released. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but say, there are still some members in our family. It will be rather difficult for all of them to head to Bretel City unknowingly. Fortunately, Kasi Empire is in a mess because of you these days. Because my father is a sacred knight, he has absolute authority in the family. With a little more time, there shouldn't be any trouble. All right. Take advantage of the fact that Brack doesn't have time to deal with you these days. You'd better move your people as soon as possible. I will communicate with my people. There shouldn't be any problems, said Han Shuo. Oh right, what happened that day? Why did the Shrine of Ice suddenly issue an ice goddess writ, summoning all the bishops of Kasi Empire to return to the frozen peak of Snowy Mountain? Sophie couldn't help but ask Han Shuo with a frown. Ice Celestial Kori's death must have been suppressed by the Shrine of Ice. Otherwise, it would have had an immeasurable impact on both the Shrine of Ice and Kasi Empire. The reason why Tiana had issued the Ice Goddess writ and summoned the bishops of every region to the main peak of the snowy region was obviously to concentrate their power. It's nothing. It's probably to deal with us, Han Shuo replied casually. In any case, Sophie was a citizen of Kasi Empire. She should have a favorable impression of the Shrine of Ice. If she knew that Han Shuo had forced one of the Shrine of Ice's highest leaders, Ice Celestial Kori, to his death, who knew what she would think? Oh, I see. Sophie looked at Han Shuo with a somewhat complicated expression. She suddenly sighed and said, I am a citizen of Kasi Empire. If I leave like this, I might never be able to return. No matter what, I still hope you won't harm the common people of Kasi Empire. Don't worry, I won't attack ordinary people. I'll make some arrangements and leave Kasi Empire today. The next time we meet, we should be in Bretel City. Han Shuo looked at Sophie and said. Are you leaving today? So soon? Sophie suddenly felt a little reluctant after hearing Han Shuo's words. Her tone was also a little gloomy. But before I leave, I will make some arrangements. With my instructions, your family's departure from Kasi Empire will be smoother. In addition, Bretel City is currently at war with the 7 Grand Duchies. I want to see what's going on over there, Han Shuo said. Parting was always a little sad. In order to prevent Sophie's mood from worsening, Han Shuo smiled and said, all right, I'll leave first. I reckon we can meet again in Bretel City before long. Send my regards to your father. Tell him that Bretel City will open its gates and welcome your arrival. Without waiting for Sophie to say anything, Han Shuo elegantly left. Under Sophie's gaze, he turned into a faint shadow and rapidly disappeared. After leaving Sophie's place, Han Shuo arrived at a dark mantle stronghold in Kasi Empire. He communicated with the person in charge of the dark mantle base here, and sent his message to the dark mantle stronghold in Bretel City through them. He also instructed them to contact Sulo and help the Sulo family travel to Bretel City. The Dark Mantle stronghold had been operating in Siro City for many years and had very tight exit channels. Han Shuo believed that with their help, the Sulo family's journey would be smoother. Taking advantage of the chaos in Kasi Empire over the past few days, Han Shuo believed that with the old fox Sulo's power and the help of the Dark Mantle, there shouldn't be any problems. The six-horned tribal king of the Soul race was still lingering in Angela Empire. When Han Shuo headed for Lancelot Empire, he concealed his consciousness again and unhurriedly arrived at the dark forest, preparing to pass through it and return to the cemetery of death. Midway, Han Shuo suddenly sensed the joy of the little skull in the netherworld. Having just entered the dark forest from Caesar City, Han Shuo was overjoyed. Without thinking too much, Han Shuo knew that the little skull must have fused his soul with the origin crystal of necromancy. The little skull already possessed astonishing strength. Once it fused with the origin crystal of the pure element of death, it would surely bring an even greater surprise to Han Shuo. The impatient Han Shuo found a secluded cave and summoned Metal Elite Zombie to open up a stone room. He then took out the skeletal staff and made some arrangements in the surroundings. Shortly after, his consciousness passed through the space tunnel and arrived at the netherworld where the aura of death was the densest. Desolation, deathly stillness, monotonous shades of gray and white, the ever-present and chilly element of death, the never-ending and cruel slaughter, and the simple rule of survival of the fittest. This was the eternal and unchanging main body of the netherworld. On the peak of a towering mountain stood a palace that pierced straight into the heavens. Pure white bones were scattered all over the ground. Thousands upon thousands of undead creatures of all kinds were prostrating on the ground from halfway up the mountain, worshipping the peak as though they were on a pilgrimage. A gust of ghastly, sinister, and frightening energy engulfed the entire 10,000-meter-tall mountain. The dense aura of death was attracted by the sinister energy within the palace and all converged towards the palace at the peak. For a moment, the dense aura of death that was hard to see with the naked eye condensed into a trickle and thousands of strands that flowed into the palace that pierced straight into the heavens. The entire palace seemed to have transformed into a colossus, constantly absorbing the aura of death that was madly gushing towards it from a radius of 100 miles. With the huge mountain as the center, the aura of death in the area frantically converged, startling all kinds of powerful undead creatures within 100 miles, or even 1,000 miles. Those powerful undead creatures gazed at the huge mountain with hollow eyes, involuntarily moving towards it. Han Shuo's consciousness landed in front of the little skull's palace. First, he used the omnipresent aura of death to condense a fleeting body. Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and had a panoramic view of the transformation of the entire huge mountain. Skeletal warriors, zombie warriors, ghouls, gargoyles, evil knights, mummy lords, old fey zombies, bone devils, there were all sorts of undead creatures, some familiar to Han Shuo, and others unfamiliar to him. They filled the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain, as if they were being summoned by some sort of power. They walked step by step towards the top of the mountain. Looking into the distance, within a radius of several dozen miles, even more undead creatures were also rushing towards this direction. Among them, there were even 2 bone dragons and an extremely valiant king zombie. The king zombie with a green face and sharp fangs roared all the way, turning some of the low-ranked undead creatures in the surroundings into ashes. Han Shuo could see that the two bone dragons and the king zombie seemed to have come to the palace where the little skull was located with hostility. This was because they discovered that their subordinates were suddenly no longer listening to their orders. Under the influence of some kind of evil summoning power, they were leaving them step by step. How humiliating was this for a king of the undead world? Although they also felt the summoning from the peak of the 10,000 meters tall mountain, as kings of the undead world for many years, they already had the ability to get rid of that summoning power. Moreover, they were trying to completely destroy this extremely daring existence. "Father, you're here." Just as Han Shuo was gazing into the distance, the Earth Elite Zombie suddenly walked out from the center of the palace. Behind the Earth Elite Zombie, the Fire Elite Zombie and the Metal Elite Zombie also walked out side by side. Han Shuo could feel the joy in their hearts. "Yes," Han Shuo answered. He could feel that at the bottom of the palace at the peak of the huge mountain, Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie were concentrating on absorbing and digesting the energy. It seemed that the next time they came out, the pentaelemental undead formation would be truly completed. At the center of the palace, the little skull sitting on the white bone throne was still madly absorbing the aura of death within a radius of 100 miles. Strands of dense aura of death slowly flowed into the little skull's smooth bones. His entire body was filled with the incomparably pure element of death. Han Shuo suddenly understood that after the soul of the little skull fused with the origin crystal of death, not only did he form the soul of element, but he was also using the ability to manipulate the element of death to rapidly form the body of element. The soul of element and the body of element were the foundations of becoming a god. Han Shuo did not expect that the origin crystal of death would not only allow the little skull to possess the soul of element, but also magically allow him to possess the body of element. Once the soul of element and the body of element were formed, he was only one step away from becoming a god. Chapter 507. Undead creatures as far as the eye could see, as though on a pilgrimage, swarmed towards the 10,000-meter tall mountain peak. At this moment, Little Skull was the most famous undead king within a 100-mile radius. The aura of death madly surged towards the palace and was absorbed by Little Skull, who sat on the throne of white bones, into his sparkling and translucent white bone body. Little Skull's incomparably tough and tyrannical bones were rapidly transformed, forming a body of element that was most compatible with the element of death. Metal Elite Zombies, Earth Elite Zombies, and Fire Elite Zombies stood in 3 different directions in front of the palace. The 3 undead creatures were equally unordinary. Behind them stood a few evil knights and a mummy lord bone demon, firmly guarding the undead king inside the palace. The 2 bone dragons and the zombie king roared as they charged forward. Wherever they passed, the low-level undead creatures that had betrayed them would be crushed into bones by their tyrannical strength. One by one, the resentful spirits would be annihilated. The 3 extremely powerful existences of the netherworld, carrying with them a monstrous rage, rapidly walked towards the top of the mountain peak. During this process, Little Skull had already absorbed all the aura of death within a 100-mile radius, forming a body of element. "Father." Little Skull finally walked out of the palace and stood at the top of the mountain, looking down at the undead creatures that swarmed towards him. When Han Shuo saw that Little Skull had come out, he couldn't help but carefully size up Little Skull's current appearance. His whole body of pure white bones was filled with a jade-like luster, and every inch of his bones contained an enormous aura of death. A cloud of dusky smoke constantly revolved in the center of the skull. It was as inconspicuous as the eternal darkness of the netherworld, but Han Shuo understood that it was the soul of element condensed by Little Skull. When Han Shuo looked at Little Skull, he could sense that the soul of element at the center of Little Skull's skull had fused with the omnipresent aura of death in the netherworld. Even so, this newly reforged body of Little Skull also gave Han Shuo a strange feeling. It was as if the Little Skull in front of him had existed in this netherworld for thousands of years, as if he had always been the true undead king of the netherworld. 2 bone dragons and a zombie king have come. They are not affected by your power, Han Shuo said. I deliberately lured them here. Father, just watch, they will still crawl under my feet. Little Skull was incomparably confident. He slowly walked in front of Han Shuo, his purple demon eye glistening with evil light. An indescribable power spread out like water ripples, fusing with the aura of death between heaven and earth. As though it was an order, after Little Skeleton emitted this energy, the tens of thousands of undead creatures that were rushing to the summit of the giant mountain as though they were on a pilgrimage suddenly all prostrated themselves on the ground. None of them moved an inch and only lowered their heads, as though waiting for Little Skeleton's next order. Han Shuo could see that among the undead creatures that covered the entire mountain, only a small portion were Little Skull's original subordinates. Most of the undead creatures were outsiders who had heard the summons from the mountain peak. Most of them were originally following the 2 bone dragons and the king zombie. It was only because they were attracted by Little Skeleton's miraculous energy that they instinctively gathered at the mountain peak. Under Little Skull's divine might, they all crawled on the ground, not daring to move. Only the 3 bone dragons and the zombie king, who had existed for who knew how many years, were not affected by Little Skull's power. They roared all the way to the top of the mountain. Is it you, challenging my dignity? When the 3 undead creatures that stood at the top of the pyramid of the netherworld arrived in front of Little Skull, one of the bone dragons emitted a powerful corrosive aura and spewed out long dragon's breath. Its body floated above the mountain, looking down at Little Skull from above. Unruly existence, you will pay the price. The huge body of the zombie king roared at the sky, emitting its tyrannical corpse aura that could make low-level undead creatures willingly submit. It seemed very irritable and angry. Strange existence, I will absorb your soul and erase the fact that you once existed. The last bone dragon swayed its tail and appeared in the sky behind Little Skull. It looked greedily at the soul inside Little Skull's skull. You 3 lowly fellows, immediately submit to me. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Little Skull commanded the 3 powerful undead creatures in an extremely arrogant manner, as if it was their destiny. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Skull emitted an incomparably dense death energy. All of a sudden, the element of death that was everywhere in the surroundings began to boil like boiling water. Little Skull's originally short body began to grow taller and taller. In the blink of an eye, Little Skull had grown to a height of 7 or 8 meters, covered with ferocious bone spikes. At first glance, one could tell that it was evil and terrifying. A 5-meter-long bone spike, emitting an extremely sharp death energy, was easily grasped in the palm of its hand. On its back, the 7 bone spikes were 3 times longer than before. They were ferocious like terrifying fangs, shining with a bewitching and evil luster, giving off a strong sense of shock. The Little Skull that had suddenly grown in size, and the power that looked down on all living things, burst out in full force. In an instant, the 3 creatures that swore to vent their anger on him felt an instinctive fear in their hearts. All of them involuntarily kept a distance from him. Submit to me. Otherwise, your lowly souls will be thoroughly obliterated. Little Skull said in an evil tone, once again destroying their willpower. 2 bone dragons, the 3 of us will join forces and slay this powerful being. The king zombie took a few steps back. As soon as Little Skull's arrogant words faded, he immediately took a few more steps forward, raised his head, and proposed to the 2 bone dragons that were hovering in the air. Not bad. They fiercely charged at Little Skull one after the other. The attacks that had been brewing in their bodies for a long time erupted in an instant. The king zombie ferociously charged over. The surrounding corpse aura was even sharper than a sharp sword. It carried an unstoppable and terrifying energy. With a stretch of his hand, Little Skull stopped metal, fire, and earth elite zombies from helping and said, I'll do it. Han Shuo, who originally planned to join forces with metal and fire elite zombies, simultaneously received Little Skull's dissuading message. An absolute confidence emanated from Little Skull. At this moment it was as though he was the true king of the netherworld since ancient times. No undead creature could offend the dignity of this king of undead. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment before retreating to the side of wood, metal, and fire elite zombies. He watched the cruel battle that was about to unfold from afar, and concentrated his energy, ready to join the fray the moment Little Skull showed signs of defeat. 2 bone dragons and a king zombie. These were powerful undead creatures that only a sacred Magus necromancer could summon. Even on the profound continent, existences of this level were powerful creatures that would give anyone a headache. In the netherworld, the aura of death was extremely dense. Han Shuo, who had only arrived here with his consciousness, did not have the confidence to deal with any existence of this level. Roar, Little Skull let out a disdainful howl. Mixed with the aura of death, it drifted to a radius of several tens of miles. His enormous body did not draw support from the 7 bone spurs on his back as he stood proudly in the air. The 5-meter-long bone spur in his hand was like the most incisive weapon in the netherworld. With a light spin, he thrust it at the bone dragon that had launched a sneak attack behind him like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The bone spur was like lightning. Without giving the bone dragon any time to dodge, it directly pierced through several of its bones and sent its enormous body flying backwards. Bam! After the bone spur pierced out, he did not even look at it. He suddenly landed on the side of the king zombie and kicked downwards. An enormous aura of death gathered at the sole of his white bony foot. He stomped on one of the king zombie's shoulders with the force of 1,000 caddies. Crunch! The king zombie staggered backwards. Before the other bone dragon in front of him could approach, Little Skull slapped the king zombie's head. With a puff, the king zombie's head was smashed into a pulp. A glossy green soul was pulled out by Little Skull. "My king, I am willing to serve you. From now on, I will serve you as my only master." The king zombie whose soul was pulled out by Little Skull immediately shouted without the slightest hesitation. "Smart guy," Little Skull lightly groaned. The jade-like bone claws carried the zombie king's soul as it fiercely smashed towards the bone dragon in front of it. The bone dragon's acid mixed with the dragon's breath fell down like rain. The zombie king's soul screamed and hurriedly used all of its strength to condense corpse chi. Its soulless body suddenly flew out and crashed into the bone dragon. Thump! The bone dragon smashed into the king zombie's physical body, while Little Skull's punch punched the king zombie's soul into his physical body. The king zombie desperately entangled the bone dragon. Little Skull pulled out his fist and landed behind the bone dragon like a ghost. The bone dragon was shocked and struggled desperately. However, it was entangled by this ally of his, not giving him any chance at all. One could imagine how depressed the bone dragon was. It roared madly and cursed the king zombie for being shameless. The king zombie who was frightened by Little Skull understood that Little Skull's strength was not something he could contend against. Therefore, he wisely chose to surrender. Now was naturally the best time to show his loyalty. "Bone dragon, do you really want to die?" Little Skull stood behind the bone dragon. A bone claw had unknowingly appeared and touched the back of the bone dragon's neck. Chapter 508. The king zombie hugged the bone dragon. When the Little Skull's voice rang out, he knew he was done for. A fear that penetrated deep into his soul suddenly spread. The next moment, the bone dragon felt as if his soul was imprisoned. The evil power overwhelmed him, and he could not perform any follow-up attacks. The bone dragon's huge body suddenly trembled. A mountain-like gravity pressed down on the back of his neck through the hand pressing down on him. This force was so strong that he could not match it. Under this great force, his entire body had no choice but to be pressed down inch by inch. Han Shuo's divine sense was everywhere. He could clearly sense that the Little Skull's hand was pressing down on the bone dragon's neck. The huge death aura in the surroundings gathered on the Little Skull's hand, pressing down on the bone dragon in midair inch by inch, not giving the bone dragon any room to resist. The strength of the little skull that had formed the elemental soul and elemental body was so strong that Han Shuo could not believe it. Even if Han Shuo's divine sense returned to his physical body, he would not be able to do as he pleased in the undead realm like the little skull. The aura of death in the netherworld was extremely dense. The little skeleton formed by the soul of element and body of element could sufficiently mobilize the aura of death to form all kinds of attacks. In the netherworld, this kind of advantage of his was simply overwhelming. It was no wonder that the king zombie and the bone dragon did not even have the power to retaliate in his hands. Until now, Han Shuo, who had been unable to estimate the true strength of the little skull, was certain that the little skull had at least the strength of a demigod. After forming the elemental soul and elemental body, he was only one step away from becoming a true god. Han Shuo suddenly realized that he did not have to worry about the little skull in the undead realm anymore. Bang! The bone dragon, whose neck was pressed all the way to the mountain peak by the little skull, suddenly fell to the ground with its huge body. I surrender, undead king. Finally, the bone dragon expressed the fear in its heart while trembling. Powerful existence, following behind you is our true home. After the zombie king's soul was pressed back into its body by the little skull, it used the omnipresent aura of death to restore its head, which had been smashed by the little skull, and hurriedly expressed its loyalty. Well, it's not easy for you to evolve to this stage. If your soul is destroyed, you will no longer be able to exist, the little skull said in a dignified tone and let go of the bone hand that was pressing on the back of the bone dragon's neck. All of a sudden, little skeleton dashed out like a bolt of lightning and arrived in front of the last bone dragon in an instant. This bone dragon, who had a few of his bones pierced by little skull's bone spear, was now desperately trying to escape. It seemed that he already understood that he was no match for little skull, so he did not want to get involved in this mess and planned to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the little skull's current strength was not something he could contend against, especially when the bone spear in little skull's hand was still stuck in the bone dragon's body. A ray of light streaked across the sky, and the little skull had already landed in front of the escaping bone dragon. Before the bone dragon could react, he grabbed the bone spear that was stuck in the bone dragon's body. His purple demon eye shone brightly, and he slowly turned the bone spear in his hand. The bones of the bone dragon made a cracking sound as they shattered one by one. He suddenly howled miserably and struggled in the air, shouting, "Master, great master, I know I was wrong." Unexpectedly, he was also a coward. In the netherworld, survival of the fittest was the rule. When a low-level creature encountered a high-level existence, there were only two choices, to submit, or to be absorbed by the strong. Since the beginning of the netherworld, low-level undead creatures knew how to survive in front of high-level creatures. When this bone dragon realized that he could not even escape, he clearly knew what choice he had to make. "Very well, offer your soul and form a contract with me. From now on, I will be your master, and you will be my slave, until one of us has our soul turned into ashes." The little skull stood in front of the bone dragon and stretched out his hand to make a strange soul contract. A strange oval magical brand suddenly formed between his hands. After the successful release of the soul contract, the bone dragon only hesitated for a moment before obediently offering his soul, which slowly fell into the magical brand between the little skull's hands. The other bone dragon and the king zombie also obediently walked over. Without waiting for the little skull's orders, they voluntarily offered their souls and fell into the magical brand made by the little skull. The souls of the three extremely powerful undead creatures in the netherworld fell into the magical brand between the little skull's hands. At this moment, an evil force suddenly rushed out from the little skull's palms. The soul of element in the little skull's skull also slowly flew out and wrapped around the magical brand bit by bit. A magical contract that even Han Shuo did not know about was suddenly formed. Han Shuo looked at the contact between the four souls and understood that the little skull's soul had completely occupied the dominant role, and did not allow the other three creatures to have the slightest bit of autonomy. Gradually, the soul of element of Little Skull was returned to the bone dragon. With a sudden hand seal, the souls of the three powerful creatures suddenly fell into their original bodies in 3 straight lines. Master. The 2 bone dragons and the king zombie suddenly prostrated themselves at the feet of the Little Skull and respectfully called out to the Little Skull in unison. The 3 powerful undead creatures that came in anger, faced with the Little Skull who had evolved to a whole new realm, had almost no room for resistance. Just like that, they were forced to enter into a master-slave contract, swearing eternal loyalty to him. Han Shuo had to admit that the Little Skull was becoming more and more inconceivable. When he recalled how he used to help him throw out the trash every morning, Han Shuo really had an indescribable feeling of sorrow. In just a few short years, Han Shuo had turned from a useless odd-job worker to the lord of a city in the Lancelot Empire, possessing strength comparable to a demigod. In just a few short years, a skinny and useless low-level skeleton warrior had continuously evolved and climbed to the peak that the Bone Dragon and King Zombie willingly submitted to. Sometimes, life was just so inconceivable, so full of changes, so magical. Very good, the 3 of you can be considered tactful. Otherwise, you would have been turned into ashes by now and all traces of your existence would have been completely erased. The Little Skull's purple demon eye glistened as it looked at the 3 newly recruited slaves prostrating themselves on the ground, proudly narrating the facts. Master, only by following behind you can we advance further. Such a great existence like you will definitely bring us a wider world. The last bone dragon immediately started to flatter. It seemed that he was rather intelligent. Compared to the low-level undead creatures that were everywhere, these powerful existences at the top of the pyramid not only possessed terrifying strength, but their intelligence was also far higher than those low-level undead creatures. Just from their intelligent submission and their somewhat inexperienced flattery, it could be seen that they were all materials that could be molded. Roar, a resonant howl mixed with a sinister and terrifying energy was released from the Little Skull's body. In an instant, the undead creatures that were prostrating themselves on the ground all stood up one by one. They were like soldiers waiting for their general's orders as they looked at the Little Skull at the peak of the giant mountain. The undead creatures were very sensitive to levels. The fact that the 3 former kings had suddenly submitted to the Little Skull was already known to them through language. Now that the Little Skull that summoned them had proven his strength with unparalleled strength, these undead creatures instinctively felt fear. From today onwards, the 3 of you will continue to command your original subordinates. With this giant mountain as the center, expand to all the surrounding areas. If you encounter an existence that you can't contend against, immediately report to me. The Little Skull was really like a general commanding thousands of troops and horses as he methodically commanded the power that came out of nowhere. Yes, Master. Your Majesty as a king will be spread to every corner of the undead world by us, the 3 powerful undead creatures said in unison. Good. Take your original subordinates and retreat, the Little Skull ordered in high spirits. With the Little Skull's order, the undead creatures that were rushing over as if on a pilgrimage slowly retreated from the top of the giant mountain. The 3 roaring high-level undead creatures once again became the masters of the traders. They were ready to lead them to charge and break through enemy lines to expand the territory of the Little Skull. This time, the summoning from the Little Skull made the undead creatures within a radius of a few hundred miles realize a fact: the Little Skull was the true king of the undead here. After lying dormant for a long time, the Little Skull's reappearance this time was indeed shocking. Han Shuo, who had a panoramic view of everything, suddenly realized that the Little Skull had really changed. Unknowingly, he had become an expert that could no longer be ignored. In the undead world, the Little Skull was a true king. All the undead creatures had to crawl under his feet. Han Shuo believed that with the Little Skull's existence, Han Shuo would have an undead army of thousands of men and horses. The more powerful the Little Skull became in the undead world, the more solid Han Shuo's foundation would become. The Little Skull that he had unintentionally created had now grown to this extent. Han Shuo was filled with emotion. Chapter 509. The undead creatures that covered the mountains and plains left as quickly as they came. Not long after Little Skull's command was issued, they returned to where they came from. It was only when the mountain returned to its normal state that Little Skull's enormous body shrunk back to its original small and skinny appearance. He looked at Han Shuo and asked, "Father, why have you come?" "I sensed that your soul had fused with the origin crystal of death, so I came to check on your condition. I didn't expect that you have already reached such heights." "Very good," Han Shuo said in a carefree manner. He was genuinely happy for Little Skull. "That's all because of Father's help. Without Father, I wouldn't be where I am now," Little Skull said. By now, Han Shuo was truly no longer worried about Little Skull. Little Skull, who could even subdue the Bone Dragon and the King Zombie, would not be in any danger in the Netherworld as long as he didn't run into any more mysterious and powerful beings. All right. I am truly relieved that you have evolved to your current strength. For the time being, you should properly adapt to your new soul and body. Also, when Little Water and Little Wood come out, supervise them in practicing the pentaelemental undead formation, Han Shuo said. Don't worry, Father. I know what to do, Little Skull replied. Without lingering, Han Shuo's consciousness traversed through the space-time tunnel and returned to Profound Continent. He regained his consciousness in that secret chamber in the dark forest. After an indeterminate amount of time, Han Shuo stretched his arm and walked away from the secret chamber in the cave, heading deeper into the dark forest. The dark forest was a place one must pass from Kasi Empire to the Valley of Sunshine. The dark forest was a place full of mysteries and oddities. Han Shuo had always been very interested in it. Han Shuo hadn't spent too much time in the dark forest the last time he'd gone to Caesar City. Han Shuo didn't have anything particularly urgent to attend to this time, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry. As he walked in the depths of the dark forest, Han Shuo paid more attention to the things around him. Many strange flowers and plants became Han Shuo's objects of interest. Han Shuo had even obtained several kinds of heavenly treasures in one day. As he sighed inwardly at the wonders of the dark forest, Han Shuo was even more attentive in his travel within the dark forest. For the next few days, Han Shuo stayed in the dark forest and gradually moved towards the deepest parts. In these few days, Han Shuo's harvest was quite bountiful. Not only did he obtain some heavenly treasures, he also discovered several super-rank magical beasts in hiding. Han Shuo didn't make a move against those super-rank magical beasts. He only slightly revealed his demigod strength. These super-rank magical beasts that had lived for God knows how long all wisely stayed far away from Han Shuo, fearing that Han Shuo would suddenly have evil intentions and attack them. The cemetery of death was at the edge of the dark forest. Han Shuo had come and gone through the dark forest countless times, but he'd never gone so deep into the dark forest as he was now. The deepest parts of the vast and boundless dark forest had always been synonymous with mystery. For so many years, the number of adventurers and challengers who had come and gone from the dark forest were as many as the hairs on an ox. However, no one dared to say that they had walked through the entire dark forest, and that they could come and go as they pleased in the deepest parts of the dark forest. In the past, on one hand, he didn't have enough strength, and on the other hand, he didn't have much time. Therefore, even though Han Shuo had come to the dark forest many times, he had never seriously and carefully explored the deepest parts of the dark forest. Now that Han Shuo possessed demigod strength, he felt that the depths of the dark forest would no longer threaten his safety. Therefore, he decided to make a trip to the deepest parts of the dark forest. From Kasi Empire's Caesar City to the Valley of Sunshine, one indeed had to pass through the dark forest. However, it was also at the edge of the dark forest. The deepest parts of the dark forest were like a mysterious world. It seemed that no one had ever been able to explore it and know the specific situation within. Very soon, Han Shuo arrived at that forbidden area. Han Shuo clearly remembered his experience with the Golden Dragon and the Cyclops in this place. It was also in this place that Han Shuo obtained the personal notes of the founding experts of Lancelot Empire and saw the bones of all kinds of super-rank magical beasts. Revisiting this place, Han Shuo discovered that this place was no longer the same as before, where there were layers upon layers of obstructive power. Just like other places in the dark forest, this place was overgrown with weeds over the past few years. All kinds of magical beasts lived peacefully here. Even further away, Han Shuo could sense the presence of super-rank magical beasts. However, these super-rank magical beasts were just as quiet and not savage enough to kill in all directions. Ha! Han Shuo exclaimed softly. He sensed that there were two super-rank magical beasts fighting a few miles to his left. It seemed that the battle was very intense. Han Shuo, who had originally come here with the intention of sightseeing, headed to the battle area after hearing the news. Not long after, he saw a beautiful unicorn fighting a cyclops. With just a glance, Han Shuo recognized the cyclops. It was the same one he had encountered in the forbidden area. Unicorns were known as the purest of magical beasts. Their horns had the miraculous effect of purifying evil and detoxifying all poisons. The unicorn was as fast as lightning and could skillfully control lightning and wind magic. Beneath its beautiful appearance was a body that was not inferior to that of the dragon race. This unicorn ought to be an adult. Its single horn flickered with a dazzling seven-colored divine light. One moment it was pure white like jade, and the next moment, it was multicolored. Coupled with its ethereal figure, it was simply like a vivid work of art. This beautiful unicorn was bouncing about in the lush, ancient trees. With a single step, it could cross dozens of meters. As its horn shone with a beautiful luster, arcs of lightning and blades of wind fell unceremoniously on the cyclops that Han Shuo had encountered before. The colossal cyclops was actually unable to gain the upper hand in a battle against the unicorn that could be said to be more refined. Rays of magic fell on the cyclops, and the cyclops had no choice but to defend in a flurry. Although it possessed boundless power, it wasn't as agile as the unicorn. Not a single one of its attacks could truly land on the unicorn. Instead, it was the loser that was at a disadvantage. Han Shuo watched for a while and found it very interesting. He didn't expect this unicorn to be so miraculous. Such a beautiful and powerful unicorn. If I could capture it and gift it to Fanny and Phoebe, they would definitely be ecstatic. Han Shuo suddenly had this thought. Soon after, Han Shuo suddenly realized that of the three women, Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny, only Fanny hadn't obtained any particularly valuable treasures from him. He had gifted Phoebe the divine artifact Starry Sky, and Emily had not only obtained the demigod Ermite Cotton's letter and staff from him, but also an origin crystal of darkness. Instead, it was Fanny who had never obtained anything from him. As he thought of this, Han Shuo suddenly felt guilty. When he returned this time, no matter what, he had to gift Fanny a valuable treasure. Otherwise, wouldn't it show that he was biased? Not only did the unicorn have a flawless and beautiful appearance, but it also possessed miraculous power. Probably no woman could resist such a magical pet. Thus, Han Shuo planned to capture it no matter what and force it to form a contract with Fanny. This could be considered as making up for all the years he had owed Fanny. The unicorn really was a rather intelligent super-rank magical beast. When Han Shuo, who had been lurking in the shadows, was within 300 meters of it, it had already sensed him. Then, several arcs of lightning shot towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo was stunned, thinking that this unicorn was a restless little fellow. He reached out with both hands and pulled, and the lightning bolts were like thin threads that had been torn apart, shattering and disappearing. Seeing that he had been discovered, Han Shuo decided not to hide anymore. He walked out from behind a towering ancient tree, chuckling as he looked at the vigilant unicorn in front of him. He revealed a seemingly amiable smile and greeted, "Hi," before Han Shuo could say anything. Yet another few bolts of lightning and a large field of wind blades whizzed over. Han Shuo forced a smile and continued to stretch out his hand to shoot at the sky, shattering the attacks unleashed by the unicorn. Suddenly, the Cyclops cried out in surprise, "Oh, it's you, mighty demigod existence." This wasn't the first time the Cyclops had seen Han Shuo. Last time in the Forbidden Land, Han Shuo had absorbed a large amount of energy and entered a demonic state, leaving an unforgettable impression on the Cyclops. At that time, the Cyclops had misunderstood Han Shuo's power, and had taken the powerful Han Shuo to be a demigod existence. After a few years, when they met again, Han Shuo indeed possessed the power of a demigod. He was no longer a demigod that needed to borrow external power to become stronger. Thus, this time, the Cyclops calmly acknowledged the way the Cyclops addressed Han Shuo. He chuckled and said to the Cyclops, "Long time no see. What's wrong? Did you run into some trouble? This unicorn is really difficult to deal with. I only took a few stones from its territory, and it chased me relentlessly." "What a troublesome fellow," the Cyclops complained with a crying face. As Han Shuo and the Cyclops spoke, the unicorn's gem-like eyes stared at Han Shuo and the Cyclops. It seemed to think that Han Shuo was the Cyclops' friend, and it quickly fled like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. After 2 missed attacks, the unicorn clearly knew that Han Shuo was even more terrifying than the Cyclops, so it didn't dare to stay. What a clever little fellow. Chapter 5:10. Unfortunately, its opponent this time wasn't the Cyclops. Although the Cyclops was large, it couldn't catch up to the unicorn. However, Han Shuo was clearly much faster than the Cyclops. Han Shuo immediately ignored the Cyclops and chased after the unicorn as soon as he saw the unicorn turn around and flee. Han Shuo hadn't even used his full strength, but his speed had already surpassed that of the unicorn. When the unicorn had only leaped a few hundred meters, he suddenly blocked its path like lightning. Generally speaking, if one wanted to keep a magical beast as a magical pet, they first had to have the power to make it look at you seriously. Only humans who could display power that could convince it would have the right to communicate with it. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter what they said. Thus, Han Shuo didn't hesitate at all. After blocking the unicorn's path with a speed faster than it, he immediately released 2 necromancy spells, the Boundary of Weakness and the Boundary of Fear. Han Shuo very skillfully enveloped a large area. Much to Han Shuo's surprise, the Boundary of Weakness and the Boundary of Fear affected many magical beasts of all levels in the area. However, the unicorn still ran as if it was flying, leaping dozens of meters with a single leap. It turned around and prepared to flee in another direction. The unicorn's spotlessly white horn shone with a strange luster. A pure and holy power flowed out from its horn, seemingly purifying the Boundary of Weakness and the Boundary of Fear. It was actually not affected by the 2 enchantments at all. Han Shuo was startled, but soon came to his senses. The horn of a unicorn was incomparably bizarre. It had the effect of purifying evil energy. It seemed that the Boundary of Weakness and the Boundary of Fear were also within the range of purification. Seeing that the Boundary of Fear and the Boundary of Weakness were useless, Han Shuo wasn't discouraged. In the blink of an eye, he once again blocked the unicorn's path. This time, Han Shuo didn't use necromancy spells. He directly stuck close to the unicorn, and before it could react, he grabbed at it with lightning speed. The unicorn wasn't afraid of the Cyclops, and it even used magic to ravage the Cyclops. However, when it faced Han Shuo, it didn't have any courage. It was smart enough to sense Han Shuo's power, and it knew that it couldn't compete with Han Shuo, so it turned around and left. When Han Shuo reached out to grab it, its slender and bright eyes rolled around. Its front hooves kicked the ground and it changed direction again. It looked like it was determined to escape. "Hee, you think you can escape?" Han Shuo laughed mockingly. Just as the unicorn was about to leave the range of his 2 hands, his arms suddenly elongated like a sponge, pressing down on the unicorn's waist with lightning speed. When the running unicorn was grabbed by Han Shuo's two hands, it suddenly felt as if it had been shackled by two iron shackles. That kind of strength wasn't something it could resist, and its body was forcibly locked down, unable to move. The wind blades and lightning bolts shot towards Han Shuo with no regard for their lives. At such a close distance, Han Shuo couldn't dodge and had no choice but to deploy a protective barrier. A series of crackling sounds rang out, but Han Shuo didn't move an inch within the protective barrier, completely unaffected by the wind blades and lightning attacks. Once the unicorn understood that its attacks were useless against Han Shuo, it quickly gave up on its futile attacks. It hung its head dejectedly, and two lines of pitiful tears suddenly appeared in its gem-like eyes. It turned its head to look pitifully at Han Shuo. "I beg you, let me go." The unicorn spoke in a clear and melodious female voice. The beautiful voice was incomparably moving, giving rise to a pleasant sense of beauty in the heart. Han Shuo was startled, not expecting the unicorn's voice to be so melodious. However, Han Shuo's mind was firm, and he clearly wouldn't let the unicorn go just because of its melodious voice. He still held the unicorn tightly and said with a smile, "I can let you go, but you must agree to become someone's magic pet." "Absolutely not." "Then just kill me." When the unicorn heard that it would become a magic pet, its melodious voice resolutely refused. "All right then, I'll kill you right now and pull out your horn." "Heh heh, your horn must be worth a fortune." Han Shuo laughed coldly as he threatened. He used one hand to gesture on the unicorn's horn, as if considering how to make a move. Wait, I can give you treasures, as long as you're willing to let me go." The unicorn was obviously not as unafraid of death as it had just displayed. When it saw Han Shuo's hand gesture on its horn, it hurriedly made another noise. "Treasures? Heh heh, do you think a person like me would care about your treasures?" Han Shuo laughed involuntarily and slapped a hand on the unicorn's body. Magical yuan floated within its body like a spider's web, forcibly restraining the unicorn with magical yuan. Han Shuo let go and chuckled as he walked in front of the unicorn. He looked up and down the pitiful unicorn and began to entice it. "Actually, it's not bad to be my woman's magic pet. She'll definitely take good care of you. It's better than staying in this desolate forest. In addition, the human world is truly rich and colorful. There are beautiful things that you can't even imagine. A pure and holy existence like you will only be appreciated in the human world. The magical creatures of the dark forest will never know of your beauty. You must know." Looking at the unicorn, Han Shuo's voice was full of enticement as he spoke slowly. His voice was laced with the bewitching siren, using the unicorn's beauty to entice it and repeatedly emphasizing the splendor of the human world. Under the threat of Han Shuo's life on one hand, and the enticement of the human world on the other, the inexperienced unicorn's pitiful eyes gradually turned into curiosity, as if it had already been moved by Han Shuo's suggestion. It blinked at Han Shuo and spoke after a while, "Is the human world really as beautiful as you say?" "Of course. I promise." Han Shuo was resolute and decisive as he continued to bluff like a charlatan. "There are many beautiful things in the human world that you've never seen before. Only when you're in the human world will your beauty be appreciated by others. With my protection, no one will dare have ill intentions towards you. I can even help you evolve once more. As long as you agree to become my woman's magical pet, you'll discover that the human world is your true paradise." The unicorn obviously understood that it had fallen into Han Shuo's hands and had no other choice. On one hand, it was afraid of Han Shuo's death threat, and on the other hand, it was truly a bit curious about the human world. Its bright, gem-like eyes blinked for a while and no longer hesitated, nodding pitifully. Before Han Shuo could rejoice, the unicorn suddenly started haggling again. "However, I want to choose my own master. It must be a woman, not a dirty man like you. Don't worry, it'll definitely be a beauty. You'll like her." Han Shuo guaranteed with a chuckle, thinking that there would still be room for bargaining once you arrived in human society. Human society is naturally colorful, but you'll quickly understand the viciousness of human hearts. Alright then, I promise you. Let me go. The unicorn said dejectedly, looking like it had already accepted its fate. I'll first remove a portion of my power from your body, but I'll still leave something in your body to prevent you from taking the opportunity to escape. As Han Shuo spoke, he removed a portion of his power and patted the unicorn, saying, I've left an imprint in your body. No matter where you hide, I'll be able to find you, so you'd better know your place. Got it. The unicorn replied in resignation, muttering softly, what a despicable fellow. I hope my master isn't such a despicable and evil fellow. Otherwise, I'd rather die than live with such a despicable and evil fellow. Han Shuo listened to the unicorn's mutterings and didn't say anything else. Just at this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps slowly approached, and the shadow of an enormous creature gradually appeared in the distance. The Cyclops slowly approached and walked to Han Shuo's side. Seeing the unicorn standing obediently in front of Han Shuo, he asked with some surprise, why has it suddenly become obedient? Of course, so what if it's not obedient? Han Shuo said with a smile, then looked the Cyclops up and down, wondering if the Cyclops had any value. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the dark forest. The direction of the sound was very far from where Han Shuo was. Something big must have happened for it to be so loud from so far away. The unicorn and the Cyclops had obviously heard the sound as well. Fear appeared in their eyes, as if they were afraid of the commotion in the depths of the dark forest. Do you know what's in the depths? Han Shuo asked with a frown when he saw their fearful expressions. I don't know, but I saw an enormous dragon enter there a few days ago. That dragon was as strong as you are, and should be a powerful level 5 creature. The unicorn replied with some trepidation. It was only level 3, and a level 5 dragon was equivalent to a demigod in the human world. The unicorn was obviously a bit afraid of a level 5 dragon. I don't dare go in either, but there seem to be many powerful creatures entering recently. Something big seems to have happened in there. The Cyclops also replied. Oh. Han Shuo started, then said thoughtfully, then I'll have to go in and take a look. Unicorn, stay here, I'll come back for you. Han Shuo ignored the unicorn as soon as he finished speaking and flew straight into the depths of the dark forest. Chapter 5:11. In the depths of the dark forest, ancient trees towered into the sky, the fragrance of flowers and grass filled the air, and streams flowed through the hills. It was a beautiful scene full of vitality. At a glance, one could only see strange flowers and rare herbs everywhere, each of which would be priceless outside. Loud rumbling sounds came from even further in, as if the sky was collapsing, giving people a strong sense of shock. As Han Shuo ventured deeper, he suddenly discovered that there were many more complex and profound magical boundaries. These magical boundaries were not very destructive, and were purely to prevent outsiders from entering. Lines of magical lines that resembled spiderwebs formed a huge abstract magical pattern that filled a large area. This magical pattern covered a large part of the sky, forming a wave-like force that pushed out anyone who entered. It was obvious that this enormous magical pattern was man-made. The person who set up this enormous magical pattern probably did not have any malicious intentions. The waves of force that pushed people out were not particularly violent and wild, but rather gentle and slow. Han Shuo was in the center, and he only felt waves of great force surging towards him, as if he was being pushed by hundreds of barbaric men. The power was beyond Han Shuo's imagination. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's strength was astonishing, and his body that had been tempered by demonic arts for many years was proof of his valiant strength. No matter how great the force assaulted his body, Han Shuo still made his way in bit by bit. In such a place, the range of Han Shuo's consciousness was strangely limited, and he could only faintly sense the movements within a few miles. The more it was like this, the more curious Han Shuo became about the depths of the dark forest. He steeled his heart and decided to explore the depths. The power formed by the enormous spiderweb-like magical formation was unable to stop Han Shuo. Relying on the strength of his body and the strangeness of his demonic arts, Han Shuo walked deeper step by step. Suddenly, the powerful force that surged towards him disappeared completely. Han Shuo immediately understood that he had passed through the magical formation, and he gazed into the distance. A rippling emerald lake suddenly entered Han Shuo's eyes. The emerald lake was like a large piece of smooth jade, clear, clean, and beautiful. Looking at the emerald lake in front of him, Han Shuo was stunned. He didn't think that there would be such a clean emerald lake in the depths of the dark forest. What puzzled Han Shuo was that there were no fishes or prawns in the emerald lake, not even seaweed. This was very strange. Han Shuo took a step forward and was shocked. He had just walked out of the spiderweb-like magical formation, and he suddenly felt the gravity around him increase by dozens of times. In such an area where gravity had increased, if two people were to fight, the one with the stronger body would have the upper hand. If a magus wanted to use the levitation spell to fly in this area, they would need to expend dozens of times more mental strength than usual. Even a sacred magus might not be able to stay in the air for long periods of time. Such a strange area made Han Shuo very curious as to who set it up. Although the gravity here had increased by dozens of times, it wasn't a problem for Han Shuo. He used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to slowly soar into the air, moving at a much slower speed towards the Emerald Lake. Although the gravity was strong, Han Shuo could still withstand it. He just had to expend a lot more energy than usual. However, just when Han Shuo arrived above the Emerald Lake, a gust of wind suddenly came from afar. Before Han Shuo could react, an enormous silver dragon suddenly appeared above the Emerald Lake. This enormous silver dragon didn't seem to be affected by the gravity of this place, or perhaps the gravity here was set up by him. He stood proudly in front of Han Shuo and coldly sized up Han Shuo. The enormous silver dragon sized up Han Shuo for a while and suddenly said, "Get back. This isn't a place you should enter." This enormous silver dragon's body was over 20 meters long. His body shone with a hard luster like that of iron and stone. Coupled with his unswerving eyes, he looked rather valiant and powerful. "What's inside?" "Hee, I'm very curious." Han Shuo also sized up the enormous silver dragon. He didn't mind the dragon's cold obstruction and only asked curiously. "This isn't something you should know. Human, leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will regret it." The enormous silver dragon seemed to be a bit impatient. His enormous body continuously twisted above the Emerald Lake. His cold voice was filled with the arrogance of a high-ranking race. The dragon race had always been very arrogant. They believed that they were the noblest race. Other than that, humans, elves, orcs, and other races were all treated as inferior races. This arrogance had existed since ancient times. Just like how the forest troll liked to be greedy and the dark elves liked to be lascivious, it was deeply ingrained in their subconscious. However, Han Shuo clearly wasn't afraid of him. At this level, Han Shuo's strength far surpassed that of most enormous dragons. Han Shuo chuckled as he looked at the arrogant enormous silver dragon. His eyes narrowed into slits as he said with some toughness, "What if I insist on going in? Then, I'll throw you out right now." The enormous silver dragon snorted coldly. The arrogance unique to the dragon race spat out from his fist-sized nostrils. His enormous body twisted a bit. In this area where the gravity was tens of times stronger, a hurricane suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it appeared next to Han Shuo. The hurricane's power pulled at Han Shuo and forcefully flung him out. In this area where the gravity was tens of times stronger, normal people would find it difficult to walk. Seeing that Han Shuo could fly above the Emerald Lake, he naturally thought that Han Shuo was a magician using levitation. With his many years of experience guarding this place, the more a magician used levitation to fly, the harder it would be for them to resist the suction of the hurricane. The enormous silver dragon coldly sized up Han Shuo. In his eyes, Han Shuo was like a puppet that could be manipulated by the hurricane. When the hurricane formed, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Han Shuo being flung out of the Emerald Lake and falling back into the spider web magic formation. Hehe, do you really think that you can do whatever you want after laying down this gravity barrier? Han Shuo disdainfully looked at the enormous silver dragon. When the hurricane arrived, his entire body shone with a black light, as if his body had turned into a thick cocoon. Whoosh whoosh. The hurricane enveloped Han Shuo, and a huge pulling force suddenly attacked his body. However, contrary to the expectations of the enormous silver dragon, Han Shuo did not fall. He was not affected by the hurricane at all. Good, you really are not an ordinary human. The enormous silver dragon praised. With a twist of his body, his long tail suddenly swept over. The hurricane was useless. The enormous silver dragon clearly saw Han Shuo as an opponent worthy of his attention. This time, he began to use the tyrannical strength of the dragon race to stop Han Shuo. Good. Han Shuo laughed. He stood there unmoving like a mountain. Suddenly, he extended his hands and made a strange hand seal. Suddenly, a surging force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas exploded from between Han Shuo's hands. It took the form of a towering stone pillar and fiercely bombarded the enormous silver dragon's tail. The enormous silver dragon's body was also famous for its tyrannical strength. Even a 1,000-year-old tree would be cut in half by the swing of its tail. But Han Shuo only needed to make a hand seal before a huge force rushed out. Before the dragon's tail could reach Han Shuo, the enormous force from Han Shuo's palms had already landed solidly on the enormous silver dragon's tail. The enormous silver dragon felt as if his tail had lashed a towering mountain. Not only was it unable to shake the mountain, but his tail was burning with pain. Once Han Shuo made a move, he would always seize the opportunity to not give his opponent a chance to counterattack. His body, under the high-speed circulation of demonic yuan, suddenly sped up. Before the enormous silver dragon could react from the pain of his tail, he suddenly discovered that the human had unknowingly appeared on his enormous body. Boom! A punch landed directly on the enormous silver dragon's body. That terrifying force surged again, and his enormous body actually seemed to be unable to withstand it. Too powerful. Was this really a human? The enormous silver dragon was greatly shocked. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Taking advantage of the moment when Han Shuo's punch was delayed, he suddenly fled deeper into the lake, no longer daring to clamor at Han Shuo. Han Shuo didn't stop him. He calmly followed behind the enormous silver dragon, heading deeper into the lake. He had just crossed Lake Chui when the gravitational pull suddenly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Han Shuo extended his consciousness and was suddenly overwhelmed with shock. He looked at the scene in front of him with a grave expression. A spectacle had appeared in the sky directly in front of Han Shuo. Bolts of lightning were motionless in the sky. At a glance, the clear sky seemed to have been forcibly torn into pieces by these static bolts of lightning. Amidst the crackling sounds, faint clouds of smoke floated in the sky. The sky, which was supposed to be blue and flawless, looked as if it had been torn apart by the rolling smoke and the meandering lightning. Many shining door-shaped wonders were strangely formed in the sky. All kinds of colorful turbulence were creating a beautiful scene behind the door. There were a total of 7 gates. Each gate had a powerful creature residing in it. Other than the creatures that were continuously dying in one of the gates at the edge, the other 6 were all demigods. There were 2 dragons that were 40 to 50 meters long. One was silver, and the other was gold. They were both rank 5 existences. 2 were 30 meters tall and incomparably huge titans that also possessed demigod strength. There were also 2 barbaric beastmen with green skin and strange clothing. It seemed that one was a beastman warrior and the other was a beastman shaman. These 6 creatures of different races were currently stationed in one of the gates. They seemed to be defending against some unknown enemy with all their might. Because they were releasing their power to their heart's content, Han Shuo could clearly see the power they possessed. 6 demigods, and all of them were from different races. How terrifying was this power? Below the sky was a vast canyon. There were more than a dozen mountain-like titans and more than 20 dragons. They all looked nervous and solemn as they looked up at the changes in the sky. Legend had it that the titans had the power to contend with gods. This was a race that had been passed down since ancient times, but ordinary humans had never seen them before. The hill giants that Han Shuo had seen before, as well as the Cyclops, were very strong and tall, but they paled in comparison to the titans. Legend had it that the titans were the favorites of the earth. They had always been said to be the most powerful creatures in the world. They had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, and had the power to directly confront gods. The legends about the titans quickly went through Han Shuo's mind. In the past, Han Shuo hadn't believed in the legends about the titans. But now, just by looking at their enormous size, he immediately understood that the legends were probably true. A single titan of this size could probably flatten an entire city. Roar! A furious roar suddenly sounded from Tanai in the canyon. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and hastily turned to look at the canyon. He saw a primordious dragon over 100 meters long coiling around a mountain peak. This primordious dragon was the largest Han Shuo had ever seen. The energy coming from the primordious dragon made Han Shuo's heart palpitate. The primordious dragon was a widely circulated legend on Profound Continent. Han Shuo knew that since ancient times, there were legends about the primordious dragon guarding Profound Continent. It was said that the primordious dragons silently maintained order on Profound Continent. Whenever something threatened the lives of all the races on Profound Continent, the primordious dragons would come out to maintain order and keep the continent stable. With just one look, Han Shuo was certain that this 100-meter-long primordious dragon was the legendary primordious dragon. The mighty aura coming from this primordious dragon was even more powerful than that of the saintess he encountered on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Han Shuo believed that even the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race would not be a match for this primordious dragon. Without a doubt, this primordious dragon possessed the terrifying strength of a true god. Chapter 5:12. The primordious dragon coiled on top of the mountain peak stretched his neck towards the sky and breathed out beams of blazing dragon breath. Terrifying draconic might emanated from his dragon breath, as though it had the power to tear space apart. Under the primordious dragon's breath, the 7 dazzling door-shaped wonders in the sky seemed to be firmly suppressed by this power. They constantly transformed and seemed to be slowly healing up. 6 of the 7 door-shaped wonders in the sky were guarded by demigod creatures. They seemed to be doing their utmost to resist the invasion of some ferocious creature. Han Shuo could see from their backs that they were resisting with all their might. There was only one door at the edge that didn't have a demigod of the same level guarding it. There was a rank 4 golden dragon standing guard inside. No one knew how powerful the creature he had encountered was. The body of the dragon clan, which was said to be the strongest in the dragon clan, was tossing and turning inside the door as blood spurted out. It was obvious that this rank 4 golden dragon couldn't withstand the creature inside the door at all, and was paying the price in the confrontation. Han Shuo observed for a moment and discovered that there seemed to be another strange world behind the 7 doors that had appeared in the sky. It was as though there was no way to know what was behind the door unless one entered it. One could only see long streaks of light streaking across like shooting stars. 7 doors, 7 creatures, 6 of which were demigod existences, were desperately resisting some kind of terrifying threat. A primordious dragon who had lived for God knows how many years was using his divine energy to calm the changes happening to the 7 doors. He was attempting to slowly heal the 7 doors so as to prevent something that could threaten the entire Profound Continent from entering the continent through the 7 doors. Han Shuo's expression was grave as he looked at the changes in the sky. His heart was filled with a strong sense of curiosity. He was full of interest towards the scenery behind the 7 doors. He kept guessing what kind of creature it was that insisted on barging in without a care for anything. After entering the carnal realm, Han Shuo came into contact with some of the most powerful existences on Profound Continent and gradually came to understand some of their secrets. From the scene before his eyes, Han Shuo was certain that the 7 doors led to another plane of existence. The primordious dragon and the 6 demigod existences were desperately resisting the creatures to prevent them from tearing the passageway apart. The Titans and the primordious dragon are indeed silently contributing to Profound Continent, thought Han Shuo. Human, what are you trying to do? While Han Shuo was observing his surroundings with a solemn expression, an angry dragon roar suddenly came from the mouth of the silver dragon that Han Shuo was chasing. It was obvious that this silver dragon was very angry, and it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. After the silver dragon's furious roar sounded, the titans and dragons around Tanai in the Great Gorge no longer looked at the battlefield in the sky. Instead, they all stared at Han Shuo. Over a dozen titans and over 20 WIRMS would be enough to make a country rise in power in any country. There were so many powerful creatures that had existed since ancient times, and all of them were staring at him. An invisible pressure suddenly pressed down on him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Compared to the 6 demigods in the sky, the titans and dragons of Tanai of the Great Gorge did not have demigod strength. But even so, the deterrence of over 40 colossal beings suddenly glaring at him was still very frightening. Human, what are you trying to do by trespassing? The giant silver dragon roared again when he saw that Han Shuo didn't respond. He seemed to be a little impatient. 2 of the titans near Han Shuo were sizing up Han Shuo with vigilance as they slowly approached Han Shuo. It seemed that if Han Shuo said anything unfavorable to them, they would immediately strike and smash Han Shuo into a meat patty. Why are you here? Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from a distant golden dragon. This golden dragon that was originally extremely far away from Han Shuo quickly flew over and looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. You're Cedric. Han Shuo stared blankly at this golden dragon. He felt that this was the golden dragon Cedric that he had seen a few times in the past, so he asked tentatively. It's me, Cedric. Don't you remember? Sure enough, it was Cedric, and he cried out in surprise. There were over 20 dragons in Tanai of the Great Gorge. Not a single one of them had transformed into human form. Their enormous bodies were entrenched there, and half of them were golden dragons. Cedric hadn't transformed into his human form, so he didn't look special at all when he landed in the middle. It was only natural that Han Shuo didn't recognize him. When he heard that it was Cedric, Han Shuo took another look at the Great Gorge and suddenly realized that this was the legendary Dragon Valley. Seeing that he had met someone familiar, Han Shuo let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "So it's Cedric. Heh, long time no see. I came here purely for an adventure. I heard the rumbling in the sky and rushed over out of curiosity. I didn't expect to see such a spectacle. What's going on? Cedric, do you know this human?" The giant silver dragon, who had suffered a small loss at Han Shuo's hands, looked at Cedric, who had rushed over excitedly, and asked in puzzlement. "Yes, I've also told you that a human knight robbed me of my treasures and even injured me. It's all thanks to him. He was the one who helped me, and last time, in the Forbidden Land, he was the one who destroyed the boundary that never dissipated. We're friends, and nothing will happen to us," Cedric explained to the silver dragon. When he said this, the 2 titans and the silver dragon no longer looked at Han Shuo with hostility. However, the silver dragon that had suffered at Han Shuo's hands still snorted coldly and said, "The battle has reached a critical juncture. No matter who it is, we cannot let him enter the spacetime discontinuum." "I understand," Cedric replied. Then, he turned to Han Shuo and said, "We are fighting for the safety of Profound Continent. Some evil beings from other planes of existence are attempting to enter our world through this special spacetime discontinuum. Our race of dragons and titans are doing everything in our power to fend off these evil beings from other planes of existence. Having watched for so long, Han Shuo could roughly understand what was going on without Cedric's explanation. As self-proclaimed guardians of the continent, the Titans and the Primordious Dragons were obviously fighting with all their might for the safety of the continent. Han Shuo didn't even need to look closely to feel the danger of the battle. All those Titans and Dragons had grave expressions on their faces. Most of them even had solemn expressions in their eyes. This was a clear indication of the cruelty of the battle. At such a critical juncture, any external factor would be enough to change the course of the battle. It was only natural that they would seal off the surroundings to prevent those with unknown identities from entering. Not good, Valo can't hold on much longer, a green dragon suddenly cried out in alarm. Following the gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo discovered that among the 7 gates in the sky, the only golden dragon that didn't possess demigod strength was on the verge of collapse amidst a sea of lightning bolts. Blood was spurting out of his body. He was on the verge of death. The dragons of Tanai in the Great Gorge all had mournful looks in their eyes. They silently sighed for the dying dragon warrior. Next, get ready. An aged sigh came from the mouth of the Primordious dragon coiled on top of the mountain peak. His voice was so desolate and helpless, as though he couldn't bear the sorrow of parting. I'll go. The silver dragon that Han Shuo had chased all the way here suddenly let out a high-pitched roar. He had the vigor of one who was ready to die. You're not strong enough. You dragons have sacrificed one. It's our turn to fill the gap. Before the silver dragon could move, a 30-meter-tall titan in the middle of the gorge shouted with a thunderous voice. This titan was currently the tallest among the titans in the middle of the gorge. He seemed to be the most powerful one as well. He had already started moving the moment his thunderous voice rang out. He stomped his giant leg, and his body shot out like a bolt of lightning as the ground trembled like an earthquake. The golden dragon's body suddenly shattered into pieces, turning into a rain of blood that rained down on the unknown space-time turbulence. The moment the golden dragon disappeared, the titan's body coincidentally arrived at the gate. At this moment, something strange happened. No one knew if the gate suddenly enlarged, or if the titan's body suddenly shrunk. The titan, who shouldn't have been able to merge into the gate, seemed to have been stretched and twisted, merging into the gate in an extremely abstract manner. As soon as the titan's body entered the gate that had been constantly expanding miraculously returned to normal. From what Han Shuo could see, the titan seemed to be fighting with some sort of invisible creature after entering the world of light. He was punching and kicking with his hands and feet. Han Shuo focused his attention and observed carefully, but he couldn't figure out what was going on inside. All he could see was the bizarre scene of light flying everywhere. His consciousness couldn't detect any trace of the existence of any strange creatures either. This was very unusual and illogical. However, from what Cedric had said, Han Shuo knew that the place seemed to be some spacetime discontinuum. There were always many unimaginable and bizarre things happening in the region of spacetime discontinuum. Han Shuo gradually came to a realization. Although the Titan could enter Han Shuo's eyes, he was in the spacetime discontinuum, perhaps a great distance away from the profound continent. The range of Han Shuo's consciousness was limited. It was only natural that he couldn't sense the Titan with his consciousness. The third one. I wonder how many more we have to fill in. Sigh. An elderly green dragon sighed. Han Shuo's brows were deeply knitted as he looked at the Titan who had charged into the gate without hesitation. He knew that the Titan would be throwing his life away in vain. This Titan wasn't much weaker than the golden dragon who had just died. That golden dragon didn't last long before being torn apart. It was likely that this Titan would suffer the same fate. Despite knowing that it was a dead end, the Titan still rushed in without a care for his own safety. Han Shuo couldn't help but feel some respect for them. For the safety of the millions upon millions of lives on profound continent, these titans and dragons that had existed since ancient times had always been guarding this place, silently making great sacrifices without regard for their own lives. This kind of spirit indeed made Han Shuo feel deep veneration for them. Although the race of giant dragons were arrogant by nature and had always considered themselves to be a superior race, it could be seen from this incident that these dragons did have some redeeming qualities. Without their silent protection, who knew what profound continent would be like by now? Cedric, what's going on? Han Shuo's spontaneous respect and curiosity about what was behind that gate gave Han Shuo a few more ideas. This spacetime discontinuum has existed in the depths of the dark forest since ancient times. We don't know how it came into being, but it constantly changes with time and space, often forming interplanar passages that connect to our profound continent. We, the race of giant dragons and the race of titans, have always guarded this place to prevent the arrival of evil beings from other planes of existence. Ever since I was born, over the long 2,000 years, we have experienced over 100 changes in the spacetime discontinuum. Most of the interplanar passages that formed were located in the vast and harmless starry sky. Only a dozen or so of them connected to other material planes. However, those connections didn't cause too many disputes. There were 3 times when they were attacked by experts from other planes of existence, but they were all easily intercepted by us. Coincidentally, this time, the spacetime discontinuum actually formed in the abyss where the demons were entrenched. When those powerful demons sensed the formation of this interplanar passage, they immediately snuck their way over. At first, there were only some weak demons that tried to barge in, but they were quickly disposed of by us. It was precisely because of this that we thought it would be the same as the previous few times, and didn't really take this time's threat to heart. Who knew that from the day before yesterday, there would be continuous attacks from high-level demons? Yesterday, even more powerful demons joined the fray. Only then did we realize the severity of the situation. We immediately sent word to experts from all over the continent, hoping that they could work together to resist the invasion of the demons. However, due to our previous negligence, the message was delivered a little too late. Only 2 demigod existences of the orc race, who happened to be cultivating in the depths of the dark forest, joined in the resistance against the demons. It's just that this time, a total of 7 interplanar passages were formed, and those demons were extremely powerful. Only demigod existences could barely resist them. We only have 6 demigod existences on our side, so we have to take turns defending the last door. So far, 3 of us have already died. The primordius dragon has to use his divine energy to alter the formation of the spacetime discontinuum and simply doesn't have the energy to take care of that door. Furthermore, due to the special formation of each interplanar passage, we can only send 1 creature to defend it. If this goes on, who knows how many people we will have to sacrifice to quell the invasion of the demons this time. Let's not even talk about quelling it. It's already a problem whether or not we can withstand it. Look, even the 6 demigod existences are showing signs of fatigue. If the primordius dragon can't change the direction of the spacetime discontinuum or seal it in a short period of time, I'm afraid that this time, profound continent will have to face a destructive attack from the demons of the abyss. The giant silver dragon that had previously exchanged blows with Han Shuo shook his enormous head and appeared very pessimistic. Rumble. A thunderous rumble came from the dimensional passageway that had just entered the Titan giant's dimension. Inside the interplanar passage, multicolored rays of light shot out like the most gorgeous fireworks. There was a soul-stirring beauty to it. However, the Titan that had just charged into the interplanar passage seemed to have been caught unprepared. For some unknown reason, numerous wounds had opened up on its tough body and fresh blood dripped down like a fine rain. This is bad. That interplanar passage has also been joined by high-level demons. Damn it, could it be that profound continent really can't avoid this calamity? The primordius dragon suddenly let out a sorrowful sigh. His draconic breath sped up and blazing lights interweaved. His divine energy enveloped the spacetime discontinuum. It seemed that he was ready to go all out. What do we do? What do we do? Cedric was incomparably anxious. Like a headless fly, his enormous head swayed back and forth. Suddenly, Cedric cried out in surprise. His fist-sized dragon eyes fell on Han Shuo. He cried out in pleasant surprise, "Great primordious dragon, he is also a demigod expert." Upon hearing those words, all the titans and dragons in Tanai of the Great Gorge turned their attention to Han Shuo. It seems that I can still be the savior of the profound continent for a while, Han Shuo thought to himself. He was about to seek the primordious dragon's opinion when he suddenly heard another rumble. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the titan who had just entered had a body full of gashes and gashes. Blood was splattering all over the unknown spacetime tunnel in trickles. Han Shuo was full of curiosity about the scene inside. With the thought of retreating as soon as possible if he couldn't withstand the attack, he transformed into a leaping bolt of lightning and passed through the door in an instant, landing in that strange, unknown space. As soon as Han Shuo entered, he was shocked by what he saw. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.